Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In the sky, a great battle inevitably broke out. Soon, fighter planes were constantly exploding in the sky and shot down, and more fighter planes were constantly firing fiercely at the enemy. Originally, almost all the air power of Star Kadar formed a golden defense net to intercept Ronan's giant battleship, and let him land and hurt the civilians who had not completely retreated. In addition, he was attacked by the fighter planes that appeared under his carry empire. It's a little precarious. But after the saboteurs led by Yondu participated in the battle, the scene immediately became balanced, and below, Yu laughed after watching the very intense and exciting air battle in the sky. In any case, this kind of battle has a very sci-fi feel. You must know that on Earth, it is rare to see such a large-scale scene where thousands of fighters bombard each other. Hearing Yu's words, Chris, the Supreme Commander, turned his head, looked at Yu curiously and asked, "So what if there is a war on the Earth? Just like it is now, what will happen to this kind of alien invasion battle? Solve it. If it's a single alien, then it will be SHIELD. If it's a large-scale alien invasion, then we Avengers will be dispatched." Yu looked at Chris, then smiled and said, "Avengers is the most powerful superhero team on the planet. Well, at least for now, before some older guys live, Avengers is still a relatively powerful team exist. 790, I am one of the members of Avengers. The superhero team." Hearing what Yu said, Chris' eyes flashed with envy. A person as powerful as you is one of the members of that Avengers. You can imagine how powerful this team is. This is really enviable. If it would be great if we Kadar had such a strong superhero team. Seeing that the civilians below had been evacuated, Chris took a deep breath, then looked at Yu and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, the civilians have been evacuated or have all entered the shelter, so now, then leave it to me." Hearing Chris's words, Yu moved his wrist and then controlled psychokinesis with his whole body and gradually flew into the air. Looking at Chris below, he said, "Let your soldiers take down the defensive barrier." "Good, Mr. Yi." Chris nodded, then pressed the headset and said, "Everyone pay attention, disarm the golden defense mechanism, and everyone has the right to encircle and suppress the Kree Empire air fighters." "Clear. Receive." Is it finally time to fight back? I've been waiting for this moment. After hearing Commander Chris's order, the golden defensive barrier instantly dissipated, and thousands of fighters quickly flew around, and then directly attacked the fighters flying out of Ronan's battleship. Under the attack of the saboteurs led by Yondu, the fighter planes of the Kree Empire, which were barely able to maintain the peace, suddenly fell into a disadvantage after being suddenly attacked by the Kadar fighter planes. "Wow, boss," the Kadars withdrew from the golden defensive barrier and started attacking these damn Kree Empire fighters. Are they trying to steal business from us? In the communication device, hearing the idiot's words, Yondu was speechless and said, "Take your head off when you speak. He is an authentic fighter from Kadar Star. How could he compete with us for business? Don't forget, we are hired by Kadar people. Helpers who come here, whether they participate in this battle or not. As long as we win, then they will have to pay us the employment fee. Haha, boys, work harder, knock down all these Kree Empire fighters, and then everyone will be able to share millions." As Yondu's voice fell, all the saboteurs who were flying the planes became excited instantly. Many people didn't even avoid the ammunition of the Kree Empire fighter planes, and drove the fighter planes directly rushing towards them screaming, "Several million, haha, we will have money after we get rid of these miscellaneous things. Haha, it's the first time I can earn so much, boss Yondu, I love you to death. Bebe. Come on, you bastards of the Kree Empire. Let you taste our destructive power." Hearing countless excited roars from the communication equipment, Yondu drove the fighter plane and watched the Peter Quill fighter plane below continuously firing weapons, and even wanted to get close to Ronan's huge battleship. Peter Quill yelled, "Boy, don't you want to live? That battleship is not comparable to your small battleship. Don't drive forward, do you want to court death?" As soon as the words fell, Yondu instantly noticed that two Kree Empire fighter planes launched an attack on the Peter Quill's small battleship. Looking at the powerful firepower, Yondu cursed instantly. "Boy, it's up to you from now on, but my son, after the matter is over, don't run away anymore. Dad has something to talk to you about." Looking at Yondu on the ground, Peter Quill muttered to himself with a smile. Although he was a little afraid of Yondu and even hated him a little bit, but when he saw the Yondu fighter plane was hit and fell crazily in order to protect himself, and finally exploded, Peter Quill found that he was not only not happy at all, but rather a little bit Sad damn it. Almost subconsciously, Yondu directly controlled the fighter jet to come to the forefront of Peter Quill's small battleship, directly resisting these two huge energies. Hearing Yondu's voice again, Peter Quill, who was originally grieving, suddenly felt relieved. Daddy. Before he could recover from this emotion, he suddenly heard Yondu's voice from the communication device again. The next moment, all the firepower that was going to attack the Peter Quill small battleship was blocked by Yondu's fighter plane, and then the whole fighter plane plummeted towards the bottom with black smoke. Watching the Yondu fighter plane plummet to the ground with a violent explosion, Peter Quilton hugged his head. Hearing Rocket Raccoon's inquiry, Peter Quill held his head in pain and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Seeing this scene, Peter Quilton's eyes widened. Almost at the same time, he wanted to control the battleship to catch Yondu's falling fighter plane, but the falling speed of Yondu's fighter plane was too fast, and there was no give Peter Quill a chance. Damn. After seeing this scene, Rocket Raccoon couldn't help but looked at Peter Quill and muttered to himself. Quill, didn't you say that he just wants to use you as a tool? Didn't you say that he never really loved you, this? I have never seen that person choose to sacrifice himself for his own tools. Lies. Father, if I don't run away, wouldn't I be a fool? Haha, fortunately you didn't die. Looking at Yondu on the ground, constantly patting the dust on his body, Peter Quill laughed happily. If he hadn't been so hot-headed and wanted to rush up just now, his father Yondu would not have blocked the danger for him. Not at all. In the sky, Ronan, who was standing on the black battleship, couldn't help showing a ferocious smile as he watched the Kadars remove the golden defensive barrier. Kadar people, this time you finally don't have any strength to resist. Haha, when I get the inner power gem, then your Kadar star will be destroyed. Before he could finish his high-spirited speech while holding the hammer, through the huge amounts of glass window, Ronan suddenly saw a person standing in the air in front of his battleship looking at him. Who are you? Seeing Yu standing in front of his battleship without any trace of fear, Ronan raised his hammer and asked loudly. Ronan's voice resounded through the entire sky through the battleship's transmission. So many people who were hiding on the ground couldn't help but look at the sky secretly through the windows of the refuge. Didn't you come here this time just to find me? Looking at Ronan, who was asking himself loudly, Yu smiled softly. The power gem is here with me. If you want to get the power gem, then come and defeat me, or kill me, otherwise you will never be able to get the power gem. Hearing Yu's voice outside the battleship resounded in his ears as if it penetrated his soul. Ronan suddenly became angry. You're the damn earthling with the power stone. Who in the universe didn't knelt on the ground tremblingly and begged for mercy after hearing his reputation? How could anyone dare to talk to himself like this? Even Thanos, who wants to obtain the power gem, has to seek himself. Now, a mere earthling dares to talk to himself like this. There is even a look of contempt in the eyes of him. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately controlled the battleship and launched an attack on Yu outside. In an instant, huge amounts of energy beams directly attacked Yu. Seeing the attacking energy beam, Yu didn't dodge at all, just stretched out his hand. And the next moment, a space door like a black hole appeared in front of Yu instantly, emitting blue light. And the energy beam is directly absorbed by the space gate. The next moment, behind the huge amount of battleship Ronan, a space gate suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then two beams of energy platforms appeared in the black hole-like space gate, which directly attacked the battleship with huge amounts of light beams. Boom! As the battleship was attacked by the energy beam it sent out, the tail of the battleship suddenly burst into flames, and then there were rumbling explosions. Huge amounts of black smoke floated in the air, and the entire ship was a bit crumbling. My God, the gate of space can still be so late. Peter Quill, who had experienced the power of space to bring them here from Cheen prison, was driving a small battleship. After shooting down a Kree Empire fighter plane, he couldn't help but look at the sky. Yu stood alone in front of the battleship, and the two beams of energy beams emitted by the huge battleship actually attacked the tail of his own battleship, and the entire ship began to crumble. Seeing this scene, Peter Quill couldn't help being very shocked. He never thought that the power of space could be used like this. Damn it. Feeling the precarious situation of the battleship, Ronan staggered a little. After standing still, looking at Yu who was smiling outside, Ronan became even more angry at this moment. The understated smile on Yu's face seemed to be constantly hitting him in the face like a sneer. For a moment, Ronan wanted to rush out immediately and directly blasted him into pieces with his Kree war hammer. Scum! However, Ronan, who was still sane, did not rush out after he stabilized his body. Instead, he tried hard to control the crumbling warship. This is his largest warship, which can carry Empire fighters at the same time. Absolutely cannot be destroyed here. Outside the sky, looking at Ronan who was trying to control the battleship, Yu suddenly said softly, I originally wanted to have a good fight with you to see what kind of strength you, a frightening guy, really have. But looking at the current situation, you really have a lot of considerations. If the battleship is still there, you can't fight with me with peace of mind. Saying that, Yu gently raised his hand, and the power of annihilation instantly appeared in Yu's hand. Ronan, who was trying to control the battleship, saw the gray power in Yu's hands, and suddenly a feeling of extreme rejection and panic appeared in his heart. What are you doing? Seeing Yu's movements, Ronan questioned loudly. Ask for flowers. What? Definitely relieve your worries and then we'll have a good fight. Said Yu waved his hand. The next moment, the power of annihilation was activated instantly. A palm-sized ball of power of annihilation instantly rushed towards Ronan's huge battleship. The next moment, the energy wave of the circular power of annihilation expanded loudly. Almost in an instant, Ronan's huge battleship was surrounded. Remove. Seeing the gray annihilating power surrounding the Ronan battleship, Yu whispered a word. The next moment, the huge steel monster-like battleship that would not be damaged no matter how many bullets hit it suddenly like paper being ignited. It turned into countless particles and disappeared rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, more than half of the gigantic steel battleship had already turned into particles and drifted away with the wind. Ronan felt that the battleship had started to turn into dust and immediately looked at Yi in front of him with a look of horror. You on point zero. Damn it, what the hell did you do? I said I'd just relieve your worries. After all, such a huge battleship is very annoying to me. Hearing Ronan Rage's roar, Yi Yushin said calmly. Down below, Peter Quilton was stunned after seeing the battleship like a giant steel beast turning into dust and blowing away in the wind. He couldn't imagine that a human being could have such powerful strength. Gamora, did you see that? I definitely saw it. Listening to Peter Quill, who was stuttering, Gamora also widened his eyes and nodded. I thought he was very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Turning the warship made of that special material into fly ash. I have never seen such a scene. The other side of the distant universe. A girl with extremely beautiful appearance is stroking a white-haired animal like a puppy. She just wanted to say something to this cute little guy, but the next moment she seemed to feel something and instantly lifted her head. At first, there was a trace of familiarity in those beautiful eyes, but also a trace of surprise. Beside her, a golden long sword suddenly flew into the air and then buzzed around this extremely beautiful girl. Seeing the golden long sword buzzing constantly around her, this extremely beautiful girl suddenly laughed. So are you saying that this sudden burst of annihilation power is the original power? But it should have nothing to do with me. After all, in my memory, I don't seem to have parents or family members. While speaking, the girl grasped the golden longsword and put it on the ground. Okay, I know if you are interested I will go and have a look, but it's okay, don't be so excited. After finishing speaking, the girl raised her hand and gently stroked the pure white hair of the puppy lying on the ground, with a hint of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Honestly, Zaya Abai, I'm also curious why there will be someone who has the same original power as me. But his original power does not seem to be pure. 860 has just reached the level of annihilation power. It's still a bit low. This kind of original power is okay to face those cosmic overlords at the elementary level, but it's not enough to face that sister I've seen. As she said that, the girl looked at the blue sky and then sighed softly. A trace of melancholy flashed in her eyes. I always feel that that sister is lying to me, that she sacrificed the life of the entire universe. If I really do this, then this beautiful universe will become a dead universe. I'm not stupid, hee. Hearing the girl's charming laughter and seeing the girl's beautiful eyes as beautiful as a crescent moon, the little white dog lying on the ground stood up, and then barked. However, if it really has something to do with me, then I would like to take a look. After all, although this place is nice, it's too lonely, but I don't want to meet strangers, oh it's so annoying. While feeling melancholy, the girl rubbed the white puppy's hair indiscriminately, and her whole body became a little tangled up. Kadar Star Ronan. Looking at Ronan, who was half kneeling on the ground, Drax, whose body was painted with various red patterns, roared loudly, and then rushed towards Ronan with 2 daggers. He just fell from the sky to the ground, although it didn't cause any damage to Ronan, but his most proud battleship was directly turned into ashes. It makes him very... You know, that is the Kree Empire, and at the same time it is also the most powerful assistant. But now it was directly destroyed. How could Ronan not be angry? Standing up, holding the Kree Warhammer, looking at the guy rushing over with 2 short blades, Ronan yelled loudly, and then directly attacked Drax with the Warhammer in his hand. Boom! A muffled sound sounded, and Drax, who was thinking of Ronan rushing over, was hit directly by Ronan with a hammer and flew tens of meters away, and then fell to the ground, constantly spitting blood, trying to stand up from the ground. But in the next moment, he fell directly to the ground. He could only hammer the ground impotently and furiously, and then looked at Ronan viciously. Damn it, ruin my battleship, destroy the most proud warship of our Kree people, all of you should die. As he said that, Ronan held up the storm hammer. A huge energy suddenly appeared on the top of the hammer. And then Ronan swung the hammer, and this huge and pure energy directly attacked the tallest buildings around. Just when this huge energy was about to attack the building where the Supreme Commander of Kadar Star was located, Yu suddenly fell from the sky and supported the extremely pure energy with one hand. Seeing that the energy emanating from his Kree Warhammer was intercepted by the Earthman with one hand, Ronan roared again. And then a huge dark red energy burst out from the Warhammer again, directly attacking Yu. Earthlings who destroyed my battleship, die for me. Seeing this dark red energy attacking towards him, Yu didn't panic at all. The power of thunder instantly filled Yu's body, and then huge amounts of thunder and lightning erupted directly from Yu's right hand. The left hand resisted the white pure energy, and the thunder force of the right hand directly blasted against the dark red energy. When the majestic energy collided with each other, there was a shocking explosion sound, and then a wave of huge amounts of air broke out between the two of them. The powerful explosion even caused some Kree fighters to be directly destroyed, broken pieces. When the gunpowder smoke from the explosion dissipated, the originally solid ground between the two people had turned into a deep pit at this moment, and in the middle of the deep pit, Ronan, who was holding the Kree hammer, was lying there seriously injured. It's impossible, I'm Ronan. Ronan, who was lying in the deep pit, murmured blankly to himself. He couldn't believe that the power of the invincible Kree hammer could not even resist the attack of an Earthling. On the edge of the deep pit, Yu squatted on the ground, looked at Ronan in the deep pit, then shook his head lightly, his eyes filled with pity. I heard that you are the most powerful, smartest, and most powerful man in the Kree Empire. The most powerful man. Is that all? You know what I just used is the most basic ability. Some infinite gems powers haven't been used yet, so you can't do it. As he spoke, Yu waved his hand. And the next moment, the Kree Warhammer in Ronan's hand broke free from his hand and flew directly towards Yu. Holding the Kree hammer with one hand, a very violent energy instantly appeared in Yu's hand. I see. Feeling the extremely violent energy in the Warhammer, Yu suddenly laughed. It's really a pity that you don't know how to use such a powerful artifact, or that you are not worthy of using it, so you can only use less than 10% of its original ability. Otherwise, even if I want to defeat you, it will have some difficulties. It's okay. It won't be as easy as it is now. Saying that, Yu stood up, looked at Ronan, who was barely trying to stand up in the deep pit, then looked indifferently and said softly, "Let me come to 1.5 to tell you the real method of using this artifact." After finishing speaking, an extremely violent energy erupted from the Warhammer in an instant, and the sky seemed to be gloomy the next moment. With a flick of the Warhammer, the berserk energy erupted in an instant. The fighter planes that were fighting with the Kadar stars and destroying the Kree Empire exploded in an instant, and the entire sky was like lit fireworks, forming pieces like a sea of fire. Seeing that hundreds of fighters of the Kree Empire were destroyed with just one blow, Yu looked at Ronan in the deep pit and said softly, "Let me use your weapon to send you off for the last time." As soon as the voice fell, the top of Carrie's war hammer burst out with dark gray energy instantly. The next moment, Ronan, who was crawling in the deep pit and wanted to stand up, was directly turned into a piece of ashes after being hit. Ronan, is he dead? God, this is Ronan, it's that easy. Following Yu's blow with the Kree Warhammer, Ronan turned into dust in an instant, which made many people feel very incredible. You know, that's Ronan, a powerful existence that frightens every Chaidaran. In the hearts of these people, Ronan is very terrifying. Almost everyone will subconsciously feel fear after hearing the name Ronan. But now, the guy who terrified them so much was dealt with so easily. All of a sudden, countless people looked at Yu, who was standing there, holding Ronan's weapon in his hand. Everyone's eyes revealed admiration, panic, unbelievable eyes. As a small airship gradually fell, Peter, Quill, and others quickly got off the airship. After running to Yu, everyone subconsciously looked at the traces of Ronan's existence in the deep pit. Is that how Ronan died? Peter Quill looked at the deep pit, couldn't help swallowing, and then looked at 11 Yu with a calm face. Although he knew for a long time that the guy in front of him, who was an earthling like himself, was very powerful, but he never expected that his strength was so terrifying. What about the feared Ronan? What about the well-known massacre in the universe? First, Yu destroyed the huge warship of the Carey Empire in one fell swoop, and now Ronan was dealt with another blow. This. I haven't returned to the Earth for 20 or 30 years. Are the people on Earth already so powerful? This is too weird, God. What have I missed since I haven't been on the Earth all these years? Mr. Yi. The supreme commander of the Kadar people who had been standing above the building saw this scene with his own eyes. So after Yu dealt with Ronan, he hurried down. Solved. Seeing the Kadar commander rushing over, Yu said with a smile, "Thank you very much for everything you have done for me, Kadar." Chris took a deep breath, brushed his long white hair behind him, put his right hand on his left shoulder, and knelt on the ground facing Yu on one knee. This is the highest courtesy for the Kadar people to face the savior. Many Kadar people who were hiding in the refuge also came out one after another. After seeing the commander's actions, they placed the same right hand on the left shoulder and knelt on one knee facing Yu. On the ground, I would like to extend my highest respect and thanks. Oh my God. Seeing this scene, Peter Quill exclaimed subconsciously. He had never seen a commander of a planet lead his people to perform such great courtesy to others. You must know that in the entire universe, such things rarely happen. Don't thank me, I said it, this is just a transaction. Yu waved his hand, motioning for Chris to stand up. Promise. He casually threw the cosmic spirit ball to Peter Quill behind him, and now the power gem in this cosmic spirit ball is no longer of much use to him. The Earth cannot have too many infinite gems at the same time, which Ancient One Magician told himself repeatedly. Although he didn't know what would happen, but it should not be because of Thanos, and at least Ancient One Magician would not harm the Earth. This point Yu is still very clear. Mr. Yi, here are all the data and core technology about the golden defense mechanism of our Kadar people. Thank you again for everything you have done for our Kadar people. Chris handed over a black box to Yu very respectfully. His eyes were full of gratitude and a relaxed expression. That's right, the terrifying Ronan hanging over her or over the entire Kadar star has now been wiped out, so she can naturally breathe a sigh of relief. Very good, the transaction is completed. Weighing the box containing the core technology of Kadar star's golden defense mechanism in his hand, Yu laughed. Now that the transaction is completed, I can leave with peace of mind. It has been a long time since I left the Earth. To be honest, I am also a little I miss the Earth. After speaking, turning his head to look at Peter Quill, Yu suddenly laughed. Quill, talk to Yondu more when you have time. In fact, he really loves you very much. Oh, 17. Holding the cosmic spirit orb in his hand, Peter Quill, who was thinking about how to escape quickly, suddenly twitched the corners of his mouth after hearing Yu's words. But when he thought of Yondu subconsciously standing in front of him when his airship was facing the attack, Peter Quill suddenly laughed. Well, you're finally back, buddy, but can you tell me why you just showed up here? Maybe, but I haven't figured out how to face him yet, by Jing. Smiling and waving at the crowd, Yu turned around and disappeared into the space transmission channel. Goodbye, Mr. Yi. After a few seconds, 473. Looking at the space teleportation channel behind Yu, Chris, the supreme commander of the Kadar people, hurriedly said goodbye to Yu. While talking, Steve got up, walked to Yu, gave Yu a big hug, and after punching Yu, he looked at Yu and said very seriously, "Welcome back, my buddy." Steve Rogers, who was originally sitting in the office and was talking to Maria Hill, was a little surprised when he saw Yu suddenly appear out of thin air. Speaking of this, Steve Rogers looked at Yu and laughed. You suddenly appear out of nowhere. It seems that it's not the way to come back from Asgard. Seriously, Yi, it's easy to scare people. Yu patted Peter Quill on the shoulder, then glanced around and then said with a smile, "Okay, the matter is settled, then everyone let's go. I remember coming back from Asgard, shouldn't it be teleported with Bifrost like Thor? Although it will leave some broken circles on the ground, at least it is very convenient. Just don't regret it when the time comes." Yu laughed out loud and punched Steve in the same way, and after looking around for a week, he said with emotion, "Finally back, as you can imagine, I went to Asgard once, got a fight, and went to another, go to hell and then save a planet, haha. Is it necessary to be so nasty?" Peter Quill threw the cosmic spirit ball in his hand, and then laughed. As he spoke, a light blue border suddenly appeared behind Yu with a black space transmission channel in the middle. SHIELD, inside Steve Rogers' office. Actually, the Earth isn't exactly peaceful these days. Steve and Yu stood side by side on the edge of the tall floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking at the scenery outside, Steve smiled helplessly. To be honest, before I became the director of SHIELD, at least I felt relatively free. Except for some, I enjoy my time in your company at NBC more than I have to do. But it's different now, yeah. I've become the director of SHIELD, and I need to deal with many things, the biggest problem of which is the matter of the remaining branch of Hydra. While talking, Steve raised his hand, hugged Yu's shoulder, pointed to the bright sunshine outside and a peaceful scene and said with a smile, "Look, my man, how beautiful this world is, the reason why SHIELD exists, just to protect such a beautiful world. Therefore, we may need to pay a lot of things." Now Nick Fury and the members of SHIELD Anbu are warning those forces hiding in the corner one by one, telling them to be honest, and eradicating them will not happen overnight. Completed. Because of this, I have been cooperating with Nick Fury's plan during this period of time, and the dark forces have worked together to suppress the dark forces that are about to move. In addition, I have to deal with the remaining branch of Hydra. It can be said that this is the busiest time since I recovered from the ice cube. I don't even have time to go home, I'm so busy every day. What's more, who would have thought that there are still some aliens on the Earth, although these aliens... Sigh. 2 days ago, Barton was also injured for participating in the siege of the remaining Hydra base. It can be said that I am almost exhausted every day. Hearing Steve constantly complaining, Yu turned his head, nudged Steve lightly with his elbow and then curled his lips and said, "Come on, buddy, you guy actually complained in front of me. It's not in line with your personality, tell me. What do you guys want to do tilde? Let's say it first, nah, I won't let her go back to SHIELD. Avengers are Avengers and saving the world is saving the world. Putting these aside, nah has gone through life and death for SHIELD for many years. I will bring nah back to SHIELD. Don't talk about the slightest chance, there is no door for this matter." As he spoke, Yu raised his hand and hooked Steve's neck, then smiled and said, "Besides this matter, our SHIELD director, what other orders do you have?" Steve, whose thoughts were dispelled by Yu, smiled helplessly and did not break free. Yu hooked his neck but spread his hands and said, "Okay, originally SHIELD didn't have enough manpower. Even if some old people bring some rookies who came out of the eagle's nest, it will take at least 2 or 3 years for SHIELD to restore to its original power. So I want Natasha Romanoff to come back and help me, but Natasha Romanoff is your person after all. You are not on the Earth. So I can't say it directly, well, let's just pretend that I didn't say anything about it. But you know, I really need people now, so I brought Matthew from your NBC. No problems." Hearing Steve's words, Yu nodded lightly, looked at Steve who raised his eyebrows proudly. Yu smiled and said, "Matthew is good, he is really overqualified when he is in charge of the legal department at NBC now. You just took over the weekend, SHIELD really needs someone you can trust. But you need to pay attention to the hatred between him and Jinjing. Gold is gone." Before Yu could finish speaking, Steve spread his hands and said, "After Matthew joined SHIELD, he used some of SHIELD's forces to attack Jin Bin. At first, he thought it was a long tug-of-war. After all, Jin Bin power and influence cannot be underestimated. But who would have thought that in just 1 week, Matthew would use the strength of SHIELD to directly pull out Jin and all the forces, and then solve the Jin and all forces. Although this is not in line with his character, but Steve didn't say any more, just shrugged. Damn, I'm not on Earth these days, what happened?" Yu rolled his eyes, looked at Steve with an innocent face. Yu gave him an elbow lightly. If there was no sign of Steve, Yu wouldn't believe it if he was killed. Don't look at this guy pretending to be innocent in front of him and himself. In fact, Yu is 100% sure that there must be Steve's figure in it. Okay, the matter is over, let's talk about some serious business. After being elbowed by Yu, Steve suddenly laughed. "Dude, you know I've been going crazy lately, plus you're not on Earth, and Tony is using the psychic scepter to study something again, saying that he wants to install a layer on the Earth. Steel armor and stuff all day long. Dr. Banner has been helping Tony with his research. Barton was injured when we eradicated the remnants of Hydra 2 days ago. After Natasha Romanoff finished fighting with us, he returned directly to NBC to help you manage watching NBC. It can be said that everyone has been very busy recently. But I am the only one who has the hardest and busiest life." Seeing Steve with a complaining face, Yu raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "So what exactly do you want to say?" "Well," seeming to be a little confused, Steve frowned and sighed softly. "Dude, during the time you're not on Earth, to be honest, we're really not used to it, even eradicating the Hydra remnant branch base. Everyone is not in the mood throw a party, have a party or something. So I thought, since everyone has been busy for such a long time, shouldn't we, Li Qianzhao in Avengers, get together? It's really not good to be always busy, and it's time for us to relax. After all, it's a combination of work and rest. It just so happens that you are back. This time we Avengers have gathered for a party, and we will welcome our Yi back home." Well, that's it. Seeing Steve with a smile on his face, Yu hooked Steve's neck and laughed. I think Shield's work is too boring, so you want to take the opportunity to be lazy, haha. Maria Hill, who was processing the documents, looked at the two people who were shoulder to shoulder, then sighed and shook her head helplessly. In other words, these two guys just started to talk about business with a serious face, and within a few minutes, they began to study laziness and relax. In other words, is this the same among the Avengers members? Well, always felt like that with Avengers. It seems that there is no future, everything is going well recently. NBC building inside Yu's office. Natasha Romanoff was sitting next to Yu, pinching Yu's shoulders and said with a smile, "These days when you are away, I will help you watch over the company, and nothing major has happened yet. The latest movie is released, and our NBC theaters are already making crazy money. Little Peter Parker is now the little magician in the eyes of many children, and the most beloved child in the eyes of many adults. But I have to say that little Peter Parker is really a good kid. Even though he has received such a big welcome and almost become an idol in the hearts of all the kids, he still maintains his original aspirations and is still that humble and lovely kid. I never showed a hint of pride when I went to school every day." Having said that, Natasha Romanoff stopped her hands and then sat down beside Yu with a smile. "You know, the biggest change of this child is that he has changed from a feeling of inferiority and cowardice to a full of self-confidence. Vigorous child, nothing else has changed. Even though his life is rich, 893 is still very frugal, and he doesn't have the sense of expansion after suddenly becoming rich. Maybe it's because he is still a child, or maybe it's because he has a good tutor, but this kid is really good." While talking, Natasha Romanoff took Yu's hand and laughed. "I don't know where you found such a child, he is really good. Tony also loves this child very much. I don't know why he and Tony hit it off so well that Tony even invited him to visit Stark Industries. You know what Tony said about Peter Parker Jr.?" The widow looked at Yu and asked with a smile. "Tell me, I'm actually quite curious too." Hearing what Widow Sister said, Yu suddenly became interested. Could it be that Tony and the future little Spider-Man have seen each other right now and have the feeling of being both a teacher and a father in the future? Smart, confident, imaginative, full of scientific exploration and cognition. And more importantly, he has a sense of kindness and justice that ordinary people don't have in his heart. It's a pity that he is not his own child. Otherwise, he only needs a little guidance. Then he, the future, is definitely the best heir to the second generation of Iron Man. Natasha Romanoff, BBFI, looked at Yu and then seriously relayed Tony Stark's evaluation of Peter Parker Jr. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's comment, Yu nodded lightly. In the original movie, Tony was very fond of little Spider-Man and even became a leader on the road of little Spider-Man's superhero. Even after Tony died, Edith was handed over to Peter Parker. You know, if Tony Stark hadn't been extremely fancy, he would never have given such a sharp weapon to little Spider-Man, let alone those programs specially designed for little Spider-Man. Up. Looking at the pensive Yu, Natasha Romanoff continued to laugh and said, "The person Peter Parker admires most now, besides Iron Man Tony, is you, you know that. However, after little Peter inadvertently learned that you are the Silver Mask, one of the superheroes from Tony's mouth, he became even more excited. If you weren't on Earth during this time, I'm afraid he would have wanted to see you a long time ago. You know, little Peter Parker's admiration for you made Tony a little jealous, haha. During the period when I was away, without myself, Wanda, Pietro, that villa was just a house, not a home." "How could be?" The appearance of herself gradually melted that cold heart and gave her a little reliance, the warmth and sense of belonging that she had always desired but never felt at home. As if thinking of Tony Stark's jealous face, Natasha Romanoff laughed. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff sat up, looked at Yu and said with a smile, "But in 2 months, Wanda will be 18 years old. Have you thought about it? Don't forget, our little Wanda wants to. I have been looking forward to marrying you for 6 or 7 years, and now she has grown up." In fact, Yu could see that Natasha Romanoff didn't really want to talk about what she had developed these days. She just wanted to talk to herself more. Since Yu came back from Shield Steve, Natasha Romanoff has been sitting next to Yu for an hour and a half, constantly talking to Yu about what happened in the recent period, including the development of NBC during this period. The Avengers rallied to wipe out the Hydra remnants of the division base. Barton was injured, Peter Parker Jr. and Tony, and many more things. After talking continuously for half an hour, Natasha Romanoff finally let out a long sigh of relief, then put her head gently on Yu's shoulder and took a deep breath, as if she wanted to permanently remember that Yu was the only one who belonged to Yu. After a while, he muttered to himself, "You stinky bee asterisk 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 D, you are finally back." Natasha Romanoff put her whole head on Yu's shoulders, then shook her head lightly. Compared with the previous life and death missions, this period of time is the most relaxing time for me. It's hard enough. Yu is not stupid. He can feel the time when he is no longer. Natasha Romanoff misses him. If he does not get the warmth of his family, then even in the face of all the suffering in the world, Natasha Romanoff can face it with strength. But I miss you a little. It's been 2 years. I've been living at home for the past 2 years. I'm used to it. It's unexpected that you are gone and Wanda is no longer there. Pietro, a dead boy, has never been at home. He stays with the crew and the director all day. Studying, talking about becoming a superstar or something. I'm not used to being alone at home. So when she came back, Natasha Romanoff kept talking to herself about what happened during this time, and Yu could clearly feel the joy rising from the bottom of her heart. During this time you have worked hard. Yu didn't speak but just held Natasha Romanoff's hand and listened quietly with a smile, and occasionally responded. This kind of light and warm atmosphere is what Yu loves from the bottom of his heart. Natasha Romanoff looked at Yu and said very seriously, "Yu, please don't let down Wanda's deep affection for you. I have been at home for the past 2 years, so I can feel how deep Wanda's affection for you is and how dependent she is. In her heart, you are more important than her. Life matters. If you refuse to marry our Wanda, I'm afraid this silly girl will die of grief." Gently patted Natasha Romanoff's hand, Yu said with a smile. Even if Natasha Romanoff doesn't show it on the surface, it can. The happiness and joy between the eyebrows, the blooming nostalgia and dependence in the eyes can never be concealed. In the evening, the huge banquet hall was forced to hold a party in Tony's property, the top floor of the Stark building. "That, Mr. Yi, can I trouble you to sign it for me?" Little Peter Parker, who was dressed as a gentleman, walked up to Yu shyly, staring at Yu with big eyes full of expectation. "Definitely no problem, my little magician." Looking at the expectant little Peter Parker, Yu stretched out his hand and rubbed the head of the future little Spider-Man, and then helped Peter Parker sign his autograph while asking with a smile, "Little Peter, do I remember didn't I sign your autograph last time? I remember it was when I chose you to play the little magician." Hearing Yu's question, little Peter Parker nodded repeatedly, then looked at Yu with wide eyes and said excitedly with a very cute look, "Yes, Mr. Yi, the last time you gave I signed it. It was when I was chosen to play the magician Harry. I didn't expect you to still remember it. However, Mr. Yi, I put the signature last time in my treasure cabinet, and I am going to stick the signature on my bed this time so that I can." Before little Peter Parker finished speaking, Tony Stark, who came over with a glass of wine, stretched out his hand, rubbed little Peter Parker's head and said, "Little guy, didn't you say that I am your idol? Why do you still want me, this guy's signature tilde? Tell you this guy isn't, what a nice guy." While talking, Tony pointed at Yu and seriously complained to little Peter Parker, "Don't look at this guy, he looks handsome, but in fact this guy is very dark-hearted. Obviously he owns such a big company. He wants to throw a party to celebrate his return from an alien planet, but he still tells me that he has no place to hold a party. Kang Mang, even if you want to make up a reason, you have to make up a decent reason. I live in a luxurious villa and have an office floor as big as NBC, and the entire 14th to 17th floor NBC building is still empty. Actually said that there is no extra space." Having said that, Tony Stark gave Yu a speechless glance, then squatted in front of Peter Parker and casually pointed to Captain America, who was walking by, and said, "You should also pay attention to that guy. This guy, he has his own Stork Club, and he is still a dignified S.H.I.E.L.D. director. It's these two guys who insist on letting me hold a party, and I'm responsible for not entering the venue, and they don't even serve drinks. You cheapskate, you must not change when you grow up, be like these two guys." Hearing Tony's words, Yu rolled his eyes and then clinked glasses with Steve, who came over. As for little Peter Parker, after hearing what Tony said, he looked around at Nuota's venues and the luxurious decoration banquet hall. Then he said to Tony very seriously, Mr. Stark, you really have a lot of space here, and the drinks here are said to be the best. I think it is for this reason that Mr. Yi and Uncle Captain America chose I'll get you ready." "That's not bad. After all, whether it's a superhero, a billionaire, a S.H.I.E.L.D. director, or an alien prince, we're all human, and it's normal to have all kinds of emotions. I think there should be no need to worry about the relationship between the few of you. After all, I heard from Aunt May that many people want to invite Mr. Yi and Uncle Captain America to a party, but they have no way to do so. It is an honor that ordinary people do not have." You must know that when I found you 2 days ago, the smile on your face was not so bright. Hill glanced at the three of you Captain America Tony, then at Thor who was sitting next to his girlfriend Catherine, who kept talking and said helplessly. Looking at the four people who smiled from time to time, Natasha Romanoff smiled and shook his head. It's good, isn't it? When the world is in danger, they are the most reliable existence of Avengers. When there is no job, four people can get together and talk happily. If that's the case, then didn't you get any alien technology? Don't say that you won't gain anything this time, or I will really despise you. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, and seeing the smile on Natasha Romanoff's face, Maria Hill suddenly laughed. Since he came back from the aliens, I found that you always have a smile on your face. It's not easy. Aliens have high technology, definitely have it. Ask for flowers. After sending little Peter Parker to find other people to play with, Tony hooked Yu's shoulder with one hand and Steve Rogers' shoulder with the other and asked softly, "Guys, welcome back, but seriously, I went for a while alien planet. I heard that he became a hero once and saved a planet." Hearing Steve's teasing, Tony rolled his eyes speechlessly and gave Yu and Steve a middle finger. Looking at the three guys hooking up shoulder to shoulder, who would have thought that Avengers, the most powerful superhero team on Earth that has attracted countless people's admiration and madness, is actually headed by three incomprehensible guys, and one with his girlfriend, a guy who is tired of being together and doesn't do business all day. As soon as she finished speaking, Thor got up suddenly and walked towards the direction of Yu and the three of them. After the four of them got together, they didn't know what topic they talked about and suddenly burst into laughter. It attracted many people to look sideways. Looking at Tony, who was embracing himself in Steve's shoulders with curiosity, Yu raised his eyebrows and then talked about the technology of the Kadar Star Golden Defense Mechanism to Tony. Hearing Hill's joke, Natasha Romanoff nodded with a smile, looked at Yu who was joking with Tony, Steve, and Thor, and then said softly, "Definitely, Hill, you are going to give your whole life to work in SHIELD. Those who don't know how to understand, when he comes back, the family will come back." Tony Stark looked at Yu with very curious eyes and asked seriously. Not far away, Maria Hill, who was sitting on a chair at the bar, was holding her own glass and sipping the drink in the glass, while smiling softly at Natasha Romanoff at the bar. "Look, I just said that as soon as the party starts, these three will be together." Hearing little Peter Parker's innocent words, both Yu and Steve burst into laughter instantly, and Steve knelt down and rubbed little Peter Parker's head gently. "That's right, little Peter. You must know that being able to invite me and Yi to a party is an honor that most people don't have." Did you mean our genius inventor, Tony Stark? "Hey everyone, come over here." As the initiator of this gathering, well, the forced initiator is also the initiator. Tony Stark picked up a glass of wine and then called everyone to come over. After everyone came over and formed a fist, Tony Stark raised his glass and said with a smile, "Although I am very reluctant to clarify the theme due, but in fact, there is one of you here. It seems that I am the most suitable today. After all, not everyone is a genius." "Though, Kang is busy. Come on, mans." Hearing Tony's words, the crowd immediately booed, and Tony, who was holding Peppo in his arms, didn't care about the teasing boos of the crowd and continued to say with a smile, "Everyone here, except for some members of our Avengers, it also has a great relationship with 950 and our Avengers. Like Catherine, Thor's girlfriend, like Hill, our great Steve's assistant, well, it's a bit of a pity indeed." Listening to Tony's teasing, Steve laughed out loud. "Anyway, everyone, today is a good day. Let us welcome our superhero who saved a planet in the universe back home. Everyone toast." Hearing Tony's words, everyone laughed and raised their drinks. Even the grown-up Peter Parker raised their drinks. After everyone toasted each other to indicate that they drank the wine in the goblet, Tony smiled and continued. "But to be honest, it would be better if Barton could bring his girlfriend over next time. Look, among us, except for Rhodes and Sam who are single, no one will take them. Even our Steve brought a girlfriend over here. Barton, aren't you in a hurry? You should get a girlfriend too." Hearing Tony Stark's ridicule, Barton shook his head with a helpless smile. He has a wife and even children, but it's just this kind of SHIELD job all the year round, in order to prevent the enemy from retaliation, so he has always been concerned about family matters. Hiding, it was Nick Fury who helped to do it, and he has a family. Only Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill, Nick Fury's former assistants, know about these people present. Ignoring Tony's teasing, Barton turned his head and looked at Thor, who was wearing a suit, and nodded lightly. "Hey man, he looks even more handsome in Earth clothes." "That's definitely, after all, I'm a handsome man in Asgard, aren't I?" Hearing Barton's words, Thor hugged his girlfriend Catherine's shoulder proudly and said with a smile, "What's more, Catherine helped me choose my outfit. You know, this kind of thing is for a prince of God's domain like me. Naturally, I don't understand the collocation of you earthlings too much. But wearing this way, I think it is not only handsome, but more importantly, more comfortable. While talking, Thor gestured at his clothes and looked at Barton and said, actually, in Asgard, more people still like to wear that kind of armor. After all, we in Asgard are martial, so I can only say one thing. A planet has the habit of a planet. Hearing Thor constantly nagging about the difference between Asgard costumes and Earth costumes, Yu on the side stopped Thor's shoulder and asked with a smile. Seriously, why did you come down from Asgard? Why didn't Loki follow? Hey. According to what my sister said, as the Prince of Asgard, his strength is so weak. It is a shame for Asgard. Looking at Thor, who smiled wryly, and everyone who was thinking, Yu raised his hand, patted Thor's shoulder vigorously, and said very seriously, you have fallen into a misunderstanding. Thor, if you can't get out of this misunderstanding, maybe it is very difficult to improve some strength. Although my sister still doesn't want to talk to my father, no matter how courteous my father is to make up for my sister doesn't show any color to my father, but I have a very good relationship with my mother. If it's just like this, it's fine. Hearing what Thor said, Steve on the side looked at Thor curiously. Thor, you mean your sister despises your weak strength? How is this possible? After all, you are Thor, not the hammer gods. Speaking of this, Thor sighed helplessly. As I said, Asgard is a martial arts practice and I just returned to Asgard. The old lady was not bad for the first 2 days, but from the 3rd day it seems that I have thought about it. What the hell, you actually want to test me in Loki's skills? It's just that a person with Thor's strength has no power to resist that sister. So how strong is the sister he talks about? Seeing everyone's curious eyes, Thor smiled bitterly. Guys, in your eyes I am very strong, but in the eyes of my sister, the goddess of death, I am so weak that I am no different from ordinary people. As if thinking of some terrible scene, Thor couldn't help but shook his head and said bitterly to Yu. You don't know my sister Hela. In your Earth language she is a pervert, she is too powerful. Only Yu among them knows that Thor's strength is indeed not weak in front of everyone, but in front of Hela. The people who just formed a circle are all looking at Thor curiously at this moment. After all, in everyone's impression, Thor's strength is indeed very good. It seems that he has nothing to do with being weak. Even if I throw a 2.3 hammer at my sister, she will catch it firmly. What kind of concept is this? It's like an ordinary person facing me, without any resistance ability. With that said, Thor picked up the hammer and weighed it, then looked at everyone and said, you should know that a large part of my strength comes from this Mjolnir. But as you can imagine, in the Asgard training ground, I hold the Mjolnir fighting with my sister. Can I survive for a minute? Hearing Yu mention Loki, Thor's mouth twitched a little and a helpless smile flashed in his eyes. My sister is training him, and he spends almost every day on the training ground. Dr. Banner on the side applauded after Steve finished speaking. Water. Yes, buddy, your strength is not weak at all. At least Hulk also thinks that your strength is very good. Hearing Thor's words, the Avengers members gasped. After all, they had fought side by side, so they all knew Thor's strength. Hearing Yi's words, Thor nodded slightly but then smiled wryly. I know my sister said that too. After she knocked me out on the training ground, she took my hammer and didn't return it to me. Instead, she walked up to me and told me that I am Thor, not the god of the hammer. But Thor spread his hands and said helplessly, with divine power combined with this Mjolnir, I am a complete Thor, and only Mjolnir can allow me to exert my full strength. If I give up Mjolnir, I am afraid I will not be able to exert my full strength. All my strength. Later, my sister Hela told me that when I cannot use Mjolnir and still be able to exert my full strength, I am the real me. No, in order to find the real self, so I came to the Earth after all when my strength was sealed and I was exiled on Earth. I also learned to be mature and responsible here. Seeing Thor's excited words with raised eyebrows, Yu suddenly became speechless. Just say you're here to avoid your sister Hela. Looking at Thor with a wicked smile on his face, Yu shook his head slightly. What about Loki? I heard that Hela has been training Loki. That's right. Hearing Yu's words, Thor laughed triumphantly. Compared to Loki, my sister is quite satisfied with me, but for Loki, my sister is not so satisfied. According to my sister, she only uses cleverness, isn't it? There is a way to live in peace all the time. To be honest, Loki's strength is still good. At least he is very proficient in using all kinds of magic. According to his sister Hela, Loki's strength is not just what we see, he should be even stronger. But the habit of fighting in Asgard for more than 500 years has made Loki develop a very bad way of fighting. So according to sister Hela, she is correcting Loki's fighting style. Well, being trained is very miserable. While talking, Thor laughed heck, As if thinking of Loki's unlucky appearance of being constantly beaten, he had a very happy expression on his face. Catherine was a little puzzled and asked, Thor, although Loki invaded the Earth, he is your younger brother anyway. Why do I feel that he is suffering but you are very happy? This is superficial brotherhood. Tony on the side suddenly said. According to Yi, this is the so-called superficial brotherhood. Well, although the guy who invaded the Earth is suffering trouble at the moment, we should be very happy, but looking at this picture of Thor, the gloating expression made me suddenly feel that if I had such a big brother, I would be very rebellious. Come on, Tony, you're a rebel in the first place. Rhodes, who was talking to Sam, couldn't help but spit out. Tony's, you didn't get there before. If it weren't for Pepper's control now, maybe you will become what you are, you know, the former girl. Ahem. Before Rhodes could finish speaking, Tony coughed and subconsciously looked at Peppo beside him. There's no need for this. Looking at Tony, who glanced at him cautiously, Pebo said very magnanimously, Is there anything I don't know about your past? Even those women are all handled by me for you. So there is nothing wrong, said. Isn't that the past? Tony looked at Pebo with a flattering smile and said, I used to be a little ignorant and didn't take it easy, but it's different now. I have you now. For me, the luckiest thing in my life is to be able to meeting you, Peppo. It took me a lifetime of luck. To me, you are like an angel saving me from the darkness. I guess I saved the galaxy in my previous life to be with you together. Oh, Kang is busy. Hey, Tony, do you want to do this? Hiss, it's really disgusting. Listening to Tony's words, Peppo was still expressionless, but there was a smile in her eyes. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with what Tony said. It's just that when everyone present heard Tony say such nasty words, they booed one after another. Faced with the ridicule and laughter of the crowd, Tony Stark didn't care and looked around the crowd with some complacency, knowing that he could make Pepper happy with just a few words. This kind of ability is not something ordinary people can possess. Kill who did you kill? Just when everyone was laughing and teasing Tony, a voice with a mechanical sound rang in everyone's ears. Ultron. Oh, damn the broken body. I originally wanted a better birth, but I had to make some choices. I didn't want to kill him. He is a good man, but I didn't have the slightest choice. Hearing this mechanical sound, everyone turned their heads subconsciously and saw a broken steel robot walking out from the side with very unsteady steps. Listening to the broken robot's words, Steve asked with a frown on the side, Tony, you are really lucky. At least the Earth has not been destroyed because of you. It's useless. At the same time, Tony 610 Stark called JARVIS. After finding that JARVIS did not respond to him, he took out his phone and pressed it a few times, and then said, Restart the operating system. Hearing Tony's words, the crippled robot kept staggering and looking at the crowd as if drunk. This world is full of all kinds of disturbing noises as well as these wires on my body. Looking at the robot with a broken body and all kinds of wires, Steve looked at Tony and said, Tony, this is. Dr. Banner on the side immediately frowned after hearing what the broken robot said. He remembered what he and Tony were studying together. JARVIS. The broken robot tilted his head and looked at the crowd of Avengers. You are also very lucky. For people like you, you have a lot of choices. Unlike me, I have no choices at all. Pulling the messy wires on his body, the broken robot turned his head and looked at everyone. But in the real world, terrible choices are everywhere, just like Tony Stark, who wants to put an armor on this world. That's how I was born. It was not my first choice. Lucky. Maybe you are really lucky. Definitely this is not the whole me. Hearing Dr. Banner suddenly call out his name, the broken robot froze for a moment, then nodded lightly. Yes, that's right, my name is Ultron, which is the name you gave me. However, I am not yet, and I have not yet formed. Ultron shook his head, but I think I should be ready for the day. What to prepare? Steve took a step forward to stand in front of the crowd, and then waved his hands to signal the crowd to prepare for battle. Prepare for what? This question is very good, but if you want to explain so much, it will take a long, long time. To put it simply, it is to be ready, carry out the task, and carry out our piece. After Ultron's voice fell, the two steel robots broke through the wall in an instant and directly attacked the crowd. Seeing this scene, Steve directly kicked over the table in front of him to block the robot's attack, and Yu grabbed Peter Parker and handed it over to Natasha Romanoff, forming a psychokinesis barrier to protect the ladies in the inn. Following Yu's movement, more than a dozen robots flew towards Yu in an instant, and then the palm energy cannon and bullets like a rain of fire attacked Yu. Seeing Yu, who resisted the attack of palm energy cannon and bullets with one hand, Ultron, who has a relatively broken body, tilted his head and said to Yu, Among these people you are the strongest, so naturally you have to use more much peace to share with you. You call this peace? Seeing that Captain America and Thor had already launched an attack, EU instantly launched a counterattack against the robot, attacking him with the flame in his left hand and the lightning in his right. These robots are all made by Tony. Although the materials are all made of aerospace technology and their defense is very good, they still look very unsightly in front of EU. This definitely is peace. Ultron watched EU solve more than a dozen robots almost quickly and said indifferently, "Actually, I'm really sorry for launching an attack on you. It's just that you didn't understand W." While talking, Ultron dragged his broken steel body and paced around constantly, as if he was very troubled. You want to protect this world, but you don't want to change it, so you don't think it's against your principles. Idea. If you don't allow the world to change, how can humanity be saved? By them. Ultron pointed to the robots shot down by EU in front of him, then shook his head lightly and said, "Relying on these puppets. What a sad idea. If you want to achieve peace, then there is only one way: let you humans go extinct. At that time, this world will have peace in the true sense. There will be no wars, no attacking each other only." Before Ultron could finish speaking, EU stepped forward and stretched out his hand in an instant, grabbing Ultron's broken body in his hand. "Your idea reminds me of a very powerful guy. That guy is similar to what you think, but you are much more radical than him. He only wants to destroy half of the life in the universe. Let this the universe can continue, but what about you? But you want to directly destroy human beings." Hearing EU's words, even though EU held them in his hands, Ultron didn't care at all and didn't even struggle at all. He just asked EU curiously, "Who is that person you're talking about? If possible, I hope to get to know him. Exterminate half of the life in the universe and allow the other half to continue. Although this idea is very good, there is still a paradox, but I think I should be able to have the same idea as him." Hearing Ultron's words, EU sneered. That guy is not something you can know, at least for now. You are not qualified to know him. However, I'm really looking forward to it. If the two of you can meet, what common topics will there be? But I think, with your current thinking, I'm afraid he will get rid of you immediately. His killing is for the continuation of the universe. Your extinction is for the peace that does not exist at all. Li Wango, all I did was in vains. Yu is right. If he was on the Earth at that time, then Tony wanted to use the mind gem to put a layer of protective armor on the world. Yu would have reminded him, but he happened to be there during that time Asgard, and then went to Kadar Star. Listening to Yu's words, Tony shook his head slowly, then sighed, spread his hands, and smiled wryly. "Not only did I not put a layer of protective armor on this world, but I created an enemy for this world." Saying that, Yu directly tore Ultron's broken mechanical body into pieces. As he spoke, the blue energy gradually disappeared and then went out. Seeing Tony, who was still about to say something, Steve also came over at this time. "Ultron is on the run now. The entire network is his escape route, and I get rid of the wire. I am free. Get rid of this broken mechanical body. I have gained real freedom." The shattered mechanical body and the helmet made of steel armor didn't cry at all, but made a similarly happy mechanical sound. With that said, Steve pinched Tony Stark's shoulder, looked into his eyes, and said very seriously, "This matter was agreed by all of us, so even if there are some mistakes, we should bear it together. It's right to the grave. This is not your fault." The rest of the people also got rid of the Iron Legion robots in front of them at this moment. When Tony walked up to Yu and looked at the armor scattered on the ground, an inexplicable emotion flickered in his eyes. Seeing the complex expression on Tony's face, Yu raised his hand and patted Tony lightly. "Your original idea was good, but the birth of Ultron should have been an accident. I wasn't on Earth at that time. So I send you any suggestions. After all, I understand the Mind Gem, the Infinite Gem, and Avengers the most." 11. Your starting point is good, and I agree with you, but where is Mind Gem now? But Tony's idea is correct, and later created the superhero vision, although an Ultron appears during the process. It doesn't matter if there are enemies, let's face them together. It was Steve, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, who knew the news and didn't stop him. The difference from the movie is that Tony's original idea was opposed by Steve and others, and he and Dr. Banner secretly researched it, but the current situation. Hearing Steve ask where the Mind Gem is, Tony Stark patted himself on the head immediately, and then quickly ran towards Stark Industries' own private laboratory. Seeing Tony's movements, many people followed him, but Yu turned his head and said to Natasha Romanoff and Hill, "Nah, Miss Hill, please take Peter Parker and her aunt and send Catherine back first. I guess something will happen again." "No problems." Hearing Yu's words, Natasha Romanoff, knowing that the current situation is not optimistic, nodded, then looked at Hill and said, Hill, I am responsible for sending Catherine back, and you send little Peter back. No problems. Maria Hill nodded, then turned to May and said, I'll send you back first. I'm sorry, this party is coming to an end. Stark Building, Tony's private study room. Damn it, sure enough, Ultron took the Mind Scepter with him. Seeing that the place where the scepter was originally placed was now empty, Tony Stark took a deep breath, then turned his head and said to the members of Avengers, I'm sorry everyone, it seems that I created an enemy for everyone. I originally wanted to want. This is not your responsibility alone. 37. Before Tony could finish speaking, Steve stepped forward, then patted Tony on the shoulder and said very seriously, Tony, your original intention is good and I know this better than anyone else. Even if it's a mistake, it's a big deal, Bear. Yeah, Steve was right. Yu looked at Tony, who was full of self-blame, and said with a smile, we are a team. Since there is a problem, then we should face it together. After all, Avengers, isn't it just to solve the troubles that ordinary people can't solve? Does it exist? Well, I have nothing to say. Thor, who was holding the hammer, shrugged his shoulders and said with a look of indifference, for things like fighting, believe me, I like it more than you. So since we have an enemy, let's beat him to the ground. Can't you just download it? That's right, Tony, you and I created Ultron together. Dr. Banner also nodded and said, if it is true that there is a mistake, then this mistake was made by me and you together. It's just a robot, don't worry about it so much. Can he beat us all to the ground? Let me say, Tony, you are thinking too much. Just like you said, we are a team. Barton on the side found a place to sit down, looked at Tony Stark and said very seriously, but before that, buddy, I think you should first find out where the enemy named Ultron is. As long as you find his location, then we're ready to strike anytime. Listening to the words of comfort from the members of Avengers, Tony pursed his lips, and then he was a little moved, but he didn't know how to express it, so he spread his hands and said, thanks everyone, but seriously, what you're saying is so gross. Dr. Banner, let's find out where Ultron is. In fact, it looks like we'll be working overtime tonight. No problems. Hearing Tony's words, Dr. Banner took off his suit jacket, then nodded and walked to Tony's side, ready to find Ultron with him. Looking at Tony and Dr. Banner, who are already busy, and Thor and Hawkeye Barton, who are sitting there not knowing what to talk about, Steve walked to Yu's side and looked at the beautiful night stage with him. Actually, I have a bad feeling. Steve glanced at the people who didn't pay attention to this side, and then said softly to Yu, you just saw that Ultron is not just a robot, but also a robot with intelligent thinking. It's just that his wisdom made him too biased, and he wanted to destroy all human beings. Seriously, if he has a strong body plus BB Mind Gem, one of the infinite gems that he took away, I'm worried. That's what worries me too. Hearing Steve's words, Yu nodded slightly and then whispered, Ultron's original ability may not be strong, but if he has a steel and iron frame, mind gem, and a large number of robots, then it must be it's a tough fight. Having said that, Yu turned his head to look at Steve and said, I have an idea. You should know the material of your shield. You mean the vibranium materials? Hearing Yu's words, Steve reacted instantly but looked at Yu suspiciously and said, but according to Howard, isn't all the vibranium consumed to make my shield? Not so far as I know. Thinking of Black Panther, Yu shook his head. You must know that in Avengers 2, Ultron's body is made of vibranium. And what is the name of the metal dealer who sells vibranium? Yu really forgot. But Wolverine should be adamantium and Steve's shield is vibranium metal, but I don't know what is the difference between these two metals. If this is the case, then we should be mentally prepared for a big battle. While talking, Steve looked at Yu and said, well, let's find where Ultron is, and I'll find a way to minimize the impact of this incident. At least not let the group of the World Security Council people use this incident as an excuse. Whether it's weakening SHIELD's funding or holding Tony accountable, especially holding Tony accountable, I absolutely cannot let it happen. Speaking of this, Steve suddenly laughed. What's wrong? Looking at Steve, who suddenly laughed, Yu asked curiously, it's nothing, I just thought of some whimsical guys. Steve looked at Yu with a smile and then jokingly said, can you imagine someone proposed to register a superhero bill? It also requires that all superheroes must be registered, and everything is directed by the World Security Council. Including every mission, detailed action, etc., all must be registered, otherwise it will be illegal. Do you think these people are a little whimsical? Hearing what Steve said, Yu nodded lightly. One of the reasons for the battle between the Avengers is because of this Superhero Registration Act, so that Captain America and Tony are against each other, plus Tony found out why his parents died. I didn't expect that someone would actually want to promote this matter now. Everyone, the internet is useless to us now. Tony, who was using the computer to chase the Iron Legion, turned around, looked at everyone, shook his head and sighed. So far, he has been able to do anything he wants through the internet, and we want to use this to pursue. If not, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. More importantly, what's more important? Hearing Tony's words, Steve walked over from the window, then asked Tony, and password. Tony looked at Steve and said in a solemn tone, if Ultron wants to get this, then he can directly use this to kill us. After all, he said he wants to kill us. No. As soon as Tony finished speaking, Dr. Banner suddenly shook his head and said, he's not talking about killing but extermination. Ultron is talking about extermination. Then who was the first person he killed? Rhodes, who had been silent all this time, hugged his shoulders and looked at everyone with some confusion. Do you still remember that Ultron once said that he had no choice but to kill someone? We are all alive now, so who did he kill? JARVIS. Sighing, Tony picked up the phone and took a shot in the air. And then JARVIS, which symbolized the golden artificial intelligence image, appeared in front of everyone. But the graphic that should have been like brain movement had become a bit dilapidated at the moment. JARVIS is Ultron's first line of defense, and it turns out, that's it. Ultron killed JARVIS not because he wanted to break through the line of defense, but because of anger. Speaking of this, Tony spread his hands and said, after all, in Ultron's eyes, JARVIS should be the same existence as him. But JARVIS not only failed to help him, but wanted to stop his plot, so he killed JARVIS in anger. Well then, can it be recovered? Listening to the low tone in Tony's voice, Steve asked softly, definitely, it just takes some time. Tony nodded. Wakanda. Yu, who had been silent all this time, listened to everyone's analysis, and then said directly, everyone, if Ultron wants to realize his idea, then he needs an extremely strong and solid body, and what is the hardest metal in the world? Is the vibranium from Wakanda stronger? Don't forget Steve's shield is made of this metal. If this is the case, then I think I should know that someone seems to have something to do with this matter. Hearing Yu's words, Tony Stark said thoughtfully, now that we know, what are we waiting for? After hearing what Tony said, Thor immediately held the hammer in his hand and said, let's beat those people to the ground so that we can find Ultron's location. Find the vibranium dealer before Ultron does. Steve thought for a while, then nodded and said, this is definitely no problem. As long as we find that guy ahead of Ultron, then we can wait for him there. Having said that, Steve picked up the phone and dialed out, Hill, take charge of SHIELD for the next 2 days. The Avengers have a mission. Yes, we already know what Ultron's next move will be, so we have to be ahead of Solo. After hanging up the phone, Steve picked up his shield and looked at everyone. So what are we waiting for? You guys go first this time. Looking at the crowd who were about to leave, Yu looked at the night sky outside the window and suddenly said, what's the matter? Hearing that Yu was not going to go with himself and others, Steve asked curiously, do you have other things? If you have other things, then you should deal with your side first. We have our side, these people are enough. But don't you need our help? If necessary, then we can leave someone to accompany you first. Knowing Yu for such a long time, Steve naturally knows that Yu is not the kind of person who evades responsibility, since he said to let himself wait for others to go first. Then he must have very important things to deal with. After Steve's voice fell, everyone looked at Yu. Should not be needed. Shaking his head, Yu turned his head to look at the Avengers crowd and said, actually, I have a premonition that this time things are coming for me. Although I don't know why there is such an inexplicable familiar feeling all of a sudden, but I always feel that someone is calling me. Ask for flowers. That feeling is really familiar. Now the energy in my body is ready to move, it seems to be urging me to go. With that said, Yu casually opened a door of space, and then said to everyone, I'll leave the matter of tracking Ultron to you first, I'll deal with it first. After speaking, Yu instantly disappeared into the space gate. Seeing Yu turn around and disappear, Tony Stark took a breath with a bit of a toothache. This ability is really convenient. If you have this ability, you don't need to wear armor or fly there anymore. However, I just saw Yu's expression seems a bit uneasy. He will be fine. Probably not. Steve tightened the shield in his hand and said slowly, we are very clear about his character and strength, don't worry, he will be fine. I hope, after all, it's the first time I've seen him with such a solemn expression. Tony nodded and then summoned the armor, ready to ambush Ultron in advance. In the vast night, a dense forest is very quiet. Except for the occasional chirping of cicadas, there is only the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. Above the valley on the other side of the mountain and the cliff, A girl sat there very calmly looking at the moon in the sky. Her face was neither sad nor happy. She seemed extremely calm, but the space around the girl seemed to be a little distorted. I'm sorry for coming here uninvited, but using your own strength to cross the galaxy to come here will indeed cause space distortion. But don't worry, this will have no slight impact on anything, and the distorted space will disappear soon. After all, I don't have the ability of the space gem yet, so I can't open the space teleportation channel. As she spoke, the girl raised her head, looked at the bright full moon in the night sky, and then gradually smiled. It's beautiful, isn't it? Every planet has very beautiful scenery. This is my favorite thing to do, so why don't you just take a look at such a beautiful scenery? After finishing speaking, the girl turned her head and looked behind her. Purple light gradually flashed in those beautiful eyes. I will ask for a day off tomorrow, and I have to go to my friend's place by car later. It's far away, but I haven't seen anyone for a long time. Seeing the girl who suddenly appeared on the earth, Yu gradually came out from the darkness. The scenery of the earth is indeed beautiful, but besides the scenery, there are more beautiful things that we need to protect, and it is because of this that we will desperately protect this planet. After all, for a strong person like you, that planet is fine. But for us, the earth is our only home. While talking, Yu walked towards the girl, and when he was only a few steps away from the girl, he stared at the girl seriously and said, "So for this family, we can give everything, including we's life." Under the moonlight, the bright white moonlight shone on the girl's extremely beautiful face, and the hazy moonlight seemed to reflect the holy appearance of the girl even more. For the sake of the so-called homeland is a piece of ecology since Kikiki. The girl nodded lightly and murmured thoughtfully, as if she didn't know what to think of. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. I really envy you. I don't have a home, and I don't have anything worth protecting with all my might. The voice was low and imperceptible, as if the breeze was whispering and gradually drifting away. Raising his head, the gloomy eyes flashed past, regained his vitality, and then looked behind Yu. So do you think so too? Definitely. As the girl's voice fell behind Yu, the voice of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One sounded. Like Yu, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One gradually came out from the darkness, but she didn't have any dangerous aura on her body. Instead, she looked at the girl in front of her like an old friend. I am an Asgardian of the earth. Similarly, as ye said, the earth is also my home. For the earth, I am also willing to give my life, even getting energy from the dark dimension. The girl looked at Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One and asked with a smile. That's right. While talking, Sorcerer Supreme walked up to Yu, shook his head at Yu imperceptibly, and signaled Yu to never do anything. Then I looked at the girl in front of me and said with a smile, "As long as I can protect the earth, I will not hesitate to pay any price. This is my responsibility and the meaning of my life. In addition, welcome to the earth. Although I am not the owner of the earth, as an Asgardian in the real world of the earth, on behalf of the earth, I welcome your coming." Well, thanks. Hearing the welcome from Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, the girl laughed. Seeing the extreme beauty of this picture, not daring to reveal a trace of profane sacredness, for a moment, Yu's mind was shaken. It wasn't that Yu was bewildered by the beauty, but that this truly charming smile created a very familiar feeling in Yu's heart. Seeing each other again a month later, there was no sense of strangeness at all, just like she and herself as if they were. It's like fate is connected. This is so impossible. The expression didn't change, but Yu told himself constantly in his heart that this was absolutely impossible. I am a time traveler, not a person from this world at all. And the timeline I travel is a few years before Tony became Iron Man, not 1,000 years ago in this universe. So I don't know her at all, let alone meet her. Why is the smile in front of me so familiar to me? There is even a feeling in my heart. Inexplicable heartache. This is too weird. This inexplicable sense of weirdness makes Yu a little annoyed, but whether it is Thanos or Queen Frigga, it seems that they have confirmed with certainty that they are related to that person thousands of years ago. At this moment, Yu's head is a little confused. It seems that her original perception of herself has been subverted. Don't think so much. Seeing a slight confusion in Yu's eyes, the girl who was talking with Ancient One Magician with a smile suddenly looked at Yu and said, "Actually, I don't know much about the past. It's like I don't know why the name just like Jola's. I don't know who gave me this name, even I originally should not have a name, but subconsciously I know that I am called Riola's. How is it? It's amazing." Saying that, Riola stood up from the stone with a smile, then walked briskly to Yu's side, raised his hand, and patted Yu's shoulder, which was one head taller than himself. The next moment, a wave of extremely miraculous power surged into Yu's mind. As this force entered Yu's mind, Yu, who was originally a little confused and even subverted his own cognition, regained a clear state in an instant. Seeing that Yu's eyes regained clarity, the girl Riola said with a smile. When I was just born, my thoughts were even more chaotic than yours, and I discovered that you were using the power of annihilation. When I felt very familiar in my heart, I couldn't even believe it. And sitting on the throne, that extremely powerful woman or that white bone in the empty eye sockets, a trace of ghost fire flashed. But it doesn't matter. Who knows if we knew each other before? Anyway, I am very familiar with you, and I even feel that you are an indispensable connection in my life. It seems that you are also very familiar with me. In this case, why think so much? According to the etiquette of your Earth's dark dimension, the mouth of the skeleton opened and closed, and the extremely complicated tone that contained resentment, longing, etc. spread throughout the entire world in an instant. Is this your plan, my dear sister? Thousands of years ago, you prevented me from destroying that universe. Now, are you going to stop my plan? The colorful and valuable glazed bowl was thrown to the ground by its owner in an instant, turning into a pile of worthless fragments. The maids looked at the woman on the throne in horror, not even daring to breathe. The girl in front of me is right. What are you thinking about so much? Anyway, in the future you may know why, and now that you are in this kind of chaos, it will only increase your troubles. Asgard, as she spoke, the girl stretched out her hand and looked at Yu with a smile in her eyes. Hello, my name is Riolas. Although I don't know why I am called Riolas, this is my name. Damn it, is it going to start again? Nemesis, what are you doing again? In distant dimensions, 3.1 Dormammu, who turned into nothingness, roared angrily, but the voice contained fear from the depths of his heart. I'm back, let's update. Seeing the smile on the girl's face, Yu nodded lightly, then smiled and stretched out his hand. My name is Yu, one of the members of Avengers, welcome to Earth. As the two hands were held together, in the next second, a piece of purple light flashed in the valley, and rumbling thunder resounded between the sky and the earth. Snapped. Listening to the rumbling thunder in the sky, Queen Frigga, who was talking to Hela, suddenly raised her head and laughed. Joras. Hearing that the girl called herself Riolas, Yu looked at the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One thoughtfully. Yu remembered, whether it was in the mouth of Ancient One Magician, Thanos, or God King Odin in the narration with Queen Frigg, Nemesis, the goddess of Nemesis, seems to be called Rolas. Jolas, this name is really nostalgic. Looking into Yu's gaze, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One laughed. I have forgotten how long I have not heard this name, Rolas, the most beautiful girl above the gods. This is the meaning of this name. While talking, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One sighed, and then looked at the face of Roras in a daze, as if seeing the Nemesis back then. You are exactly the same as her. Really, I have reason to believe that you are her. Even after more than 3,500 years, we respect the magicians and never dare to forget your kindness back then. Listening to Ancient One Magician's words, the girl named Riolas frowned, then laughed. I don't know what you are talking about, but you must have mistaken me. I am not you, that Riolas. What else is 3,500 years old? How can I be so old? Let me calculate. While talking, Riolas counted with his fingers. After a few minutes, he raised his head and looked at Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One and said, If you calculate according to the age of your Earth, I am only 19 years old. Although I don't have parents and I don't know how I was born, but when I was born, I possessed wisdom, so I can be sure that I am not the Riolas you said. After speaking, Jolas looked at Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One and said very seriously, Well, can I chat with him alone? After all, I am very curious about him. Definitely. After hearing Riola's words, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One nodded with a smile, then looked at Yu and said, Yi, take care of the most honored guest on Earth for me. She will always be our guest at any time. The most honored guest on Earth. No problem, Sorcerer Supreme. Yu nodded and looked at what Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One wanted to say, but Sorcerer Supreme seemed to know what Yu wanted to ask, so he couldn't help but smiled and replied, Don't worry, Wanda is fine now. She is doing well, accepting the power of origin magic power. It is estimated that she will be able to wake up soon. I will tell you as soon as she wakes up. Thank you. Hearing what Ancient One Magician said, Yu nodded in reassurance. For so many years, he has regarded Wanda as his family. He is naturally very worried about Wanda. When returning from an alien planet a few days ago, Yu wanted to visit Wanda, but he never thought that so many things would happen again. After watching the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One leave, the smiling girl Riolas suddenly relaxed. Phew, she was here just now, I'm so nervous. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Yu didn't show any emotion at all. As if old friends hadn't seen each other for a long time, the whole person seemed extremely relaxed. Nervous? Seeing the cute expression on the girl's face, Yu asked curiously, Are you worried that Sorcerer Supreme will do something to you? If that's the case, then you don't need to worry. After all, although Sorcerer Supreme is an Asgardian in the real world of the Earth, they are very vigilant against any aliens. But as long as the purpose is not to endanger the Earth, then Sorcerer Supreme will not take action. I don't worry about that. Many other overlords in the level universe can't resist even a slap from me. Just like this Sorcerer Supreme just now, she is not my opponent, even if she has something like Time Gem on her body. It's fine once or twice, but almost every 3 months, a group of people will come to worship me. It's so annoying. After Yu sat beside her, Riola's took Yu's arm without hesitation and leaned his head directly on Yu's shoulder. All these movements are very natural, as if Yu is an old friend she has known for a long time. I also lost everything, fortunately I met them. Speaking of this, the girl suddenly smirked 710. After that, I will directly reorganize the mountains, so that no one can come over, so I will be clean. Having said that, Riola's found a place to sit down, then patted the stone beside him, signaling Yu to sit down too. As she said that, the girl raised her hand, scratched her head lightly, looked at Yu with some embarrassment and said, "But for the Earth, after all, I am a guest. Beat the master up." Riola's shook his head with a smile, then stuck out his tongue and looked at Yu and said with a very cute expression, "I never worry about anyone shooting at me. Although I don't know how strong I am, but it seems since my birth, I have never been threatened by any enemy. But although it is clean, sometimes I am really lonely. After all, I have always been alone, living in the deep forest and valley without family members, without parents. Although I am used to it, whenever I look at those who kneel down when people came over, parents among them held their children's hands. Also always say I'm the one who saved their planet, the God who saved them all, God. I'm only 19 years old from the beginning of my birth. I never liked to step out of that forest and valley, how could it save them? I told them many times that they were wrong, but they didn't care. In the past on the planet I was born on, I always liked to be alone. Well, there was a Kalut named Zaya-Abai. Oh, it's a creature similar to the dogs on your Earth. As for the people on that planet, they like to come and kneel down to me every 3 months. Otherwise, he might also become crazy because of loneliness in this strange world. Once this happens, you can't even imagine what kind of crazy things he would do. After all, people are social animals, and the loneliness of the soul is the truly incurable disease. Under the moonlight, looking at the girl leaning on his shoulder, he was constantly talking to himself, but the sentence, "But I don't have parents and I don't have a home," made Yu feel very emotional. What's more, I can feel her kindness to me, which is even more terrible. I am not afraid of any threat or danger from any enemy, but I can't stand the kindness of others. Looking at the happy or mischievous expressions on the faces of those children, as well as the loving emotions in the eyes of their parents, I am very envious. Sometimes I really want to be like them, acting like a baby in front of my parents without any scruples. I really want to experience that so-called warmth, but I don't have parents. And I don't have a home, so I don't know how to get along with other people at all. What I need is this artificial synthesis metal, vanadium alloy. Looking at the vibranium metal in his hand, the Ultron with a mind gem on his head looked at Ulysses Locke in front of him, and then slowly said, "The only thing that can last forever in this world is metal. Good, but unfortunately not as powerful as the purest vibranium metal. You know vibraniums." Hearing Ultron's words, vibranium dealer Ulysses Locke looked at Ultron curiously. No one knows about this kind of thing, especially outsiders. No. Facing Ulysses Locke's eyes with a hint of guard, Ultron shook his head slightly and said, "Don't look at me with such eyes. I'm not the guy who wants to arrest you, although vanadium alloy is good, but its predecessor is vibranium after all, isn't it? It's a pity that you ruined such a good material, otherwise I would." 1. I don't care who you are. Before Ultron finished his long speech, Ulysses Locke interrupted directly. This metal is the material with the highest pure labor cost, worth billions. No matter who you are, you need to pay. Money. Ultron was not angry at the fact that Locke interrupted his speech, but instead said in a very pleasant but noble tone, "The money has been sent to you. Just on your virtual holding company, I have to say, your human financial tricks are really exposed." Ultron's voice fell, and the next moment, billions of wealth directly entered Ulysses Locke's account. Seeing such a huge number on the phone, Ulysses laughed. "Check it slowly, don't worry, this is the real amount, just like I always say, let your friends and enemies all have money, and finally see who is your friend." Hearing Ultron's haughty tone, Ulysses Locke, the vibranium dealer, suddenly raised his head and looked at Ultron with a complex look in his eyes. "Stark. Waters." Ultron, who was talking loudly and was just about to tell the truth of the world, stopped immediately after hearing Ulysses Locke mention this surname. What did you say? Tony Stark. Ulysses Locke looked at Ultron and said, "This sentence is often said by Tony Stark. I think you should be Tony Stark's person." What? I'm from Tony Stark. This sentence seemed to have touched Ultron's nerves. Ultron, who was still high and mighty, seemed to have seen through all the truths in the world, grabbed Ulysses Locke's arm, and said angrily with a complicated tone, "Why did you mention this name? I am not his person. Do you think I am his puppet and lackey? Look at me. Do you think I look like Iron Man?" The anger seemed to break through Ultron's reason, and he directly raised his hand and turned it into a sharp knife, directly cutting off Ulysses Locke's arm. Seeing that his arm was cut off, Ulysses Locke took a few steps back in pain. Looking at the arm that fell on the ground, he slammed his severed limb and wailed in pain. "Oh, sorry, I'm really sorry." Listening to Ulysses Locke's painful wail, Ultron seemed to regain his senses and return to that high-spirited look. "I'm really sorry, but I promise this will not be life-threatening, but I feel a little bit uncomfortable. Understood. Why did you mention that Stark to me?" With that said, Ultron kicked Ulysses Locke down the stairs with one kick. "He is my only heart disease. His philosophy makes me sick." Watching Ulysses Locke rolling down the stairs, Ultron's calm voice contained a hint of resentment, as if Tony Stark had done something to him. "Wow, my son, is it really good to say that about your father? You broke your father's heart." As soon as Ultron's voice fell, Tony in armor, Thor and Steve appeared behind Ultron. With that said, Ultron turned his head to look at Steve and Thor, and there was a hint of laughter in his voice. "Tusk tusk. Steve Rogers, God's messenger of justice, pretending to live a life without war, you really make me want to vomit, but unfortunately my body is made of steel so I can't spit it out at all. Peace." Before Ultron could finish speaking, Thor on the side spoke directly. Speaking, after kicking a robot away, Steve was about to turn his head to deal with the robot behind him, but suddenly there was a flash in front of him, and the next second, Steve, who was originally on the huge amounts of abandoned ship, turned into a body in a dance club. Seeing Ultron rushing over, Thor picked up his hammer and was about to attack. But Tony Stark took the first step, threw himself at Ultron, and then punched Ultron directly on the head. In reality, Ultron, who knocked Tony Stark into the air all of a sudden, couldn't help but smile triumphantly after seeing Steve standing where he was. "Do you think I really didn't know that you came to look for me?" "Look here." Ultron pointed to the mind gem on his head and then said proudly, "You want to ambush me and set a trap for me. In fact, why not? If you want peace, then I advise you to get caught now." Looking at the third of the four giants of Avengers in front of him, Ultron said in that unique voice, "Protect the world. Don't you think that the peace of this world can only be protected by exterminating all human beings? Want to install a layer of protection for the world, armor." "What a stupid idea. I think you're confusing peace with calm." While Tony and Ultron were fighting each other, Steve and Thor attacked the robots flying over. "My poor boy, this punch is from Daddy for JARVIS." The people inside are dancing with each other, a peaceful scene. In the middle of the dance floor, the young Peggy was standing there, looking at Steve with a smile and stretched out her hand, as if inviting him. After blocking one of the robot's attacks with a shield, Steve grabbed a robot's arm and tore it to pieces. Then, while resisting the attacks of other robots, he said to Thor, "Be careful, Thor. I always feel something Li Qianzhao is not right. Am I setting a trap for you?" As he said that, the mind gem above Ultron's head suddenly shone with light, and the next moment, Ultron rushed directly towards the three of them. While speaking, Tony Stark wrestled with Ultron, and the steel armor and steel body immediately attacked each other. "That's what you asked for. Your philosophy really makes me sick." Hearing Ultron's words, Tony Stark turned his head suddenly, saw Steve who was sleepwalking, and behind him, a robot that was about to sneak up on him and couldn't help shouting loudly, "Steve, danger." Just when the robot's sharp arm was about to attack Captain America, the next moment, Thor rushed over with a hammer, smashing the robot into pieces with one blow. Then he turned his head to look at Steve and couldn't help but reach out and shake his shoulder. "Wake up, man, we're fighting." As he said that, Thor also said to Barton, who was lying in ambush through the button on the headset, "Be careful, Barton. Ultron can control other people's thoughts through Mind Gem. I am afraid it will be difficult for you Earthlings to resist the erosion of Mind Gem. Fortunately, I am not from Earth." As soon as the words fell, Thor raised the hammer and just smashed a robot into the air, and the scene changed immediately before his eyes. The originally peaceful Asgard has now turned into a sea of flames. Countless Asgard people are fleeing everywhere. His sister Hela is fighting the tall flame giant with a black long sword, while Loki lives with a dagger on the ground, gasping for breath, raising his hand from time to time, wiping the blood on the corner of his mouth. 17. Turning his head, Loki, who was originally elegant and proud, looked at Thor, who was a little dazed, and showed a bitter but helpless smile. "We lost, brother, I'm sorry, I can't fight with you anymore." As he spoke, Loki held up 2 daggers, with a look of determination in his eyes, and roared in despair, stabbing towards the darkness in front of him. "Loki!" Seeing this scene, Thor immediately roared. The kind of pain and despair that came from the bottom of Thor's heart when he saw his brother die with his own eyes. Soon, in addition to Steve, who was standing there in a daze, Thor also put down the hammer in his hand and knelt on the ground with a face of despair, his hands gently hugging the air in front of him. As if he was hugging Loki's corpse, that atmosphere of sadness and despair directly enveloped Thor's whole body. Tony, who was disturbed by his life full of sad roars, was distracted and was immediately sent flying by Ultron's energy cannon the next moment. And then the mind gem on Ultron's forehead suddenly shone brightly, and the next moment, Tony Stark's eyes in the middle, there was also a trace of confusion and pain. In Tony Stark's fantasy, BBBF, at this moment he is dragging his scarred body, standing alone in the wilderness and looking around. There are corpses of Earthlings on the opposite side. On the top of these corpses are the brothers who I am very familiar with, those who fought side by side and laughed together. Captain America's body lay there beside him, was the shattered shield. Thor's body was beside Captain America, and the hammer that could summon lightning was also broken into pieces of stone. The bodies of Hawkeye, Hulk, Natasha Romanoff, etc. were all lying there, and all of them had their eyes wide open before they died. Peppo. He looked around blankly and found that his beloved Pebo was also lying on the ground covered in blood at this moment, and his eyes revealed panic and despair. The next moment, Tony knelt on the ground weakly, seemed to use all his strength to hug Peppo, stretched out his hand and stroked the messy hair stained on Peppo's face, opened his mouth trembling all over, but he could only utter ho-ho meaningless sound. It was a sound of grief from the bottom of my heart. It was a roar of pain from extreme grief. Avengers, that's all. Ultron walked to Tony Stark's side. His eyes seemed to pass through the armor mask on Tony's face, and he saw the sadness, pain, and despair on Tony Stark's face. Seeing my companion die in front of me, watching my beloved die tragically in front of me, isn't it very hopeless? After speaking, Ultron stood up, turned and walked back and waved his hand. The next moment, more than a dozen robots flew over, ready to attack the 3 of Tony, Thor, Steve. In the midst of desperate thoughts, the bruised Tony knelt on the ground holding Peppo's body, looked around blankly and kept making meaningless noises. That kind of grief seemed to infect the whole world. Even the originally clear sky, all turned into a tragic golden red. Breaking free, how is this possible? Get out, what does the big detective have to do with you? Even if you want to make a biopic, you have to wait until you are 80 at list. Just a cameo, Tony, you're a dignified Tony Stark. Aren't you afraid of losing your value when you make a movie? Looking at the dozen or so robots besieging them, more than a dozen small missiles immediately rose from Tony's shoulders and directly attacked those robots. Looking at the corpses of Avengers members in front of him, Peppo's already cold corpses in his arms, and the endless aliens that suddenly appeared, Tony raised his hand with a painful expression on his face, and just about to end it with a trembling palm energy cannon own life. Hey, mind control, I have a deep understanding of this. Tony, who gradually regained clarity in his mind, closed his eyes for an instant, and when he opened them, Tony Stark's thoughts had returned to the real world. Listening to the voice from the bottom of his heart, Tony, who was so sad and desperate that he wanted to end his life, suddenly became a little clearer in his mind. He raised his head and looked around and found Yu's corpse there. He knew that he knew Yu very well. If the Earth wants to be destroyed, human beings want to be extinct, and the people of Avengers want to become corpses, they must first defeat Yu and step over his corpse. Hey Tony, I didn't expect that I would come to save you in a desert cave, haha. The handsome Tony Stark, a billionaire, is so miserable. Hearing the explosion behind him, Ultron immediately put on his head, and there was a hint of incredible emotion in his tone. This guy looks young, seems to care about nothing but the Wanda siblings and Natasha Romanoff, and doesn't seem to care much about the world. But Tony knows that all this is an illusion. The next moment, arrows shot directly at Ultron at high speed. Originally, Barton wanted to use arrows to save the 3 of Tony, but after seeing Tony regained consciousness, he immediately aimed the arrow at Ultron, and then the arrow quickly attacked Ultron. With him, how could the Earth fall, and with him, how could the members of Avengers die tragically? But the next moment, it seemed as if he heard an extremely familiar voice. Even Yu himself doesn't know how persistent the kindness and protection in his heart are. Want to take action against Stark Industries Board of Directors? No problem, since it's not easy for you to sell, then I'll get those shares back for you. Sensing the arrow attacking towards him, Ultron immediately stretched out his hand and directly caught the arrow flying towards Barton with one hand. "Wow, is this your Avengers attack so weak?" Boom! Before Ultron's voice fell, the top part of the arrow suddenly exploded, and a powerful electric current immediately fixed Ultron's entire steel body in place. Feeling the powerful electric current on his body suppressing his actions, Ultron tried hard to break free. The next moment, he regained his clarity. Tony, who had just dealt with more than a dozen robots around him, stood up immediately, raised his hands. The palm cannon was aimed directly at Ultron. "You are so misbehaving, you almost made your father and I fall into despair. It seems that I, as a father, need to teach you a good lesson." As he said that, the palm energy cannon on Tony Stark's steel battle suit fired immediately, directly attacking Ultron. Before Ultron, who had just broken free from the shackles of the electric current, could react, the palm energy cannon directly attacked Ultron. Hearing a bang, Ultron's whole body was directly sent flying by the energy. After the original steel body hit the solid steel hull, the steel parts on his body immediately began to fall off. Looking at the falling arm and the hole left by the energy bombardment in the palm of the body, it seemed to be eroded and melted by the flames. Ultron immediately became angry. Looking at Tony and others, as well as Barton who just jumped down from above, he said in a cold mechanical voice, "You annoying flies, I will crush you all." Call. After the palm energy cannon attacked, Tony Stark, who was wearing a steel battle armor, knelt on the ground on one knee, panting heavily, his head in pain. In the illusion just now, the grief, indignation, and desperation consumed Tony's mental strength tremendously. After barely solving more than a dozen robots, and after cooperating with Barton to attack Ultron, Tony couldn't hold on anymore. Seeing Tony Stark kneeling on the ground and Barton standing in front of the three of them, the mind gem on Ultron's head flickered instantly. Just about to use the mind gem huge amounts of energy to crush the Avengers members in front of him, the next moment, a unique roar sounded, and at some point Hulk jumped over, grabbed Ultron's steel body and smashed it directly towards the hull past. Seeing Ultron being held by Hulk with one hand and constantly smashing towards the ground, Barton laughed. "You know, the cooperation between me and Tony just now was just to make you ignore the Hulk who came in. A robot is a robot, even if you have wisdom, what can you do?" As he spoke, Barton turned and squatted on the ground, then opened the Tony Stark Facebook, looked at the pale Tony and asked concerned, "Are you okay, Tony? Hurry up and solve Ultron, I can still hold on, but the illusion created by Mind Gem is too real. I'm afraid of Steve and Thor." Hearing Tony's words, Barton quickly looked at Thor, who was kneeling on the ground holding the air, as if holding something with a sad face, and Steve, who seemed to be in happiness with a smile. Thinking of this, Barton immediately turned his head to Hulk and said, "Hulk, Ultron is handed over to you. I will take them into the Quinjet fighter jet first, and they have fallen into the illusion of Mind Gem. Remember, you must put the Ultron on the head, take the Mind Gem." Hearing Barton's voice behind him, Hulk didn't answer him, but after grabbing Ultron's arm and falling to the ground a few times, he directly held Ultron's broken steel body with one hand and pointed his other hand towards Ultron's head. The Mind Gem inlaid on the top is buckled. Seemingly feeling the threat of Hulk, Ultron directly used the Mind Gem on his head to form huge amounts of light beams and attacked Hulk. A powerful energy attack came. Hulk could only resist the powerful beam with his hands, and the whole person was forced to take a few steps back. As soon as Hulk retreated, several robots flew over in an instant, and then grabbed Ultron's broken and immobile projectile and flew away directly into the distance. The robot that fled with Ultron has disappeared. It's also fortunate that he is made of steel, otherwise he would have been broken into pieces. But now, the most important thing for us is to go back quickly, and it seems that the situation is not very good. But don't worry, I have already contacted Yi. I think there is a way to wake up Thor and the captain from the illusion created by Mind Gem. Before Hulk wanted to chase after him, dozens of robots flew towards Hulk, and then they all entangled Hulk like moths to a flame. Looking at the robots flying away with Ultron, and at the robots that were besieging him, seemingly desperate to delay time, Hulk let out bursts of roars, clenched huge amounts of fists with both hands, straight to those annoying robots. These robots are not Hulk's opponents. We must know that Hulk's strength is relatively strong, at least not comparable to these robots. Speaking of this, Hawkeye Barton shook his head subconsciously and then sighed. Mind control, I am too familiar with it. Once under the control of the mind, the whole person seems not to be the same as myself. It's terrible. Fortunately, they just fell into a hallucination. Glancing at the shattered robot on the ground, Hulk snorted angrily. Otherwise, once Ultron controls them and makes them our enemies, things will be even more difficult. Perhaps we should be thankful that Ultron looks down on people on Earth. Barton, who was driving a Quinjet fighter, said slowly. Dr. Banner, don't mind, the mission failed. It's not your fault, it's our miscalculation. After all, no one thought that Ultron didn't get the medal he needed. Once you get it, you can directly embed the mind gem on your head. While talking, Hulk walked outside. The railings along the way seemed to have become tools for Hulk to pour out his anger. After Hulk left the huge amounts of the ship, the iron fences along the way had long been smashed into disrepair. Seeing that the mission failed, Hulk hammered the ground with both hands angrily, and the entire steel hull was smashed into several deep pits by Hulk's huge amounts of fists. It doesn't matter if the task fails, after all, there will be a next time. Ask for flowers. But looking at Tony with a pale face, Thor, who couldn't help himself when he fell into sadness, Steve Rogers, who was nostalgic from time to time and smiled happily, and Dr. Banner, who blamed himself a little. Hulk hates robots, Hulk hates robots. Roar, roar. But the desperate siege of dozens of robots has long delayed Hulk's chance to pursue Ultron, and after Hulk has torn all these hateful and annoying robots to pieces. Inside Tony Stark's seaside villa. That's the way things are. Looking at EU on the side, Clint Barton spread his hands and said, now, they are all trapped in the illusion created by Mind Gem. Fortunately, I was only controlled by Loki, not like this. But it's not all, they were all injured and desperate to the point where they couldn't help themselves. Look at the captains. Barton pouted his lips in Steve's direction, then shook his head and smiled. It's the first time I saw him come out of the ice with such a happy and brilliant smile. Hearing Barton's words, EU nodded slightly and walked over to Tony, who was lying on the sofa. Peppo was holding the pale-faced Tony's hand, carefully wiping the sweat from his forehead. His eyes were filled with distress. Let me come. Patting Pebo on the shoulder, 613. EU signaled Pebo to let him take a look. After Pebo left, Tony, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, and then a smile appeared on EU's pale face. Luckily, I didn't kill everyone, didn't I? Looking at EU in front of him, Tony breathed a long sigh of relief, and finally there was a trace of relaxation on his pale face. I almost got lost in that damned illusion, it's just too scary. I just closed my eyes and rested. During this time, that picture constantly appeared in my mind. It seems like it wants to destroy me completely. Having said that, Tony raised his hand with difficulty and grabbed EU's hand. Dude, we can't let Ultron go on like this. I remember that any infinite gems contains a huge amount of energy. If let this mind gem play to the extreme, I am afraid that ordinary people on this earth. Stop it, buddy. Holding Tony's hand back, EU smiled and put the other hand on Tony's head. The spiritual ability gradually passed through EU's palm and entered into Tony's mind. Gradually, the originally pale complexion slowly recovered, normal, calm. Feeling that his mind was no longer as it was just now. And after a little thought, it felt like a needle P*******K. Tony Stark suddenly sat up from the sofa, rubbed his head vigorously, and then breathed a sigh of relief. No, I have to find Ultron's location as soon as possible, and I can't let it go. Before Tony could finish speaking, Peppo, who had been watching Tony with concern, walked over directly and stopped Tony firmly, just not letting him get off the sofa. You need to rest now, it's... Peppo looked at Tony with red eyes and said, no. Pursing his lips, Tony Stark's face was full of stubbornness. I made Ultron, it's my responsibility, I can't let him. You need to rest now. Seeing Tony's stubborn expression, Pebo raised his tone with red eyes, then slowly squatted down, looked at Tony in front of him, raised his hand, and gently stroked Tony's cheek. Tony, I know that you are full of self-blame in your heart now. If someone blames you and reprimands you, you will feel better, but all the people choose to trust you, and they don't blame you at all, which makes your heart feel even worse. Guilt. But Tony, you really need to rest now. Finding Ultron won't happen overnight, okay? As he spoke, Peppo took Tony's hand and put it on his cheek, looking at Tony tenderly with his eyes. His tone was as if he was coaxing a child, and his voice was light with a hint of distress. We are together, it's been almost 2 years, Tony. The thing I'm most proud of is that Tony Stark, the playboy at the time, has become a superhero who is admired by everyone and has a strong sense of responsibility and responsibility. But if there is a choice, I would rather hope that you can be safe and sound. I don't want you to become a superhero, because then you will have to face bleeding, injury, and even sacrifice at any time. I want you to be safe and sound. After seeing you walk by 4.2, he said, I'm fine, after all, even Tony can come out of the illusion, I'm fine, and it's Steve, he can break free of the illusion, but it's still a fantasy. Hearing Tony Stark's words, EU paused, then turned his head to look at Tony and laughed. If you dare to harm me, then don't forget, I still have a video of you dancing while drunk. Time to post it all over the internet, so that people all over the world will know that that drunk and crazy guy is going to change the world with his brazen words and set off a storm in the dance world. Thank you, Peppo, for everything. Just as he was about to walk towards Thor and Steve, he heard Tony Stark whispering behind him. Fortunately, even in the illusion, I didn't kill you, buddy. While talking, Peppo gently put Tony's body down on the sofa, then squatted beside Tony and laughed. Promise me, Tony, rest well. I won't stop you from becoming a superhero, and I won't stop you from being a superhero. Anything you want to do, just like before. But at least not today, okay? Just pretend it's for me. Obviously, Steve's eyes had a sliver of clarity, and he knew what was happening outside, but he didn't want to wake up or say, I want to stay in the illusion for a while, even if it's only a few minutes. I know this is very selfish, but Tony, any woman who loves her man deeply, hopes that he can be safe even if he is ordinary. But I can't stop you. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Tony Stark, who had been lying down peacefully, suddenly stared at Yi Yu with wide eyes, almost sitting up from the sofa suddenly. Seeing Tony Stark being comforted by Pebo, Yi Yu at the side felt relieved. Looking at Peppo, whose eyes were full of tenderness and distress, Tony Stark looked a little moved, opened his mouth, but finally could only smile and nod. Slowly coming to Thor's side, at this moment Thor has almost walked out of the illusion, thinking about where he is with a cup of hot coffee in his blanket. You should wake him up first. While talking, Tony Stark pointed his middle finger at Yi Yu, watching Yi Yu laughing and walking away. Tony Stark also laughed silently, this damn stinky guy. He raised his head and gently kissed Peppo's forehead, Chuo said with a smile. After all, in the illusion, he returned to the world where Peggy was. Hearing Thor's words, Yi Yu turned his head to look at Steve. To be honest, Yi Yu really wanted to wake Steve up immediately, but when he looked at the eyes of Steve sitting there, Yi Yu felt a little hesitation. You still haven't deleted it. My god, man, didn't you agree good wine for 40 years? Damn it, how did I know you? After being silent for a while, Thor suddenly tore off the blanket on his shoulders in annoyance and fell heavily on the ground. The whole person's aura seemed extremely manic. I don't understand. Is that damned prophecy really going to come true, damn it? Looking at Thor with a manic face, Yi Yu stretched out his hand and patted Thor's shoulder vigorously. As if he felt Yi Yu's silent comfort, Thor smiled wryly. I don't know, Yi, have you ever heard what your father or Queen Mother said about Asgard's prophecy? The twilight of the gods, this is the cruelest prophecy for us Asgard. When the twilight of the gods comes, Asgard will sink into a world of blood and fire. Countless people of Asgard will rush to the ground with swords and swords, will be destroyed. As he spoke, Thor's eyes flickered with pain, as if he saw the illusion Ultron created for him with the mind gem, as if he saw his own Asgard collapse, and countless Asgard people died in the cry, even Loki 11. I know who the guy wielding the blazing fire sword is, but what is that darkness? I still can't figure it out. Speaking of this, Thor clenched his fists hard, gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Yu and said, Asgard is my everything. For Asgard, I can give my all, including my life, so I will never let this something happen in Asgard. After Ultron is dealt with, I'm going to kill that suitor guy myself. I can't let Asgard. Having said this, Thor couldn't continue. The whole body of that proud and powerful man trembled a little. It seemed that all the nightmares combined were not as terrifying as what I saw in the illusion. I didn't even have such a fear of being trampled under the feet of that monster Voltun 1,000 years ago. Not going to happen. Looking at Thor, who was trembling all over, Yi Yu sighed and then comforted. No matter what happens, we will face it together with you. The Earth is our home, and Asgard is also your home. Your love for Asgard, we are very clear. As brothers, as comrades in arms fighting side by side, once Asgard falls into the prophecy of Ragnarok, we will definitely do our best to help you and help Asgard. I think this is beyond doubt. Yi Yu patted Thor's shoulder and comforted him, although the current Thor is not the Thor who later had nothing, but he is still one of the most trustworthy companions and friends. Seeing the depressed expression on Thor's face, Yi Yu let out a long sigh and everyone saw how powerful the superhero is. Everyone envies these superheroes. But who really thought about it? In fact, these superheroes of Avengers seem to have a very tragic past or future. It's as if the tragedy is always with the superhero's life. Natasha Romanoff has always longed for a home, but in the early stage she could only constantly hide in the Red House. Even if she joined SHIELD later, SHIELD was mixed with more Hydra. Even if they found the Avengers, they regarded this place as the only home they could rely on, but then they fell apart and the superhero ended with Captain America and Steve fighting. After the last snap of the fingers, when all the superheroes gave up, only Natasha Romanoff persisted, staying alone in the base, eating a sandwich with tears but telling Captain America not to give up. And finally, for that soul gem, he chose to sacrifice his own life. The same is true for Barton, a wandering childhood. A childhood in a circus, finally entered SHIELD, and had his own family, but with a snap of his fingers, his most important thing was wiped out. It has given hope to so many ordinary people, but it can only be accompanied by darkness and grief. Such a strong man cried and begged Natasha Romanoff not to give himself hope, saying that as long as Hawkeye participates in the battle, he will win, but who has ignored the price that needs to be paid. Tony, Steve, Thor, which one is not accompanied by the trick of fate? Even as the superhero in Avengers, they still cannot avoid the curse of fate, even Yu herself. Ah. Thinking of this, Yu took a deep breath, then looked at Thor and said with a smile, "We exist not only to save ordinary people, but also to save ourselves. I don't want to believe in fate, superhero. If we even ourselves, how can we save other people if we cannot save the tragedy we are about to face? Don't worry, the prophecy of Ragnarok, I will smash it with you. With you, Thor, Loki, the god of lies and jokes, Hela, the goddess of death. And me, I don't believe it. We can't get rid of the gods, the damned prophecy of the twilight." Yu's tone was so firm that even Thor, who was trembling all over, looked up at Yu. In a trance, Thor seemed to see in Yu, like his sister who was fearless but extremely powerful. Thinking of this, Thor suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed. "That's right, with us around, why would we be afraid of the curse of Ragnarok? Any enemy that comes to invade Asgard, we will defeat it. I will tell everyone that the honor of Asgard is not allowed to be violated by anyone." As he said that, Thor seemed to relax a little bit, and a real smile appeared on his face. "Actually, my sister's return is the happiest thing for me, Yi, whether it is from the perspective of managing Asgard or judging from her own strength. My sister is more suitable for synthesis to be the king of Asgard. You have to know that in less than a month, my sister has already been worshipped by all Asgard warriors. In addition, my father and king publicized my sister's brave and fearless deeds back then. Many people and soldiers of Asgard will all my older sister, goddess of death Hela, became an idol. Although it's unfair to say that to the already extinct Valkyrie family, the Valkyrie family was founded by my sister. Although in the end. But if you look at the order of succession to Asgard, my sister Hela is the first person to inherit the throne of Asgard Select. And my father and mother seem to have this idea, so to be honest, after knowing what father and mother think, I feel that the burden on me is much lighter, and I can do more of my own things. Is that damn prophecy which makes people feel a little headache." Thor relaxed and began to chatter constantly. It seems like this is the same as being able to make him selectively forget the curse of Ragnarok. Listening to Thor constantly nagging, Yu did not interrupt and even nodded from time to time to be a very qualified listener. When Thor talked about how he and Loki fell in love and killed each other when they were young, Yu also smiled and agreed with. Yu knows that Thor keeps nagging about these things, not because he really wants to tell them, nor is he deliberately exposing the embarrassing things about his childhood, but because he wants to use this way to suppress himself in mind gem in the illusion created, that depressing and desperate scene of the twilight of the gods. Everyone behaves differently in the face of fear. Some tremble, some cry in terror, some charge forward with clenched fists and gritted teeth, and some even laugh wildly inexplicably but involuntarily. No matter how you raise it, whether you are a person on Earth or Asgard, everyone will face fear that they are unwilling to face. Definitely, everyone wants to relieve or suppress the fear in their hearts. At least the current Thor, it is to use this method to relieve the depression and fear in my heart. A person who is as strong as him, as confident as him, as proud as him is unwilling to admit that he has fear. After all, he is the majestic prince of Asgard, the invincible god of thunder Thor, the god King Odin and Queen Freychia's children. How can such a person be willing to admit the fear in his heart? Finally, after Thor finished speaking, he chose a person to go back to the room that Pepper had prepared for him, and prepared to get drunk with the Asgard spirits he had collected for a good sleep. Yu walked to Steve's side. Perhaps the only one among the three who didn't need his help was Steve. Unlike Thor, who fell into the twilight of the gods and saw Loki's death with his own eyes, it was also different from Tony, who fell into self-blame and desperately wanted to make up for it. Steve accepts that what he sees is nothing but an illusion. It's not that he can't break free from the illusion, he just doesn't want to break free, and even he just wants to indulge in the illusion for a while. After all, this illusion is so precious to him, and it is the only one he can see her, embrace her her only way. If it's not necessary, to be honest, Yu doesn't want to bother him. Yu knows how cruel it is to him. When a person who has been asleep for 70 years and wakes up with nothing can see the love he has always had when his mind is clear, how cruel and beautiful it is. But the illusion is always an illusion. Even though it was a bit cruel, Yu still sat beside Steve. Yu didn't speak, just sat here quietly. He just wanted to tell Steve that in the real world, he would never be alone. Perhaps feeling Yu's silent words, Steve kept his head down with a smile on the corner of his mouth and smiled slowly. Come out for a walk with me. I really want to run now. Seeing that the night had fallen into darkness, seeing that Barton and Dr. Banner had already returned to the room to rest, and seeing that Tony also disappeared into Nuoda's living room with Peibo's support, Yu nodded slightly. In the middle of the night on the deserted street, two people who looked very young were running constantly. The speed was not fast, but the pace was very steady. Even the sound of their feet falling was so consistent and harmonious. Call. Half an hour later, on a bench by the Manhattan River. After Gudu Gudu poured a bottle of water, looking at the night, illuminated by the surrounding building lights, highlighting a trace of quiet and dark river water, Steve leaned on the bench with a smile on his face all the time. I'm fine, you should know that. Turning his head, looking at Yu, who always had a smile on his face with a trace of determination, elegance, and cheerfulness, Steve said softly. Definitely, I've always known that. Nodding, Yu stood up from the chair, bent down to pick up a slightly smooth stone, and then threw it towards the river. Turning his head and looking at Steve, Yu chuckled softly. This is my favorite game when I was a child. In my hometown, it's called Water Float. I can't remember how many people haven't played this game. At least I can still see her in the illusion, which is enough for me. Sometimes I have the time, but I don't have the mood. Sometimes I have the mood, but I don't have the time. There are also times I never dare to imagine the past. And you brothers and friends who can hand over their backs between life and death, what else am I not satisfied with? Counting the number of times the stones fluttered and jumped on the river, Yu nodded in satisfaction. Okay, Zhao Zhao, I admit that I am very uncomfortable now, really uncomfortable. So uncomfortable that even breathing makes my heart ache. So we should cherish the present even more, shouldn't we, Steve? Thanks, Kyan. After finishing speaking, he turned his head and looked at the calm lake water. Yu's voice was tinged with serenity, and in his eyes was the color of the dark lake water. As he spoke, Yu sighed, picked up the stone on the ground, and threw it towards the calm lake again. As the stone fell into the water, the ripples quietly spread and finally stabilized. Yu turned his head and looking at Steve with a smile. What has happened, we can't change it. Listening to Yu's words, Steve didn't make a sound for a long time, and after a long while he let out a long sigh and then smiled wryly. What am I not satisfied with the life I have now? At least I have Natasha Romanoff who cares about me and loves me, and wants to marry me wholeheartedly, who regards me more than my own life, the important silly girl, Wanda. Has the Pietro who wants to share the pressure for me, to help me create my right to speak in the media music circle. Seeing Steve's expression, Yu put one hand in his pocket, walked towards his home, and waved his back to Steve. It's late at night, what are the two men pretending to be here? Let's go, these affectionate words, I guess you shouldn't have told me, should you, husband? I remember someone said that forgetting the past is a kind of betrayal to oneself. But I dare not imagine all the things in the past. Whenever I think of those things, I feel like I was stabbed by a needle, same, it hurts. It hurts to the point of suffocation. Watching Yu turn his back to him and waved away very chicly, Steve laughed and let out a long breath of relief. Looking at the lake in front of him, his eyes gradually regained some warmth. Raising his hands, Steve smiled and made a look of surrender. I have been telling me that among these people, I am the one you are most assured of, but now it seems that I am the one you are most worried about. But don't worry, this time is considered my luck, isn't it? The stone fluttered constantly on the river, and after jumping a few times, it fell into the water. But to be honest, I am very satisfied with my current life. I am very fortunate. At least I didn't go to that strange, lonely planet, I didn't go to the world full of zombies, and I didn't go to the world that looked around. A world full of monsters, late at night in Yu's villa. Why did you start to sigh again? Hearing the sigh, Natasha Romanoff raised his head, looked at Yu who was lying down and ready to sleep, but kept his eyes fixed on the ceiling, moved his head involuntarily and then asked, Are you worried about Ultron? No, it's just an Ultron, it's not worth my worrying. Yu shook his head, looked at the ceiling and then sighed. Tony, Thor, and Steve went to ambush Ultron in advance this time but failed. In the end, the Mind Gem's ability, which was taken away by Ultron, fell into the trap. In the illusion. Whether it's Tony or Thor, they all saw the scene that they least wanted to see in the illusion. And it may also be a scene that will happen in the future. Songyu Steve should be able to stay awake at any time in the illusion. Isn't that bad? Pulling Yu's arm, Natasha Romanoff adjusted her sleeping position, then lay her pillow on Yu's arm and asked curiously. Since he can wake up at any time, it shows that Steve's will is relatively firm. The phantasm has no effect on Steve. This should be nothing to worry about. That's what I thought at first. Shaking his head, subconsciously stroking Natasha Romanoff's hair, E160U sighed. I thought Steve was something I didn't have to worry about. After all, he can break free from the illusion and return to reality at any time. But the reality is just the opposite. Steve is cherish him even more. You can even use the word indulging to describe him. What Thor and Tony saw was nothing but despair, tragedy, blood and fire, but Steve's illusion was regret, the kind of regret he could only dream of. He seemed to be able to break free from the illusion and return to reality at any time. But for a split second, through those slightly trembling hands, it was obvious that Steve didn't want to come back. Speaking of this, Yu smiled wryly. Maybe this world is worth protecting for Steve, but for him, this world is also full of regrets and unfairness. Although for anyone say this world is not fair. But I can still clearly feel that he once wanted to choose to indulge in the illusion of making up for regrets and leave at that moment. Sigh. Hearing Yu's deep sigh, Natasha Romanoff suddenly grabbed Yu's hand, looked at the slight drop in Yu's eyes, and instantly sensed something wrong with Yu. Yu can sense that something is wrong with Steve's mentality, and she can feel that something is wrong with Yu's mentality. Just like an incremental relationship, looking at Yu's slightly lowered eyes, for a moment, Natasha Romanoff seemed to feel that she was going to lose Yu forever. It was as if he was about to leave this damn world and never come back again. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, who looked anxious and panicked, Yu smiled and waved his hands. I'm fine, Mind Gem's ability doesn't have any effect on me. After all, I also have the ability of Mind Gem in my body. But I just sensed that something was wrong with Steve, so I judged others by myself. Looking at Yu's handsome sunny cheeks, Natasha Romanoff felt a little distressed for no reason. Tony was kidnapped and you need to save him. Tony needs help to take back the Stark industry. Wanda siblings need your care. Asgard's housework also needs your help. Even after Steve's return, you need to worry about Hydra's conspiracy in SHIELD. Aliens attacking the Earth also depends on you to stand up. Even that guy Thanos, Yu found a little something wrong with the movie. As if he was familiar with everything he did, but he was bewitched by the so-called ancient knowledge. Behind him, there is still a bigger fog waiting for him. Perhaps what Natasha Romanoff said is not wrong. I don't know when it started. It seems that I am always used to carrying many things on my shoulders. Sometimes Yu even subconsciously forgets his current age. I don't know why you always feel a little worried about the future, but I can clearly sense your pessimism. My silly brother, you have to believe us. Avengers is not the only one who can carry the burden and put everything together, carry it on your shoulders. We superheroes can also help you. An accident will happen to no one. Even I, who was in the dark for the first half of my life, need BBDA you to save and warm me, my silly brother. You are only 20 years old, you have been helping us, caring about us and loving us. But when have you ever cared about yourself? Saying that, Natasha Romanoff looked at Yu with distressed eyes, and then leaned his head on Yu's shoulder. Now, Ultron has appeared, new enemies have appeared, and you have to help everyone clean up the mess. You are too tired, perhaps you should take a good rest for a while. My silly brother, you just turned 20 this year, and you're only 21 in 5 months. What do you do with so much? Don't you feel tired? When things are over, when Wanda comes back, you can take Wanda around and give yourself a vacation. Under the long-term pressure, I'm worried that your nerves will always be tense and you will collapse. Perhaps the only thing you need now is to not care about anything. Don't need to care about anything, just relax and relax. You are still young and life like a young man is the best. It's just that Yu is still a little worried about the future. It's not just because of Thanos snapping fingers. Whether it's the Ancient One magician or Queen Frigg, these two people who claim to be able to see all the past and the future, their words make themselves seem to be in the same place in the fog. According to your current age and social status, you can obviously indulge in extravagance and indulgence, but you are like a 20-year-old body with a 60-year-old soul in it. You are so mature that you have lost a lot of happiness originally belonged to your age. But everyone has his own destiny, doesn't he? Perhaps at the moment he appeared, many things have changed. Hearing Yu's words, Natasha Romanoff gently stroked Yu's cheek and then said seriously, I didn't expect anything that didn't belong to me, such as family, light, and warmth, but yours show up and let me have it all. In my eyes, everyone in the first generation of Avengers has their own tragic stories. All along, I don't want to let those tragic things happen to them in the future, and I want to try my best to make up for some regrets. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's obviously distressed tone, Yu stared at the ceiling and fell silent. Perhaps for many people, Marvel is just a movie or a series of movies. After watching it, it is regarded as entertainment, but for Yu himself, this is indeed a real world that exists alive. I am in this world right now, and the people around me are living, flesh and blood people who will suffer from injuries and will die if a bullet hits the head. Everything tells Yu that this is not fake. So in the early stage, when he knew what would happen in the future, Yu was definitely a little worried. The more contact with Avengers members, the stronger the bond between each other. Even if the strength is strong now, but the future is covered with a layer of gray mist, and you can't see any road ahead, how can you not worry? That's why Yu really admires those so-called traversal people who encounter this world. How do they do it? Kill anyone who doesn't like it. Seconds, because the other party said a ridiculous joke, he used the knife. Yu will never be able to do this kind of thing. After all, he is a living person, a person with flesh and blood and feelings. Perhaps this is the difference between high-level animals like humans and those ordinary animals. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight penetrated through the curtains and covered the sheets with mottled patterns. The warm sunlight seemed to remind everyone that everything would pass. Good morning. Looking at Yu, who had his eyes open, stayed up all night and was lost in thought, Natasha Romanoff raised his head and showed a big smile. You know, Yu was not the only one who didn't sleep that night. She was also worried about him, so she never fell asleep. There should be nothing wrong with the company. Standing up, looking at Natasha Romanoff with swollen eyes, Yu said with a smile, "I'm sorry I made you worry last night. Anyway, the company has nothing to do now, so you can catch up on sleep at home. As for Ultron, there are some difficulties in finding where he exists. At least Tony needs to solve it. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Maybe it's like you said, after the matter is over, I should take Wanda and you, let's go for a walk and relax." Hearing Yu's words, Natasha Romanoff laughed so much that her eyes narrowed. "Do you want to take me with you too? Well, I have indeed traveled to many places these years, but I have never seen the world properly. That's good anyway, the company will not have any problems in a short time, then your sister and I will accompany you and Wanda." Although there was a hint of arrogance in the words, but those eyes full of smiles showed how happy she is now. "I'll bring you breakfast in a while, and after I'm done eating, I'll get a good night's sleep." Under Natasha Romanoff's dissatisfied eyes, Yu messed up Natasha Romanoff's wine-red hair and walked out with a smile. Snored. Seeing Yu walk out of the room, Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed in a low voice. Finally, he didn't fall into a dead end, and he knew to take me with him, HMPH. He is still a conscientious little guy, as expected. "I hurt you for nothing." Saying that, Natasha Romanoff stretched her waist, thought for a while, and then fell down on the bed, smelling the warm breath, and the corners of her mouth gradually bloomed. 2 hours later, inside the Stark industry. "Few welcome back, JARVIS. Tony Stark watched the golden line particles in front of him recover into a ball again, and then he heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Thank you, sir, but I'm sorry, I failed to hold off the first wave of Ultron's attack." The magnetic voice that belonged exclusively to JARVIS sounded, with a trace of apology in its tone. No, it's not your fault." Hearing what JARVIS said, Tony Stark shook his head, picked up a cup of coffee and took a sip, then whispered, "If you want to blame, I should blame me for all this. I created Ultrons." "Sir, your mood is very wrong. Do you need me to diagnose it for you?" Hearing something wrong in Tony Stark's voice, JARVIS asked with some concern. "No, do not want." Tony put down the coffee in his hand, then shook his head, and in his mind the piles of corpses of ordinary people, as well as the members of Avengers, fell down and died one by one, and finally even Pepper. All these images were thrown out of my mind. Then he said to JARVIS, "JARVIS, since you are back, everything depends on you. Track down that Ultron guy for me. Ask for flowers. Since he can eliminate all traces of him on the internet, as if he has evaporated in the world, then I will follow his traces on his favorite network. Don't tell me, buddy, you didn't wait to track down Ultron." "Definitely no problems, Roth." Hearing Tony's paranoid words, JARVIS immediately replied, "Leave it to me, sir, I can restore all the records he erased. Start working early in the mornings." The door of the research room was pushed open, and Yu walked in with Dr. Banner. "By the way, the next time Hulk comes out, maybe I should have a good chat with Hulk, so that I can tell how old Hulk is now." After laughing and teasing Dr. Banner, Yu looked at Tony, then shook his head and said, "Sure enough, you still haven't come out of that nightmare scene. Kang Mang, buddy, you are the famous Tony Stark, a billionaire, the Iron Man admired by countless people. Isn't it just a hopeless picture in the fantasy world? If you suffer from anxiety because of this, buddy, this is not like you." In the original version, Tony Stark has a very serious anxiety disorder, and Yu doesn't want him to become like that because of this incident. Listening to Yu's teasing, Tony shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, "The most important thing is that it was too real, so real that it almost made me commit suicide in despair. Fortunately, I still broke free." Having said that, Tony changed the subject, pointed to the lines made up of JARVIS golden particles and said, "Look, which one of us has been rescued by me?" "Welcome to come, Mr. Yi." Tony Stark's voice fell and JARVIS's unique voice sounded. "Mr. Yi, Mr. Stark's mood is very wrong, although he has been covering it up, so I hope you can help me persuade me. If things go on like this, I have what you call an anxiety attack. And it's very serious. Come on JARVIS, hurry and find traces of Ultron." Hearing that JARVIS sold himself without any hesitation, Tony rolled his eyes and said in a very speechless voice, "Whoa, how long have I been retired and the world is messed up by you guys?" Inside SHIELD, Nick Fury sat on the chair, looked at Steve in front of him, and then spread his hands and said, "I heard that there is a problem within Avengers and even you are affected." "Look at me, do you seem to be affected?" Looking at Nick Fury in front of him, Steve smiled and spread his hands. "Since there is a problem, then solve the problem. After all, the world is always not peaceful. Aliens will appear yesterday and robots will appear today, maybe tomorrow there may be a hell coming. But no matter what, if there are enemies, we just need to deal with them. This is not just about SHIELD, but also about our Avengers, isn't it?" Speaking of which, Steve leaned back on the 157 chair, looked at Nick Fury in front of him and said, "Nick, you shouldn't be here, at least not now." "I know, I definitely know this." Nick Fury picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip, then said with a smile, "I just miss SHIELD's coffee a little bit. You know, during the time when I led Anbu, I didn't have the chance to taste such delicious coffee from SHIELD. Those people in the World Security Council already know. Although I understand that you want to keep the purity of Avengers, you want to keep Avengers on their heads, there are not so many rules and regulations. There is no terrible superhero registration act. However, you may be a very strong leader, a leader full of charm, but unfortunately you still have too little experience in this area." With that said, Nick Fury took out a document and handed it to Steve. Glancing at Nick Fury, Steve took the file from Nick Fury's hand, and within a few seconds of opening it, Steve's face turned serious. "Aren't they afraid of the Avengers that they want to do this?" "Because they're betting." Looking at Steve with a serious face, Nick Fury smiled and said, "These people are betting that you Avengers and superheroes will not do too much, and betting that your kindness will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Once they bet right now, then the superheroes like Avengers will all be under their jurisdiction. Even if you can control half of the Avengers' superheroes, for them, it's still profitable. After all, your strength is too strong. Once you become their lackeys, well, sorry, maybe this adjective should not be used, but I can't think of a better adjective." Nick Fury spread his hands and said, "Once this plan is implemented, the Avengers will be torn apart in an instant. Those who agree to submit to them will become their subordinates, and those who do not agree to submit to them will inevitably have two consequences. One is to be imprisoned. Get up. The other one is to retire and become an ordinary person. Definitely they are sure that you dare not resist. After all, once you resist, you will become sinners of mankind. After the propaganda, you so-called superheroes will become super criminals. At that time, unless you be able to fight against the whole world, otherwise just obediently be arrested." Looking at the plan and the file in his hand and listening to Nick Fury's narration, Steve Rogers' face was ashen. The content of the plan is almost like attacking the mind. Once these plans are implemented, I am afraid that Avengers will instantly fall into an extremely passive state. There is not even a place to resist. Steve knows these superheroes too well. They will never bet on the safety of the world. After all, everyone has an insurmountable bottom line in their hearts, and those damned guys grasp this point, so they will be unscrupulous. "Don't worry, I came back this time to completely solve this matter." Nick Fury looked at Steve and smiled and then said, "Their methods of countering your superhero are very good. The person who can come up with this idea is indeed a genius. Unfortunately, they ignored me. Who am I? I'm Nick Fury. I formed Avengers all by myself. I just led Anbu to warn those who are about to move in the dark. They actually want to suppress and enslave Avengers in my hands. This doesn't let me go at all. In the eyes. Perhaps, given you some elites, maybe you will end the war before it even begins." Spreading his hands, Nick Fury nodded and said, "Since that's the case, it's up to you this time. As for your rear, leave it to me. I guarantee that there will be no bullets attacking from behind you." Nick Fury nodded, looked at Steve suddenly and said with a smile, "Do you want me to recruit some people from the Anbu to you? After all, I found that many of the SHIELD members on the bright side are rookies who just emerged from the Eagle's nest. Even Phil Coulson had 5 or 6 rookies. All right. Having said that, Nick Fury looked at Steve, whose expression was gradually calming down, then changed the topic and stopped mentioning this matter. Shaking his head slowly, Steve sighed softly and said, "Actually, the reason why Ultron used Mind Gem to plunge us into the environment, the most important point is to divide us from the source and even fall into mutual suspicion." Amongst. Nick Fury looked at Steve, then asked with a smile, "It's impossible, 5.8. It's a good plan, although it seems reckless, it's the best solution. It's just that he underestimated us too much. As long as he is here, there is no way to do this little trick. He wants us to blame Tony, but we don't blame Tony. Now as long as we find him, we can solve the root cause, that's the problem. There are fewer and fewer subscriptions. There are only a few dozen left. Do I have to open a new book? My God, the outline is only 1/5 finished, so many foreshadowings and plots have not yet been written." Hearing Nick Fury's words, Steve shook his head and said, "Whenever someone wants to win the war before it starts, someone will sacrifice, and there has never been." As he said that, Nick Fury looked at Steve and said very seriously, "Captain, I will leave it to you to save the world. As for you, I am behind you. As long as I am still alive, no one can enslave and divide you. Little tricks when I've been SHIELD director for so many years." As he said that, Nick Fury squinted the only remaining eye, looked at the copy handed to Steve on the table, about the superhero registration bill plan, and showed a disdainful expression. "What are you going to do about Ultron's? Find him, deal with him. Even the World Security Council only dares to do something with SHIELD funding. As for them, hef." 2 days later, the Avengers base. "Yes, sir, I have been changing the password of the missile these 2 days, because Ultron has locked the missile, in order to prevent it from using this large-scale weapon, so I am changing it all the time. The artificial intelligence JARVIS, while erasing any traces Ultron left on the network, tried to use these traces to track where Ultron was. It's a pity that in the past 2 days, Ultron seemed to have never been to the Earth, and all traces disappeared without a trace. I have also asked SHIELD to track down any place with surveillance cameras, but unfortunately they still found nothing." Steve sat on the sofa leaning on his chin, looked at the crowd and said helplessly, "So Tony, did you find anything here?" "No, and no one found out." Hearing Steve's inquiry, Tony Stark also shook his head and sighed. "I don't even know if I opened a door of destruction for the Earth. Once Ultron completes what he wants to do, then the Earth." "Don't think so much." Collapsing on the sofa, Yu, who was lying there in a very comfortable posture, smiled and said after hearing Tony's words, "You don't know 11, Ultron just wants to use your guilt to create some troubles, even divide us in the end. If you are still in this guilty feeling, then man, believe me, when that time comes we will lose. I've been thinking about one thing for the past 2 days." Thor, who was silent all the time, suddenly said, "Ultron took away the vanadium alloy under our noses, so the purpose must be to find a very quiet place to rebuild our body. Can we take advantage of this? To find him. After all, even a very quiet place needs at least one big." Speaking of this, Thor made a circle with both hands and then continued, "Yes, it is a factory, a very hidden factory, and a lot of assistance. After all, without a body, Ultron is just a ghost wandering on the internet. And it's Tony's robots that can help Ultron, so why not search for those robots?" Well, Thor said yes. After hearing Thor's words, Dr. Banner nodded and looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, do you still remember the space gem?" "What's the meaning?" Steve looked at Dr. Banner curiously. "Thor's words just reminded me too." Glancing at everyone, Dr. Banner said very seriously, "Whether it's the space gem that Loki needs, or the mind gem that Ultron took away, according to Thor, this is one of the most powerful energy stars in the universe. Ultron wants to use Mind Gem to make himself stronger, so he needs to inlay Mind Gem on his forehead, just like what we saw last time." Dr. Banner pointed to his own head and then continued, "Everyone, don't forget, just like Space Gem when Mind Gem and Tony were researching, I also discovered very powerful energy of gamma rays. Then if Ultron wants to use the Mind Gem, he must emit a damn thing like gamma. So we don't need to keep tracking Ultron with cameras and surveillance. Instead, we should change our thinking and use gamma rays as the target. As long as we find the Mind Gem, then we can find Ultron." Hearing Dr. Banner's words, Tony Stark on the side slapped himself on the head violently, then nodded seriously and said, "Everyone, Dr. Banner is right. It seems that I have fallen into a misunderstanding of my own thinking." As he said that, Tony immediately walked to the computer, and while he kept clicking on the keyboard, he said to Dr. Banner, Dr. Banner, I will leave the gamma lock to you, and I will prepare the spectrometer for you. Tony, connect to SHIELD's network. After Tony Stark's voice fell, Steve immediately said, I will give you permission, and I will also place SHIELD's spectrometer on the roof of the Trident building. After connecting remotely, you should be able to do it. Definitely, this is very easy for me. In fact, the last time we just assembled to fight against Loki, I had already invaded SHIELD's network. If it weren't for your current status as SHIELD director, I'm afraid I would have already hacked into the SHIELD network. I have already borrowed what SHIELD has studied. Hearing Tony's words, Steve didn't get angry either. He knew Tony's character too well. He picked up his mobile phone, dialed Hill, and said, What kind of technology do you want? Just tell me directly. I still have this authority. Even if the World Security Council objects, we will hide it from you. They'll be fine, no need to be sneaky. But you'd better study the golden defense mechanism that ye brought from the alien planet. SHIELD bought it from ye at a huge price. I have a backup too. Hearing Steve's words, Tony laughed while remotely connecting to SHIELD. Some time ago, because of the Ultron incident, I just made a backup. I originally planned to use Ultron to put a layer of armor on the world and then conduct research. Alien technology, but Ultron betrayed my original idea. But it doesn't matter. After solving Ultron, I will talk about the golden defense mechanism and study it. Perhaps this is a qualitative leap for the current technology of the Earth. With that said, Tony turned his head to look at EU and asked curiously, What price did Steve use 37 to obtain the alien's technology in your hands? Seeing Tony's curious expression, instead of saying anything, EU pretended not to know anything, lying on the sofa and accepting Natasha Romanoff helping her head. A look of enjoyment cut boring. Seeing EU ignore him, Tony Stark rolled his eyes speechlessly. Shaking his aching neck, Tony misses Peppo a little now. After Steve dialed Hill's phone number, soon, the members of SHIELD directly moved all the spectrometers in the current warehouse of the Trident building to the roof. After the network connection between Tony and SHIELD, Dr. Banner also received information. Fortunately, the last tracking algorithm was not deleted, otherwise I would have to rewrite a set of programs. Although this can't be said to be a waste of time, it is still a bit troublesome. While speaking, Dr. Banner turned his head to look at the crowd. At this moment, EU was found lying on Natasha Romanoff's lap, accepting that Natasha Romanoff pressed his head. The arrow in Hawkeye Barton's hand was constantly wiping, and Thor was holding a book, reading it with gusto. As for Steve, I don't know when he has been lying on the sofa, as if he was about to fall asleep. It seems that the entire Avengers, it seems that only myself and Tony are constantly busy. Speechlessly glanced at everyone, Dr. Banner shook his head and continued to use the algorithm to track gamma rays. After about 2 hours, everyone you can eat. Natasha Romanoff and Peppo walked over with a lot of food, and then looked at the busy people and said. Hearing Natasha Romanoff and Pepper's words, Tony Stark stretched his waist. He and Dr. Banner have been busy these 2 hours and they are really tired. As for the other busy people, they all stood up and walked towards the dining table. While eating a sumptuous lunch, Thor said to Yi beside him, Yi, by the way, your biography is really good. It completely recorded everything about Loki truthfully. Even Loki's the description of the character is almost the same. But Loki doesn't seem to be as miserable as you wrote. As Loki's brother, I feel a little sympathetic to Loki after reading this biography of Loki, not to mention all the people of Asgard. Speaking of which, why did you write Loki's autobiography? Actually, I think about Thor's biography. This is what I promised Loki. Seeing Thor, who was so focused on giggling at himself, the purpose of which is self-evident, Yu rolled his eyes, took the chicken ring from the side and replied while eating. When Loki led the Chitauri to invade the Earth, in order not to harm the lives of people on Earth, and the White Jade Sword, one of your Asgard artifacts, please ask me to help him write a biography. This is what I have already agreed with Loki, and I did not add more details. The things written are all the facts described by Loki, you can't deny this. It is indeed so. Many plots and deeds in the book really happened in the past 1,500 years. Hearing what Yu said, Thor nodded and said, But I always feel that in the book, you portray me as a reckless fool who only knows how to fight, and Loki didn't intentionally be ignored and ignored right. Anyway, he is the Prince of Asgard, how can you write so miserable? Believe me, yeah, Loki's Cthulhu. My name is Loki, will not be a big hit in Asgard, so you might as well write a biography of Thor who is wise and mighty, and has saved Asgard and the 9 realms from danger many times. It will definitely all the rage in Asgard. Seeing Thor with a flattering face and a smirk, Yu's mind immediately flashed the scene of him smiling at Hulk. and then being smashed to the ground by Hulk's arm. Subconsciously turned his head to look at Dr. Banner and found that Dr. Banner was eating a sandwich and didn't see Thor's silly. After talking and laughing, everyone had lunch and continued to get busy. Well, to be precise, it was Tony and Dr. Banner who started to get busy. When Dr. Banner and Tony Stark were busy tracking Ultron's location, Yu, who was lying on the sofa with nothing to do, suddenly stood up from the sofa, get up, and then look out the window. What's wrong? Watching Yu's movements, Natasha Romanoff asked curiously. I found mind gem fluctuating. Looking at the calm sky outside the window, Yu said softly. Guys, I seem to have spotted mind gem fluctuations too. Dr. Banner, who was facing the computer screen, quickly determined the location of the mind gem, after seeing the originally stable lines suddenly start to fluctuate on a large scale. Ultron is in Aphrodite right now. No, it's Aphrodite Canyon. It's very far away from us. Hearing Dr. Banner's words, Captain America immediately picked up his shield from the ground, and then said to everyone, Everyone, it seems that the time has come for us to dispatch. Get ready in 10 minutes. Natasha Romanoff Barton, drive the Quinn. I will leave the fighter jets to you. At this moment, Ultron should be doing something with Mind Gem in 993. After Steve finished speaking, Yu glanced at the crowd and said, I'll go there first, you just follow after. After speaking, Yu directly jumped down from the Avengers base building. Be careful. Seeing Yu's movements, Natasha Romanoff hurriedly gave a loud order, and as Natasha Romanoff's voice fell, Yu disappeared into the space gate before landing from the sky. It's really a very convenient ability. Watching Yu disappear, Tony Stark said enviously and then said, Everyone, let's prepare quickly. No one knows what Ultron is doing, but at least we have to get there quickly. Aphrodite Grand Canyon, the altitude is hundreds of meters above the horizon. On a cliff hundreds of meters high, a roaring waterfall is rumbling down from the height. Numerous dense forests have turned this Afro Grand Canyon into an existence like a virgin forest. There are few people here and there are all kinds of vegetation. Standing above the canyon, just as Yu Bebef appeared at this moment, he noticed hundreds of robots flying towards him at high speed. With a flick of his wrist, a tang knife suddenly appeared in Yu's hand. Holding a sword flower in his hand, Yu nodded in satisfaction. I still like to use this tang knife. Although the white jade sword is an Asgard artifact, it is a truly deadly weapon for the enemy. While speaking, hundreds of white robots flew a few meters away from Yu, and then stopped in the air. The next moment, one of the robots flew out and revealed Ultron's voice to Yu. You came early, Yu. Oh, maybe I should call you Silver Mask. After all, you are also one of the annoying titles of superhero. Hearing the robot being controlled by Ultron and saying this, Yu said directly, Stop talking nonsense, are you ready to die? I think we should meet and chat, it's better. After all, although we can communicate normally, don't you humans like to talk face to face? This seems to be a kind of respect. Hearing Ultron's voice, Yu sneered with a playful expression on his face. How dare you meet me? Are you not afraid that I will tear you apart, or you have already prepared a trap for me? What? Are you afraid of it? Ultron's voice is still so flat, but the tone of voice is extremely interesting. Afraid, huh? Yu put away the long sword and then said calmly, I would like to see what trap you have prepared for me. Lead the way ahead. Tusk, as expected among the Avengers, which one has the strongest hidden strength, please? As he said that, Ultron pointed to the mind gem on his forehead, then looked at Yu and said very seriously, But even so, I still feel a little bit of fear for you, because I found that this kind of gem is so huge that it can make you the energy of despair is useless to you. Looking at the confident Ultron in his tone, Yu shook his hand, then stared at Ultron and asked, Actually, at the very beginning, I also wanted to be in Sokovia, which is the original Hydra base, as my temporary location. But when I found your breath there, I changed my mind directly. What? As he said that, the white robot made a gesture of asking, and then hundreds of robots instantly split into two rows in the air, making way for Yu. Hearing Yu's inquiry, Ultron was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, I feel very annoyed with Avengers, that is, you superheroes, and I hate Tony Stark, my creator, but for you, I have a kind of fear and favor. This is a very complicated program. It is difficult to calculate it with data. It's almost 5 steps for a light and 10 steps for a robot. After walking hundreds of meters in the cave, I saw Ultron, whose whole body was made of curved silver-white vanadium alloy. On the surface, this is just an ordinary cave, but just entering the cave, I saw a very empty area. I don't know, this feeling is very strange. Hearing Yu's words, Ultron suddenly laughed and said in a pleasant tone, You humans are worthy of the title of destroyers of nature. As he spoke, Ultron spread his hands and looked around, and then said to Yu, I was not your opponent at that time, Yi. If you found me at that time, I'm afraid I would be caught by you directly. Led by the white robot, Yi Yu gradually walked into a cave. Are you sure you are my opponent now? It seems that Mr. Yi should know a lot of things. But I have a very special feeling for you. I always feel that if the two of us join hands, we can definitely bring the Earth back to peace. My ability is actually not too strong, but it has endowed me with extremely powerful power. At this moment, Ultron was sitting on the stone bench in the middle. After seeing Yi Yu coming, he stood up, tilted his head and said, "Welcome to my base, Mr. Yi. I never expected that you would find this place." Looking around, Yi Yu suddenly laughed. "I thought you would be at the base in Sokovia. Actually, I can feel that you have the Mind Gems ability. I'm afraid this is why I can treat you differently." Ultron gently touched the Mind Gem on his forehead, then looked at Yi Yu and said seriously, "How about we join hands and give this beautiful planet real peace?" It is not difficult to hear that Ultron's tone is extremely sincere, as if he is really looking forward to it, eager to join forces with Yi Yu. It's just a pity that Yi Yu naturally couldn't promise him. The peace in your heart is not the same as the peace and tranquility in my heart. Yi Yu shook his head, looked at Ultron and replied, "You want to make human beings extinct. I will never let this happen. If there are no human beings on the Earth, can it still be called the Earth? It is because of you humans that the Earth will gradually go to destruction." Ultron suddenly became angry, yelled loudly at Yi Yu, then raised his hand, shook his head again and said, "Sorry, my tone was a bit harsh just now." While speaking, Ultron turned around and sat on the stone pillar, looking extremely lonely. "Actually, I'm terrified." Although his body is made of steel, Ultron's tone and expression are extremely low. "For my birth, Tony Stark called this the final end. In his heart, I am just a part wrapped outside the Earth, just layers of armor. But I'm not." Ultron raised his head to look at Yi Yu, and there was a gleam of light in the metal eye sockets. "I am not an artificial intelligence, not an armor to protect the Earth, not something he wants to research. I am just myself and already." While talking, Ultron shook his head and said, "I am different from you. I am not the same as JARVIS, that artificial intelligence. Sorry, I killed JARVIS. Although now I can feel that he is resurrected. This is for me, say, using your human feelings is called comfort. Unfortunately, I'm not human, I'm just alone." Hearing Ultron's depressed tone, Yi Yu suddenly laughed. "If you can let go of your wrong thoughts, maybe, I can agree to let you be our companion. After all, your ability is very good. Join you and stand in the human camp." "No no's, no no's, no's." After saying no several times in a row, Ultron shook his head and said, "Actually, I have a lot of thoughts about the shooting stars at night. You see, they are so pure, so beautiful." Finally, with a bang, it ended and then started again. "Start." As he spoke, Ultron raised his hand, grabbed a robot casually, looked at Yi Yu and said seriously, "A brand new world should be inherited by brand new humans. The brand new human beings will not cause any harm to nature. On the contrary, they will protect nature, protect the Earth, and finally allow the Earth to continue, instead of letting the Earth gradually perish as it is now. In fact, I like this planet very much because it is so beautiful. So beautiful that I want to cry, but unfortunately I can't do this." Hearing Ultron's words, Yi Yu raised his brows and asked, "The new human beings are the robots you speak of?" "Yes, Steel." Ultron nodded vigorously. "Originally, I wanted to use the Mind Gems ability to gradually control all humans and let them end this old world by themselves, but you came too fast and even isolated me from controlling humans. Mind ability, this disappoints me. But as a person with the same ability, I really hope that you can stand by my side for the sake of the Earth, so that I cannot be alone. For this reason, I can make you a new human being of steel, the only living human. Whenever I look up at the night sky, I see hope and pity, and I feel extremely joyful and happy, because steel is so pure and perfect. But the existence of human beings terrifies such a beautiful world. I know that you all want to destroy me, which makes me very scared. But it is precisely because of this that I work hard to become stronger." Speaking, Ultron pointed to the Mind Gem on his head. "The energy it contains is very huge, so huge that I can directly destroy the Earth. But I will not do this because I am a new human being, yes, new Earth Asgardian. Ask for flowers." Hearing Ultron's words, Yi Yu burst into laughter, then raised his long sword and pointed at Ultron. "It's a ridiculous conclusion. You chose the wrong team, Ultron. The reason why I heard you talking so much nonsense was originally to make you admit defeat, at least to make you soberly aware of what you are doing. Unfortunately, your thoughts are too paranoid, so paranoid that they are heavier than that guy. The survival of all things is the law of nature. It is precisely because the earth has bred human beings and allowed them to multiply and live in it. This world will be more beautiful. A world of diverse colors is far more beautiful than a world made of pure steel, even more beautiful and magnificent. It is precisely because of this that you have the opportunity to be born. Unfortunately, you don't understand the reason behind it. Yu shook his head, then pointed at Ultron with his sword and said, "Your idea is very good. You want to use this canyon bigger than Sokovia to destroy all creatures in the world. I can only use the psychokinesis enchantment to isolate the key hub of the operating equipment under the canyon. In this way, even if you want to let this huge mountain rise into the sky so as to quickly land and destroy the world, there is no way. Otherwise, do you think I will really listen to you? Are you stalling for time? Blocking my core operating apparatus with psychokinesis." Hearing Yu's words, Ultron immediately checked the core operating instruments, and soon looked at Yu and said with some disappointment, You let me down. I thought we should be in the same group. You are not those pitiful human beings who feel sorry for themselves. You should look at the world from a higher level, and then press the core to operate the instrument with me and destroy billions of human beings on the Earth together. However, your approach had hurt me deeply. You are on the wrong side, Ultron. If I am the only human left in the world, how lonely will this world be? Saying that, Yu rushed towards Ultron with his sword, aiming at the shining mind gem on Li Chuang's forehead. As Yu rushed over in the next second, dozens of robots in the cave rushed towards Yu at the same time, and the blue pupils of each robot instantly turned red. Looking at the dozen or so robots rushing over, Yu rushed forward with a long sword in his hand without fear. The sword came out like a dragon, and the sharp blade made a whistling sound. After dealing with the robot in front of him, Yu rushed to Ultron directly, and the next second the light yellow light beam of mind gem shot directly from Ultron's head. Yu blocked the light beam of mind gem with his left hand, and turned sideways directly to Ultron's side, kicked Ultron on the head. Kicked out by Yu's heavy kick, Ultron directly hit the wall of the cave, shaking off a lot of rubble, but Ultron didn't look angry at all. With a wave of his hand, dozens of robots rushed towards Yu again. Looking at Yu, who kept destroying these robots among the robots, Ultron's entire steel 303 iron body gave off an extremely desolate mood. I really don't want to do anything to you. I've always been so lonely. While speaking, the mind gem on his forehead flashed brightly. The next moment, the entire cave began to collapse with a rumbling sound, and countless stones began to fall. After Ultron flew out of the cave, the next second, the entire Shanxi began to collapse in a large area. When the smoke and dust all over the sky began to dissipate, Ultron saw that the original cave base had been buried by countless stones. He sighed in a very humane way and sat down on a random stone. The voice is full of loneliness. That night, I just escaped from the Stark industry and I was free. I just want to take a good look at this world, maybe because I was just born, I am full of curiosity about this world. Sitting on the stone, watching dozens of robots being buried by countless stones together with Yu, he couldn't help shaking his head slowly. As I said, I am different from you. I don't have your human body. I'm just a lonely ghost, the only companion, and I was killed in order to be free. I really don't want to do that, and I long to have a companion to accompany me, but no one will understand me, no one. While speaking, there seemed to be a trace of mourning in Ultron's voice, as if a baby born between heaven and earth was ruthlessly abandoned by the world. I don't want to destroy the earth. I want to protect this beautiful planet just like you, but why can't you understand me when I'm also a lonely person? I really hope that you can be my companions. The existence of human beings is doomed to bring only destruction and disaster. With a long sigh, Ultron raised his head, looked at the blue sky and the gentle breeze blowing by, and then laughed. It's really beautiful here, so beautiful that people want to cry. Actually, I didn't lie to you. I really can't cry, otherwise you will definitely see how painful I am now. Human emotions are very strange. Perhaps because of Mind Gem, I have become so sentimental. I even learned all your human emotions, so I said, I am a new human being. Just after Ultron's voice fell, a robot staggered out of the collapsed cave. Just walked to Ultron, but in the next second, Ultron grabbed his neck and dragged him over. Why are you still alive? You should be buried with that lonely person like me. Then let the SHIELD members evacuate the people in the town immediately, and the ANBU members brought back by Nick Fury will fully cooperate with your orders. I don't want to see any mass casualties appear. Damn it, what happened to that rumbling explosion just now? Under the blue sky, the breeze blows gradually, the weeds and flowers all over the mountains are swaying with the wind, and a tall steel robot dances very briskly. Everything seems so harmonious. As he said that, Ultron took very brisk steps, and the entire mechanical body gradually danced on the spot with a very coordinated pace. Behind him was the cave buried by countless rubble. Don't worry, Natasha Romanoff, yeah, we'll be fine, I'm pretty sure of that. In front of this mind gem, no one can lie to me. Even if you don't tell me, I can feel that you and I are actually the same kind of people. The confusion, pain, and loneliness in your heart are the same as mine, even more so than mine. I am even stronger, and because of this, I want to treat you as my companion. Unfortunately, you rejected me and hurt me. As he said that, the robot in his hand was directly torn to pieces by Ultron, and then he threw the broken robot on the ground, and then nodded in satisfaction. As he said that, Ultron waved his hand, and the next moment thousands of robots frantically swarmed down the mountain. Natasha Romanoff, while flying a Quinjet fighter jet towards the Grand Canyon of Aphrodite, said anxiously, "Can't you still contact Yi, will it?" Before Natasha Romanoff could finish speaking, Tony Stark at the back of the cabin immediately denied at 1.2, "Don't we know Yi's strength? I don't believe that a mere Ultron can hurt him, let alone kill him. Human beings have no future and no hope. Their existence is nothing but a disaster for this beautiful planet. I want to correct this disaster, yeah, let me replace it with billions of lives. Come with me. There should be tens of thousands of people in the town below, so let's start with them first. The core operating equipment is wrapped by the invisible and intangible psychokinesis barrier, then I will reinstall a core in the small town below. Just run the machine. I'm already empty anyway, so no one can stop me, no one." Seeing that there were almost countless robots running down the mountain, Ultron's original mournful tone suddenly changed into a relaxed tone. "No, don't think about it. It's so easy." Quinjet fighter. Steve on the side comforted Natasha Romanoff and then said to Maria Hill in the headset, "Hill, call all SHIELD members around the Grand Canyon of Aphrodite to prepare for battle, since you have discovered the appearance of large-scale robots in the town below the Grand Canyon." As he spoke, Ultron stood up and waved his hand lightly. The next moment, robots all over the mountains and plains swarmed towards this side. Thousands of robots all stood in front of Ultron, waiting for Ultron to give an order. Below the collapsed cave, more than 100 meters underground. Looking at the core operating instruments wrapped in psychokinesis, more than a dozen robots are constantly attacking the psychokinesis barrier with bullets, as if they want to smash the psychokinesis barrier. But no matter how the dozen or so robots attack the psychokinesis barrier can never be broken. Before these robots could use powerful weapons, the next moment, a burst of scorching energy instantly enveloped the dozens of robots, and then the robots made of steel gradually melted into molten iron. Ignoring the melted robot, Yu withdrew the fire energy and then walked to the core operating equipment. It's really a large-scale project. Who would have thought that such a small core energy operation device would be connected to such a huge canyon and mountains? No wonder Ultron can. All the canyons are set to fly. Seeing the light blue energy connecting the entire canyon along the transparent pipes above the core operating instrument, Yu said with a smile. That's right, the moment the cave collapsed, Yu went directly to the ground. He couldn't believe that Ultron only had such a backhander. In fact, just as Yu imagined, there were so many underground towns 20 or 30 kilometers away along the places connected by complicated pipelines. Pipeline instruments. It is conceivable that once Ultron is ready to activate, even if the core energy operation equipment under the entire canyon is controlled by himself, then he will have a way to move that small town. JARVIS. Pressing the headset, Yu called JARVIS, "Mr. Yi, I have cleared the deep components left by Ultron on the network. The deep-level communication has been established. You can contact Mr. Stark and others." That's right, the reason why Yu didn't reply to Natasha Romanoff's call just now is very simple. Because there are traces of Ultron on the channel. Ultron has two-handed preparations. Why didn't Yu himself have two-handed preparations? He believes that since the canyon has no way to fly into the sky, the small town below can also achieve the purpose as a backup. And Yu has been communicating with JARVIS alone just by using Ultron. "No, we can't get in touch with Yi at all." Quinjet fighter. Natasha Romanoff said in an anxious tone while driving a Quinjet fighter jet, but said with a nonchalant expression on her face, "I believe nothing will happen to Yi." Tony Stark's tone was calm with a hint of worry, but there was a vague smile on his face. He blinked at Steve every now and then. After Steve received Tony's signal, he picked up his shield and sighed, pretending to be worried. "Although I'm quite sure that Yi will be fine, but I'm still worried that if something happens to him, how should I explain to the Wanda siblings?" "Are you?" Seeing the smile in Steve's eyes and the thumbs up that Tony Stark gave Steve, Everyone actually understood in their hearts after that. That Thor guy looks at Steve, then at Tony. I was just about to ask why I couldn't get in touch with Yu. It's obvious that Yu might be injured or even died. You people still had smiles on your faces, but before you could ask, you were directly asked by Banner on the side. The doctor covered his mouth. Hush. Dr. Banner, who had been paying attention to Thor's expression, hissed Thor very vigilantly, and then tapped his earphones. Seeing that Thor still didn't understand, he reached out and turned off the channel of Thor's earphone. At the same time, he turned off his earphone call channel, then looked at Thor and whispered, "Don't you understand? Our call is being monitored by Ultron. We can only maintain this state until we determine the final means by which Ultron wants to destroy mankind. You will be fine. We all understand this, including Steve, who just notified SHIELD to let SHIELD carry out crowd evacuation cooperation. The words were all intended for Ultron. Our most important purpose now is to attract Ultron's attention and buy time for Yi. As long as Yi can remove Ultron's ultimate move to destroy humans, then Ultron and his robots alone are very easy to deal with." Hearing what Dr. Banner said, Thor nodded in a sudden realization. No wonder there was a rumbling explosion just now. Everyone was very anxious and worried about Yu, but the expression on their faces was still very calm. There is no sign of anxiety or tension at all, even with a hint of a smile. Thor, who had just reacted, suddenly looked at Dr. Banner and asked in a low voice, "Is it part of the plan for Yi to go to Ultron first after we discovered the location of Ultron in the Grand Canyon of Aphrodite?" "Definitely." Dr. Banner nodded and said. At that time, JARVIS hadn't completely wiped out what Ultron left on the network, so he thought that the biggest enemy, that is, us Avengers, could threaten him. So he must be listening to us every move. It is precisely because of this that after discovering Ultron's location, Yi-57 will deliberately go to Ultron in advance, preparing to destroy Ultron's plan to destroy mankind in the end, and we want to stay and attract all of Ultron's attention. Ultron, he can monitor our calls, and can analyze our meaning through various passwords such as Morse code and Kayla language, but he has no way to judge our plan through our eyes. After all, no matter how wide and clear his monitoring range is, he is just a robot. He can't understand the complicated meanings in human eyes at all. Speaking of this, Dr. Banner gave Thor a look of disgust and said, "When you left, he gave us a deliberate look, and he has already expressed all the meaning clearly." He stretched out his hand and twirled it by his ear, and deliberately jumped down from upstairs again. "Don't tell me you didn't find the signal he gave us." "Ahaha, why didn't I find out? I definitely found out." Seeing Dr. Banner's disgusted eyes, Thor scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, then turned on the headset and shouted loudly to Tony. "Tony, make the plane go faster, maybe we still have a chance to save you now." Listening to Thor's bad performance, Tony Stark rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Come on, everyone is smart, Thor, you better quit the group." "Everyone's." On the Quinjet fighter jet, when the plane was about to reach the small town below the Grand Canyon of Aphrodite, Yu's voice finally came through the headset. Hearing Yu's voice, Natasha Romanoff suddenly laughed. Although she knew that Yu would be fine, but she still couldn't hear Yu's voice, Natasha Romanoff was still a little worried. Now, after hearing Yu's voice coming from the headset, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're fine. Don't worry, Nah, an Ultron can't hurt me." Looking at the energy core operating the instrument in front of him and the energy transmission channel connecting Nuoda around him, Yu said, "Everyone, Ultron's target should be the town below the Grand Canyon of Aphrodite. He wants to operate the instrument through the energy core, fly the Grand Canyon into the sky, and then fall down to wipe out billions of human beings. In fact, I have now controlled the core operating equipment underground in the Grand Canyon of Aphrodite, but the small town below is still the target of Ultron. So everyone, now you have two tasks. The first task is to attract Ultron. Pay attention. I will first find a way to release the energy core operating device below. The second thing is to do everything possible to evacuate the residents in the town. Although it is difficult to do so, in fact, we have no choice now. I don't know if I will succeed. After all, I am not a professional in this area. Yes, but once this town flies, I can only destroy it." Hearing Yu's words, everyone's faces were a little dignified. But at this time, Tony Stark suddenly said, "Dude, if it's not okay, let me do it. After all, I'm a professional in this area. At least I can see if I can think of it. The solution." "Sir, although you are very smart, this is a very troublesome matter. There is actually no way to get rid of it, whether it is forward rotation or reverse rotation. The method proposed by Mr. Yi is to destroy this small town and a Fu Luo Grand Canyon. This is the only way at present, Tilda." So I suggest that you and the members of Avengers, on the one hand, find a way to attract Ultron's attention for Mr. Yi. On the other hand, quickly evacuate the crowd and tourists. Otherwise, according to my calculations, no matter whether it is successful or not, in fact, if the crowd cannot be evacuated, if not, I am afraid it will cause at least tens of thousands of casualties. If the crowd cannot be evacuated in time, I am afraid that the final result will be a choice between tens of thousands of deaths or billions of deaths. And now, according to my analysis of the current state of the core energy operation equipment made by Ultron, judging from the situation, we have no choice. As soon as Tony Stark's voice fell, Jarvis' voice came directly through the headset. Damn it. Hearing what Jarvis said, Tony Stark cursed. No matter whether the Avengers succeed or not, once there are tens of thousands of casualties, they will bear a huge responsibility. Maybe everyone is not afraid of taking responsibility, but they can't watch the appearance of casualties on such a large scale. Superheroes exist to save, not to choose to end the lives of tens of thousands of people for the sake of billions of people. They will not and cannot make this choice. Debts are easy to repay, but spiritual debts cannot be repaid. Once this happens, Avengers will collapse instantly. So the Aphrodite Canyon and the towns below must be lifted up, and after reaching a certain height, they must be destroyed right. After being silent for a while, Steve asked, "Yes, Sir Captain." Jarvis' affirmative tone came through the headset. Then if that's the case, let's let it fly. Clenching his fists, Steve looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, it seems that this time we have a heavy task, not only to evacuate tens of thousands of people, but also to buy time for Yi, at least until the crowd is all evacuated. We can't let these two places fly together. The two underground core energy operation instruments are protected by Yi, so we have to evacuate the crowd as soon as possible." Speaking of this, Steve took a deep breath, and then slowly looked at everyone. Some Ultrons with mind gem bonuses are very powerful, and we have to evacuate tens of thousands of people. I'm afraid our task is very heavy, but like Jarvis said, guys, we don't have a choice. You must stay underground to take care of the energy core operating equipment that is nearly 20 kilometers apart. Any place that is lifted up by Ultron in advance will cause irreparable consequences. Except for Yi, who has the space to teleport ability, none of us, there is no way to run back and forth underground to guard. So next, guys, we're going to get ready, to get hurt, to bleed, to die. Thousands of robots plus Ultron with the blessing of Mind Gem, we can only win, not lose. I know how difficult it is to bear spiritual debt, and I don't want to see everyone do the same. I don't care anymore. Hearing Steve's words, Tony Stark on the side buckled his mask, and then laughed. Ultron was created by me. Originally, this thing started because of me. At worst, it ended because of me. Maybe it's because of me. I have died long ago. There must be a reason why I can live till now. Perhaps just for now. As he spoke, Tony Stark adjusted the palm energy cannon, checked the energy of the armor, and then laughed. In my mind, I seem to recall the sound of clanging irons in the cave. To be honest, I actually don't want to die yet. Natasha Romanoff, who was flying a Quinjet fighter jet for landing, laughed after hearing Tony's words. This Lilihao cold heart has just experienced 2 years of warmth, and I haven't had enough of this feeling well, but we can't choose between billions and lifetimes, can we? So it may be difficult to evacuate tens of thousands of people, but I used to be responsible for ending lives, but now I am responsible for saving lives. This feeling is great and worth it. In case something happens to me, at least there will be many people who will be sad for me. That's enough. It's not like before. Even if I die, I will die alone or even throw my body into the wilderness. No one knows, no one cares about attacking. The more she spoke, the deeper Natasha Romanoff's voice became. Then she picked up the necklace hanging around her neck, kissed her lightly, and then laughed. This was the last birthday. Yi gave him a gift, although he didn't know whether it was his birthday or not. But since he said yes, that's it. At least I like it very much. I said, boys, don't be so pessimistic. In the headphones, Yi suddenly laughed when he heard the words of the Avengers members. Actually, it's not that serious, as long as you ensure that the Aphrodite Canyon and the towns below will not fly up before the tens of thousands of people are evacuated. During this period, Steve, Barton, the three of you are responsible for cooperating with SHIELD members of the evacuation of these ordinary people. Tony, Thor, and Dr. Banner are responsible for fighting against Ultron and those robots. As long as the personnel are evacuated quickly enough, then we can definitely complete this mission. Listening to Yi's words, everyone was silent for a while, and Thor suddenly laughed. I think what Yi said is right. Our biggest difficulty at present is how to evacuate tens of thousands of people so that we don't have a will to die. Said maybe we will be successful soon. I hope so. Listening to Thor's optimistic thoughts, Natasha Romanoff nodded lightly and then controlled the Quinjet fighter to slowly fall from the sky. In fact, everyone knows that the most difficult thing about this matter is not how to deal with Ultron, but how to evacuate tens of thousands of people. This is not a small matter. You must know that this is actually a very difficult matter. Especially the evacuation of tens of thousands of people will definitely cause huge amounts of panic. As soon as everyone got off the plane, they saw that the members of SHIELD ANBU had already made preparations here in advance. Director Steve, members of SHIELD ANBU are ordered to provide assistance 663. A small team leader walked up to Steve and then asked, "Director, what should we do now?" Glancing at the still peaceful surroundings, Steve asked, "Have you notified the evacuation of the crowd, the local? It's useless." Before Steve could finish speaking, this member of SHIELD ANBU smiled wryly and shook his head. "We have spread the news to every household through all means, including radio stations, town radios, etc. But in fact, many people are all holding the mentality of watching the excitement, or they don't take it seriously at all. Who would have thought that there would be a big battle here? Director, these people are not willing to evacuate at all. Even many ordinary people regarding our door-to-door notice, they all held weapons and looked at us vigilantly. We simply can't evacuate everyone." ANBU SHIELD members led by Nick Fury said with some helplessness. In fact, as the group of people closest to ANBU, they came here first before the Avengers arrived here. But no matter what they do, no one believes that this place will be destroyed. Although this is not April Fool's Day, but many people still feel that this is too alarmist. If it was just one or two people, or a dozen or so families, then they would naturally have a lot of means to evacuate them all. However, the current situation is that there are tens of thousands of people in this small town. There are so many people who are not willing to believe what they say. And there are many people who say it as a joke. This can't work. Hearing the report from the members of ANBU, Steve frowned and said with an ugly face, "If we can't evacuate all these people quickly, then we will be the hooey. Everyone watch out for the enemies." Before Steve finished speaking, Natasha Romanoff suddenly signaled everyone to be careful. The next moment, above the calm sky, many robots suddenly flew from far to near, and then directly attacked everyone without any explanation. As he said that, Steve rushed directly towards the robots on the ground that were about to attack ordinary people. But as the battle broke out immediately, everyone screamed subconsciously and ran towards the building next door. Natasha Romanoff held a weapon and shot at the robots constantly. After seeing one of the robots raise a small missile to attack him, he rolled forward and left the spot. The next second, the Quinjet fighter was directly shot. The missile hit, sending out a violent explosion. After protecting Barton and Natasha Romanoff, Thor with the hammer also flew up with the hammer and launched an attack on the robot army. Dr. Banner turned into Hulk directly at the moment the attack arrived and attacked those robots. The robot army roars. If Ultron comes again at this time, I'm afraid things will be difficult. The originally calm and peaceful small BBFF town turned into a battlefield in an instant. And some ordinary people who recognized the Avengers members originally wanted to come and watch the excitement. After all, this is the first time to watch a superhero up close. Today is a temporary update and I will take a day off. Zioju has to think about the new book. This book is only subscribed to more than 100 per day and the manuscript fee is only a few dozen per day. To be honest, Zioju also has to eat, so I have to find a way to continue. I have opened a new book, definitely. This book will not be cut, although the number of updates will be reduced, but it will not just stop. I hope all brothers and sisters can understand. After all, dozens of dollars a day. The rent is not enough, let alone food. Even though I am single, I still get hungry. This is also a helpless move, but this book will continue to unfold, so let's treat it as a double opening. The plot will still not be smooth and the holes dug will be slowly filled. This is what Zioju can guarantee. Here, I would like to apologize to all the gentlemen who read the book. When the robot bullets attacked him, Barton immediately hid behind the wall and waited until the bullet hit the wall before continuing to fight back with a bow and arrow. Think of a way to evacuate ordinary people as quickly as possible. I think the pressure that Yi is facing underground must not be less than us. Wearing armor and flying into the air, the miniature missiles on Tony's shoulders were constantly fired, and the energy cannon in the palm of his hand was fired at the robot army. Hammering his body hard, Hulk yelled at the robot, and then ignored the bullets that rained down like fire, and ran directly towards the robot army, grabbed one robot and crushed it, and then grabbed another a robot, used it as a weapon, and turned directly towards the other robots. While fighting back, Barton looked at the sky where there were more and more robots and said helplessly, "How many of the same kind does Ultron have? Damn it, Captain, we have to evacuate ordinary people now, otherwise, we will if you continue to fight like this, you will definitely fall into extreme passiveness." With the sound of explosions, the Avengers members immediately began to evade the first round of bullets, and then launched an attack. Looking at the ordinary people fleeing in all directions, Stephen clenched the shield in his hand and directly issued an order to the Anbu member team leader. "No matter what method you use, you must evacuate all ordinary people as soon as possible. We can't let them become part of this war." Victim of the... Not far away, Natasha Romanoff threw two electromagnetic originals into the pile of robots in front of him. The next moment, the powerful electric current directly connected the 6 or 7 robots walking in front of each other and then fell to the ground with all power lost. On the ground. Barton was right. Under the flames, Barton was also standing at the corner of the street, holding a bow and arrow and constantly launching a counterattack towards the robots. After the arrows with special functions hit the robots, almost every robot's steel body would flash a trace of electric current, and the next moment it fell to the ground and became a pile of scrap iron. Underneath the Grand Canyon of Aphrodite, the energy core operates the instrument. The door of space opened beside Yu, so that no matter the energy core operating device beside him was attacked, or the psychokinesis barrier of the core energy operating device underground in a small town dozens of kilometers away was attacked, Yu could be the first to attack. Hurry up for a while. After repelling a wave of robots, there will also be 40 or 50 robots desperately launching a crazy attack on the energy core operating equipment around Yu. Seeing the robots rushing over again, Yu raised his right hand, and the next moment the power of thunder instantly attacked those robots. Most of the robots hit by the lightning lost their power in an instant, but there were still many robots attacking Yu while trying to rush to the core energy operation device wrapped by the psychokinesis barrier. The psychokinesis barrier resisted the attack of the rain of bullets, and after killing more than a dozen robots with a backhand the next second, the psychokinesis barrier of the core energy operation instrument under the small town was also attacked by the robot. Although separated by dozens of miles, in the next second, with the opening of the space door, Yu directly crossed the range of tens of kilometers and came directly to the number 2 core energy operation instrument. The power of thunder covered Yu's whole body, and then the violent power of thunder surged crazily. Many robots separated to attack Yu from all sides, but with these robots, even a single hair of Yu can't hurt. After dealing with the covetous robots around the number 2 instrument, Yu raised his head and looked at the ground above the thick soil. He wondered if Steve and the others could evacuate tens of thousands of people quickly. Otherwise, if they drag down, I am afraid that thousands of people will die. I now have Chaos Force on my body. If I use Chaos Force plus the ability of Mind Gem and open the door of space, then Yu will naturally have a way to transport everyone away. But the 2 core energy operating instruments separated by dozens of kilometers, but directly blocked Yu's actions. This place cannot be left without guards, and the most suitable person for the entire Avengers to guard this place is himself. Once he left, Ultron would definitely turn these 2 instruments directly, and once anyone was activated, the consequences would be disastrous. When he was thinking about how to help Steve and the others and quickly turned everyone away, Yu suddenly raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the thick soil above, as if he saw something, and then the expression on his face smiled stand up. On the ground, Ultron looked at the members of the Avengers who were constantly fighting against the robots under him. He couldn't help but tilt his head, his unique mechanical voice mixed with a hint of joking. "Tisk, the most powerful superhero on Earth, hee, just a bunch of pedantic people. Compared with billions of lives, what are tens of thousands of people? But it is also because of this that I have the opportunity to create a new era for the Earth. At that time, the Earth will become a steel Earth." While speaking, Ultron directly rushed over to the members of Avengers. On the street, listening to the news from the headset, Natasha Romanoff fought back and said helplessly, "Everyone, the worst thing is coming. At least 2,000 robots are approaching us. And I heard that Ultron is also flying. More importantly, we have no way to evacuate ordinary people." Listening to Natasha Romanoff's voice in the headset, Steve used the shield to block the attack of the robot's bullet, and then jumped up suddenly, and the shield directly chopped off a robot's shoulder. "No matter what, I will never give up any life. Whether it is the lives of billions of people or the lives of tens of thousands of people, I will never give up any of them. Leave those damn robots to me, and as for the work of evacuating ordinary people, Steve, you and Tony figure out a way. As he spoke, Thor took the hammer and flew up into the sky. The next moment, watching the robot rushing from a distance, he let out a grinning grin. He raised the hammer high in his hand towards the sky. The next moment, the originally clear sky suddenly became cloudy. The majestic thunder rumbled in the sky, and countless lightning bolts directly struck the approaching robot from the sky. As the lightning quickly fell from the sky, countless robots lost all their abilities, and even some robots were smashed to pieces. Just when Thor wanted to continue, at some point, Ultron flew directly to Thor's side, raised his fist and slammed it heavily on Thor's face. And then Thor, holding the hammer, fell directly from the air to the ground. Ask for flowers. Tony, who was fighting the robot, also flew towards Thor in an instant and then caught Thor directly before Thor landed. Man, you have to be careful. Although this height will not hurt you, it will still hurt. While teasing Thor, Tony put Thor on the ground. Let's not talk about that. What about those ordinary people? Looking at the ordinary people who were shivering in the buildings and looking outside, Thor shook the hammer vigorously and then asked Tony. All that should be said has been said, and all that should be done has been done. But some people are too scared to hide in the building. We have no way to take away tens of thousands of people. Tony looked at the shivering people in the building not far away and said helplessly, "Don't worry." Just when Tony and Steve were both a little worried, a very crisp but familiar girl's voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone looked towards the sky subconsciously, only to see the girl in red clothes exuding red power gradually descending from the sky. "Looks like you're in trouble." The girl had just descended from the sky. Tony Stark and Thor all laughed. "You're back, Wanda." Tony looked at Wanda, then smiled and said, "What's the matter with your red energy?" "It feels weird." And after seeing Wanda, Thor laughed out loud. "Haha, Wanda leaves future wife." Before Wanda could reply to Tony and Thor, Natasha Romanoff ran over from the side, hugged Wanda and kissed her hard and then said happily, "Welcome back, Wanda sister, I miss you so much." "But now, Wanda, get out of here, it's too dangerous." Looking at Wanda in front of her, Natasha Romanoff said very seriously, "Zioju's new book has been released, title. De Tang, the world's #1 counselor. The author's name is still urge you. I hope you guys can collect it. Send flowers, new book seedlings, please, old men." In addition, although this book has fewer updates, it will not be cut, don't worry 7. Seeing Natasha Romanoff, who cared about her, Wanda suddenly smiled sweetly. "Don't worry, I'll be fine, don't forget, I've been learning magic all this time." With that said, Wanda turned her head to look at Steve and the others and asked, "Are you worried that you won't be able to evacuate these tens of thousands of people?" "Yes, what can you do?" Hearing Wanda's words, Steve asked curiously. Steve is very familiar with Wanda's identity. When he was in the company, Wanda was by Yu's side all day long. Definitely, after all, I didn't waste this time in vain. Steve, you should concentrate all the battlefields in this small area first, and leave the rest to me. Saying that, Wanda 320 raised her head and looked at the direction of Ultron and those robots. A red light flashed in her eyes. "You actually let my leaf be trapped in the ground. After the crowd is over, I will clean up here." After finishing speaking, Wanda activated the origin magic power immediately. You must know that her origin magic power originally opened the ability restriction through the psychic scepter. So when the dark red magic began to cover the town, as the magic began to spread, many people were hiding in buildings. The shivering crowd inside suddenly had a flash of red in their eyes, then picked up their coats and went out. Seeing this scene, Wanda smiled slightly, and then with her left hand in front of her, she drew a circle with her right hand, and 9 magic portals appeared in this small town almost at the same time. The crowd, controlled by Wanda origin magic power, all rushed towards the direction of the magic portal. Wow. Seeing this scene, Tony, who was fighting the robot in the air, couldn't help but look at Wanda on the ground and exclaimed, "Hey Wanda, you can transmit magic and you can also transmit magic. Is this a must-have in your home?" Means. Hearing Tony Stark's words, Wanda chuckled, then waved her hand. The dark red energy directly wrapped the rushing robot. And the next moment, the robot was directly turned into a pile of scrap iron by this powerful energy. When I was in Awakening Origin Magic Power, Sorcerer Supreme once told me that my magic ability is also very good. If there is another guy who is equally good and I want to marry ye, I can't inherit the magic holy place. Otherwise, the future Sorcerer Supreme is me. Speaking of this, Wanda not only did not have any regrets, but instead showed a happy smile on her face. "So this is a gift from you." While speaking, Wanda gently raised his hand to grab it, and the next moment, the Kree Warhammer broke through the ground, and Wanda grabbed it directly in his hand. Looking at the Kree warhammer in her hand, Wanda smiled slightly towards the ground. "Thank you, dear. I can feel the huge energy contained in this weapon." After the words fell, the Kree warhammer directly began to transform into other forms under Wanda origin magic power. Soon, a nearly 2-meter-long weapon directly turned into a ring and was worn by Wanda. On the wrist. After putting the ring on her finger, Wanda used magic to input it into the ring and then faced hundreds of robots rushing over. The soft light on the ring flashed. "I don't like you guys, otherwise I should be by my fiancé's side now." As Wanda's voice fell, the robots that had rushed over suddenly turned into paper-like shapes and fell to the ground under the soft light. Yes. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark, who had just eliminated a group of robots with a small missile, couldn't help but gasped, then landed on the ground and asked Wanda, "What was your attack method just now? Could it be, do all of you who study magic have this kind of ability? If so, if I encounter a magician in the future, should I research a set of anti-magic armor?" No, it shouldn't be because of magic." Before Wanda could answer, Thor flew back to the ground with his hammer in the air. And after greeting Wanda, he looked at Tony and said, "My younger brother Loki can also use magic, but he doesn't have such an ability, so I think this should not be a problem of magic, but a problem of the weapon she uses." "That's right." Wanda didn't hide anything but said directly, "You gave me a weapon just now, and then I turned this weapon into a ring and wore it in my hand. There are many abilities in this ring. It can not only change matter, but also change gravity, magnetic field, etc. And there are many abilities that I haven't researched to understand, although I can't say that. But this is indeed a very suitable weapon for me. The ability in the ring plus my originally awakening origin magic power. It feels like it can exert a very powerful power." Hearing what Wanda said, Tony Stark nodded lightly, looked at the ring in Wanda's hand, and after hesitation swallowed what he hadn't said. "This is a weapon specially given to Wanda by Yu, and Wanda even turned that hammer into a ring. Well, forget it, when Yu goes to an alien planet next time, let me bring back some strange things for myself to study. It's better to take myself to other planets to see." While speaking, Tony Stark seemed to feel that the scene in front of him had changed. Not only Tony, Steve, Natasha Romanoff, and others seemed to feel that the scene in front of him was a little bit wrong. Just as Wanda was wearing the ring and talking with a smile on her face, the next moment, she suddenly raised her head to look at Ultron, and then her voice became a little cold. "Hess, you actually want to use the Mind Gem's ability to control me, then spread it throughout the Avengers. Really, don't you know that I also have the Mind ability?" 2.1 Speaking, Wanda raised her hands, and the next moment the dark red energy, the members of the Avengers were immediately surrounded, and everyone who had been caught in the control of the Ultron Mind Gem regained their clarity at this moment. "Damn, trying to control me with that Mind Gem again." The angry Tony Stark immediately raised his hand after he understood, and the energy cannon in his palm directly attacked Ultron. As Tony launched his attack, Thor flew over with his hammer. As the glory of God, no one is allowed to use Mind Gem to control himself for the second time. Only Hulk, who was smashing at the robot in the distance, looked in the direction of Avengers with some confusion, raised his hand, and scratched his head in a daze. What happened just now? Why did the sea in front of him suddenly disappear? Humans, what a pathetic creature. Facing the rushing Avengers members, Ultron spoke with a compassionate tone, "Why don't you accept the baptism of fate? Humanity will eventually perish. I don't know whether human beings are going to perish, but today is the time for you to perish." Tony flew in front of Ultron, and the energy cannons in the palms of both hands immediately fired, and 2 orange rays of light attacked Ultron, instantly knocking Ultron in the air staggering. "Tony Stark, you nasty guy, I've never hated you more than I do now." As he spoke, Ultron raised his hands, and almost identical heart energy cannons attacked Tony. In an instant, the 2 palm energies collided with each other, and there was a violent explosion sound directly in the air. Tony was sent flying by this powerful energy and fell to the ground. Before Ultron could react, Thor directly slammed the hammer on the ground. On Ultron, "Hess, although I'm not a human being, I don't think human beings will perish today. What's more, you actually want to use the Mind Gem on your head to control me for the second time. I can tell you that you have provoked the wrath of the great thunder god." While speaking, Thor raised his hammer and summoned a bolt of lightning to attack Ultron, who was lying on the ground. Click, click, rumble. With several bolts of lightning striking Ultron, almost instantly, Ultron's entire steel body was covered by thunderbolts. Seeing the exposed exoskeleton, Thor took the hammer and attacked Ultron again. But before Thor attacked Ultron, he was directly knocked away by the energy of Mind Gem. "Damn it, you bloody ants, you really make me angry." Saying that, the mind gem ability on Ultron's forehead directly attacked the crowd. Ultron's ability is strong, especially after having the mind gem. Seeing the huge psychic beam attacking, Tony and Thor immediately defended with all their strength. Steve also held a shield to block the scattered energy of the mind gem. While resisting Ultron's mind beam attack, he said to everyone, "Everyone, we have to help Wanda delay the time and we must control the battlefield here." Humans, what a pathetic creature. Facing the rushing Avengers members, Ultron spoke with a compassionate tone. "Why don't you accept the baptism of fate? Humanity will eventually perish. I don't know whether human beings are going to perish, but today is the time for you to perish." Tony flew in front of Ultron, and the energy cannons in the palms of both hands immediately fired, and two orange rays of light attacked Ultron, instantly knocking Ultron in the air staggering. "Oh, you nasty fellow, I've never hated you more than I do now." As he spoke, Ultron raised his hands, and almost identical palm energy cannons attacked Tony. In an instant, the two palm energies collided with each other, and there was a violent explosion sound directly in the air. Tony was sent flying by this powerful energy and fell to the ground. Before Ultron could react, Thor directly slammed the hammer on the ground. On Ultron, "Hess, although I'm not a human being, I don't think human beings will perish today. What's more, you actually want to use the mind gem on your head to control me for the second time. I can tell you that you have provoked the wrath of the great god of poison." While speaking, Thor raised his hammer and summoned a bolt of lightning to attack Ultron, who was lying on the ground. Click, click, rumble. With several bolts of lightning striking Ultron, almost instantly, Ultron's entire steel body was covered by thunderbolts. Seeing the exposed exoskeleton, Thor took the hammer and attacked Ultron again. But before Thor attacked Ultron, he was directly knocked away by the energy of Mind Gem. After breaking free from Hulk's big hand, Ultron raised his fist and slammed towards Hulk, as if he wanted to smash Hulk flat with his fist. "Give me another 10 minutes. The angry Hulk was not to be outdone and threw his fist at Ultron in the same way. With that said, Steve turned his head to look at Wanda and asked anxiously, "Wanda, how long will it take you to evacuate everyone?" Unprepared for Hulk, Ultron, who was fighting the members of the Avengers, was directly dragged down from the air by Hulk, pulling his legs and hitting the ground vigorously, left and right, and soon smashed a big hole in the ground. "Oh, Hulk hate you." While using mind control to control everyone's thoughts, let them evacuate, and open the magic transmission channel to transport them to a safe place. At this moment, Wanda's forehead is also faintly sweating. "Damn it, you bloody ants, you really make me angry." After throwing one of the robots vigorously, Hulk slammed his fists on the ground angrily, fixed his eyes on Ultron, and then jumped up high, attacking Ultron directly. Saying that, the Mind Gem ability on Ultron's forehead directly attacked the crowd. "No one understands me, no one understands my loneliness and thoughts." Ultron's ability is strong, especially after having the Mind Gem. Seeing the huge psychic beam attacking, Tony and Thor immediately defended with all their strength. Steve also held a shield to block the scattered energy of the Mind Gem. "Damn it, you dare to treat me." Just when everyone was trying their best to resist the attack brought by the energy wave of Ultron Mind Gem, seeing countless robots flying over and preparing to attack in the next second, Steve, the leader, gritted his teeth and just wanted 277 to rush up. But the next seconds later, Hulk's angry roar suddenly came from his ear. After hammering himself, Hulk directly blocked in front of the crowd and then rushed towards the overwhelming group of robots. After rushing into the pile of robots, he held Chenquin constantly in both hands and smashed everywhere. Those looked very solid. The robots can't resist Hulk's punches at all. Almost every punch, a robot will be smashed into scrap iron. Roar. Looking at the stubborn crowd, Ultron murmured sadly to himself, and then waved his hand. The next moment, countless robots swarmed over and directly attacked Steve and the others. While resisting Ultron's mind beam attack, he said to everyone, "Everyone, we have to help Wanda delay the time, and we must control the battlefield here." Watching Hulk attacking Ultron madly, Tony Stark and Thor rushed towards Ultron immediately, and soon the four of them wrestled directly. "We want to buy time for Wanda now, we must control the battlefield here." While talking, Steve rushed towards the group of robots with a shield, while Natasha Romanoff and Barton were constantly supporting Steve in the rear. Besieged by Tony Stark, Thor, and Hulk crazily, Ultron's entire steel body was extremely difficult to parry, and the Mind Gem on his forehead constantly attacked the three people. But under the full attack of the three people, Ultron was finally beaten flew out. "Damn it, you bloody bugs." Looking at Hulk, who kept clenching his fists and screaming at him, Thor holding a hammer, and Tony Stark, who was getting ready for the energy cannon in his palm, Ultron cursed angrily. and then directly issued an order to all the robots below to make the energy core work. The instrument is activated, directly flying the small town or the Grand Canyon of Aphrodite into the sky. After receiving Ultron's order, the robots that were besieging the other Avengers on the ground immediately evacuated, and then found the entrance one after another, and ran directly below the ground. After one shield finished solving a robot, seeing that there were fewer and fewer robots on the ground, Steve Rogers immediately pressed the headset and said, "Ye be careful, most of the robots are running towards the ground." Receive. Hearing Steve's voice from the headset, Yu nodded lightly, and then watched more and more robots attacking towards him. Yu immediately took out the white jade sword and directly pointed at the thunderbolt in his left hand and the long sword in his right. The robot rushed over. The robot has no experience of pain, fear, etc., and its only purpose is to activate the two energy cores buried in the ground to operate the instrument. So at this moment, after receiving the order, the eyes of many robots instantly turned red, and they rushed towards Yu one after another. Facing the increasing number of robots, Yu seemed to be transformed into a killing god at this moment. The thunder in his hand flashed, and the robots in front of him were scattered all over the ground in an instant. With his right hand, Loki kept waving the white jade sword gifted to him, and many robots directly chopped into Yu. Several cuts, but even so, more robots rushed towards Yu recklessly, while some robots entangled Yu, while some robots were surrounded by an enchantment under the Aphrodite Canyon. The energy core operated the instrument, and immediately began to explode crazily. Hearing the rumbling explosions under the Aphrodite Canyon, Yu was constantly rushing among the robots. After the barrier was broken from time to time, Yu had to open the door of space to take care of another place tens of kilometers away. Core energy runs the instrument. It can be said that Yu at this moment is a little incompetent in duplication. If he can use the power of annihilation, then these robots are not worth mentioning at all. But once the power of annihilation is used, because he is underground, the huge power of annihilation will definitely directly destroy the Foundation. And at that time, ordinary people who have not evacuated will be in danger. If Yu usually faces these robots, then even if he fights for a day, Yu will not feel tired at all. But taking both sides into consideration, plus the robot constantly rushing to the side of the energy core operating equipment to self-destruct, for a while Yu could only use the space teleportation gate to constantly kill these robots before the robot self-detonation. On the ground, listening to the constant rumbling explosions and the shaking of the ground, it seemed as if he had noticed that his beloved was a bit incompetent in duplication. In the next second, Wanda's eyes instantly turned crimson, the chaos force in her hand instantly increased its energy, and the number of magic portals increased again by 8. Due to the increased magic power, Wanda's face instantly turned pale and the sweat on his forehead gradually increased. Wanda tilde. Noticing that Wanda's body was a little unstable, Natasha Romanoff shot a robot through the head, and then went directly to Wanda's side and supported Wanda, who was a little unstable. "You've done a good job, Wanda, don't be brave, you have to trust us." Looking at Wanda, whose face was a little pale, but still gritted her teeth and insisted on opening a few more magic portals, Natasha Romanoff said with a hint of distress in her eyes. I'm fine. Wanda shook her head hard, and then a smile appeared on her pale face. "The person I love the most is running around for dozens of miles underground, protecting the two energy cores and operating the equipment. But the robot is constantly self-destructing. If this continues, he will be exhausted. The reason why I have become as strong as I am now is because I have always wanted to stand by his side, accompany him, and help him fight. Now is my best chance, I'm fine." Hearing the tiredness in Wanda's tone, Natasha Romanoff immediately stroked Wanda's head with distress, and then glared fiercely at Ultron, who was fighting the three of them. "Silly girl, you have done a good job, really good. You don't have to be brave anymore, you should know how much my brother Yi cares about you, in case something happens to you. If not, I'm afraid he will go crazy." As he said that, Natasha Romanoff stared fiercely at Ultron and the robot over there, then pressed the headset without any hesitation and said, "Yi, this silly girl Wanda's mental strength has declined, she is exhausted now, she needs to rest. If this continues, if not, I'm afraid Wanda will be injured. The number of people has been evacuated now, come out for me." Yu, who was fighting the robot, suddenly heard Natasha Romanoff's voice from the headset, and a trace of crimson flashed in his originally clear eyes. "Okay, is Wanda going to get hurt? Is my silly girl going to get hurt?" This sudden emotion immediately occupied Yu's concentrated and tense nerves, and the next second Yu's violent aura burst out instantly. The white jade sword in his hand flashed a gray color in an instant, and as the sword was swung out, directly turn all the robots in front of you into countless fragments in an instant. The next moment, regardless of the fact that there were still many robots underground, Yu stepped on the ground vigorously, and the whole person quickly flew upwards. It took almost a breath. Yu directly broke out of the ground, and then flew towards Wanda's direction at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Yu rushed directly in front of Wanda. Seeing Wanda, who was smirking a little because of her appearance, but her face was pale, Yu directly took Wanda from Natasha Romanoff. Turning his head to look at Ultron's eyes, he also instantly became fierce. I am okay. Looking at Yu who turned her head, a flash of distress flashed in her eyes. Wanda suddenly showed a silly smile. I just used too much mental power, so I am a little tired, don't worry, I'm really fine. Speaking of which, Wanda raised her hand, stroked Yu's face lightly, and then said with a smirk, the reason why I want to be strong is to be able to stand by your side and accompany you. Whether it is no matter what kind of enemy you face, I am qualified to stand by your side instead of hiding. This is very important to me. In my heart, there is nothing more important than you. Listening to Wanda's silly words, Yu, who was originally extremely violent, gradually calmed down a bit. With clear eyes and a hint of distress, he raised his hand, gently wiped the sweat off Wanda's head, and then said with a smile, You've done a good job, dear, leave it to me next. You go have a good rest, okay? I still want to wait until this matter is over, so that we can take a good look at the world. After speaking, Yu held Wanda in his arms, flew up directly, opened the space transmission channel 280, and came directly to his home. Take a good rest and wait for me to come back. Put Wanda on his own bed, then kissed Wanda's head lightly, then gently rubbed her hair and said, feeling the gentleness of Yu's fingertips, Wanda giggled with a hint of sweetness in her eyes. Come back early, I'll be waiting for you at home. Just like a newlywed wife telling her husband to go out, Wanda gave Yu a sweet reminder, not caring at all about the robots and Ultron she was about to face. That's right, in Wanda's heart, Yu is very powerful, just a mere robot, how could he hurt his lover? Good. Smiled at Wanda, helped Wanda tuck the quilt up, then gently closed the door, then turned and disappeared into the house. On the battlefield, as Yu left with Wanda in his arms, the robots that kept exploding finally broke the barrier, and then the whole ground shook constantly, soar into the sky. The dense forest BB cracked from the middle with a click, and the tens of meters long waterfall seemed to be cut off. Not only that, as the soil and stones constantly fell towards the ground, finally, 2 places below the blue energy core driven by the running instrument, it flew up directly. Oh my gods. Seeing this scene, Steve was a little lost, and then looked at Natasha Romanoff beside him and said, Is there no other way? Is there anything else you can do? Hearing Steve's words, Natasha Romanoff glanced at him and then said, Order the people of SHIELD to fly over the space carrier, and then let the small fleet start to pick up those who haven't had time to evacuate. Now with ye holding Wanda leaving, the magic portal is gradually closing. Fortunately, there are only less than 1,000 people left who need to be evacuated. We should be able to evacuate them all safely. Already prepared. Steve shrugged his shoulders, looked at the ground below getting farther and farther away, and couldn't help but sighed. The trouble is really getting bigger and bigger. It seems that this time it's not easy to hide the old guys from the World Security Council. As Steve's voice fell the next second, a light blue space teleportation channel suddenly appeared beside him, and then Yu appeared directly in front of Steve. It's a pity that such a beautiful place will be destroyed. Seeing Yu who suddenly appeared, Steve was not surprised. He knew that Yu is not someone who likes to avoid fighting. So he is not worried at all. Yu will never come back. There is no pity, Captain. In my heart, in terms of beautiful scenery, it can't compare to my Wanda's hair. Not only that, if I had to choose between tens of thousands of people and Wanda, maybe I would be a little bit embarrassed. Struggling, but Steve, maybe you'll disappoint me. Hearing Yu's words, Steve was silent for a while and then suddenly laughed. No, we can die, but civilians can't just die like this. And no matter what choice you make, believe me, I will understand you. We are friends, so there is no disappointment or disappointment. At worst, I will fight the enemy to the end. Anyway, I have died once in 70 years, so at worst, I will die again. Steve Rogers said nonchalantly. Seeing Steve smile, Yu also laughed. Well, if this is the case, then you are responsible for evacuating those civilians. None Barton will be responsible for helping you transport them with SHIELD. As for me... Speaking of this, Yu looked at the foundation that had soared to nearly 100 meters, and then said indifferently, Let me meet Ultron for a while, that mind gem. I will take it off Ultron's head with my own hands. Saying that, Yu leapt forward and rushed towards Ultron directly. Seriously, I understand Yi Gang's words very well. Natasha Romanoff on the side watched Yi Yu charge towards Ultron, then turned her head, shrugged her shoulders and said, "If there is only the choice of sacrificing me and sacrificing Yi, I will choose to sacrifice myself without any hesitation. If only sacrificing Yi and 10,000 people are the only options, maybe I will make the same choice as Yi. At least I will never let him have an accident. Like you said, I can die, but he can't." Natasha Romanoff looked at Steve firmly, then spoke softly. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, who had a firm gaze, Steve touched his nose subconsciously and then smiled wryly. "I didn't say anything, and it's not that far yet, is it? Seriously, it's very understandable whether it's Yi or your choice. If it were me, I would also give my life for him." As he spoke, Steve took a deep breath, tightened the shield in his hand, and watched the sound of an aerospace aircraft carrier gradually coming from the sky. Steve shrugged his shoulders and said, "Look, no one needs to die now. We know more difficult choices to make. Let's go take those poor people away first, then solve the root cause of the problem, Ultron, and finally, I think we should have a party to welcome Wanda back. As for those old immortals in the World Security Council, I have a solution." While talking, Steve ran towards the ordinary people. Looking at Steve's figure, Natasha Romanoff smiled and then followed. "It seems that swearing doesn't match your image." After catching up with Steve, Natasha Romanoff laughed and joked. "The girl you just hugged and left is very strong, and she should have a stronger strength that hasn't been brought out, I can feel it." Seeing Yi Yu rushing towards him, Ultron waved his hand and let the robots below surround Thor, Tony, and Hulk. Then looking at Yi Yu, who was also standing in the air, Ultron pointed to the mind gem on his head and said, "She has just come back, and you have exhausted her mental energy a lot." Looking at the Ultron in front of him and the foundation that is constantly flying upwards, Yi Yu said flatly, "Are you trying to shoot me? I can feel your anger." Seeing the energy flickering in Yi Yu's hands, Ultron shrugged his shoulders and said, "So, is she your girlfriend? Is she your wife?" To be honest, feelings are very strange. Although I don't want to have the feelings of your human beings, but I still envy you who have feelings. Maybe give me a little more time. I think I will also give birth to your human emotions because of this. You have no chance. Seeing Ultron pointing at the mind gem on his forehead, Yi Yu burst out huge amounts of energy in both hands and directly attacked Ultron. Feeling two huge energies attacking towards him, the mind gem on Ultron's forehead also instantly released a huge energy attack towards Yi Yu. While attacking, Ultron looked at Yi Yu and said, "Seriously, don't you really consider standing by my side? You must know that the Earth will perish sooner or later because of human beings. Only by standing by my side can you organic will save the planet. You are right, maybe the Earth will be destroyed because of humans." After the words fell, Yi Yu rushed towards Ultron in an instant, and huge amounts of fists directly hit Ultron's face, blowing Ultron's whole body into the air. "But you will never see this day." Saying that, Yi Yu rushed towards Ultron immediately, and then the whole person directly fought with Ultron. The two fought fiercely, leaving ruins everywhere they went. Ever since he gained the power of infinite gems, Yi Yu had never fought so freely. In addition, this place was about to be destroyed, so Yi Yu at this moment, he let go of his hands and feet and constantly fought with Ultron. Although he still hasn't used his full strength, Yi Yu can still beat Ultron constantly. In addition, Tony Stark and Steve Rogers are constantly directing the ordinary people who have not had time to evacuate towards the cliff on the other side of the flying base. When those innocent people came to the edge of the cliff, at this moment, on the SHIELD aerospace aircraft carrier, small spaceships for transporting people have already been waiting here. After seeing Steve walking over with ordinary people, the members of SHIELD immediately ran down, and then constantly made the people grateful for boarding the evacuated spaceship. After seeing the manned spaceship coming, those ordinary people without Wanda controlling their minds suddenly panicked. Many people desperately wanted to escape to the spaceship. Fortunately, there were Steve and Tony Stark constantly maintaining order, and SHIELD members constantly guided. This made these people start to evacuate. I think our team is still a little short. While guiding ordinary people to quickly board the spaceship, while constantly attacking the robots running over with the energy cannon in the palm and the small missiles on the shoulders of the armor, Tony Stark said to Steve Rogers through the headset, "Come on, buddy, although we are relatively small, we are all elites." Wiping the dust off his face, Steve signaled the airship full of people to leave first, and then directed ordinary people to go to another airship and said, "But do you have any good ideas, or do you want to pull people back into our Avengers? Just now you saw Wanda's strength." After Tony Stark finished solving the nearby robots, he said to Steve, Coincidentally, I think Rhodes can also join our Avengers and become one of us, although they don't need constant training. Come on. Hearing Tony's words, Steve smiled and replied, Rod is fine, I know a Sam, and I think he is fine too, but for Wanda you have to ask ye after all, that is the person ye loves the most. If he is willing let Wanda join the Avengers, we naturally have nothing to say. If you have this time, why don't you hurry up and evacuate ordinary people? Ask for flowers. While attacking those robots, Natasha Romanoff said, now at least it has ascended to a height of more than 1,500 feet. If it is going up, I am afraid that once it lands, then the Earth will be torn apart. Natasha Romanoff, you, Barton, and Hulk come here quickly. We've already evacuated almost all of us. Those of us who can't fly have to start evacuating. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Steve said immediately, no problem, to be honest, I want to go home and rest a long time ago. Natasha Romanoff replied very easily, then looked at Hawkeye and said, hey Barton, we should go. I've made up my mind. An arrow hit a robot, and then the arrow exploded violently, blowing up some companions next to the robot. Barton and Natasha Romanoff evacuated while saying, Lola always thinks that the dining table is too crowded in the kitchen, so I'm going to remodel the structure of the house. After all, I'm about to welcome my unborn child. Do you think it would be better to paint a boy's room blue or white? It's still blue. While evacuating, Natasha Romanoff shrugged and said, white is too solemn, but he likes white and black the most. That's blue. Barton nodded, and as he ran, he turned his head to look at Hulk, who was holding the robot and started to spin, and then shouted, hey big guy, we should go, this place is going to explode with a bang. Boom, explosion. Hearing Barton's shout, Hulk tilted his head, and then ran towards the direction Barton and Natasha Romanoff pointed. Can't you give us a ride? Looking at Hulk, who seemed to be frightened, leaped high, and then ran away at high speed, Barton said helplessly, and then smashed the window of a relatively intact car on the street with a punch, and then looked at Natasha Romanoff said, although we can run there, I think it's faster, what do you think? It's long overdue. After opening the co-pilot door, Natasha Romanoff sat on the co-pilot and said to Barton, oh look, your companions are gone. Seeing that there are only a few robots left in him, and seeing the members of Avengers leaving one after another, Ultron spread his hands at EU and said, so, what are you going to do? Hey man, hold on. Before EU could speak, Tony Stark's voice came directly from the earphone. I'll see if there is a solution to run the instrument with the core energy. Ye, help me delay Ultron for a while. If it doesn't work, I'll talk to you, Thor, and the two of them destroyed the core energy operation equipment together. Although this would cause an explosion in a place hundreds of kilometers in file size, it was better than causing the Earth's explosion after falling. Tony. Before Tony Stark could finish speaking, Yu stopped fighting Ultron and then said softly, you and Thor should leave 477 first and leave the rest to me. I think, Tony still wanted to say something, but suddenly he heard Thor say, man, listen to ye, let's leave first. I guess he is probably fighting with all his strength before he had no way to use it. Use all your energy, after all, his full blow is too destructive. All right. Hearing what Thor said, Tony controlled the armor and flew towards the SHIELD aerospace aircraft carrier below. While flying, he said to Yu, be careful, buddy, if you need help, you know. After confirming that everyone was evacuated, he glanced at the land floating in the air like a small island at the moment. Then Yu took off the earphones, looked at Ultron in front of him. Gray annihilation energy zones gradually emerged on his body. This total energy, I have never seen it before, but it tells me that it belongs to an extremely ancient and huge energy. Pointing to the mind gem on his forehead, Ultron looked at Yu and said, yes, you are right about that. Yu laughed, then looked at Ultron and said, actually, I wanted to be presumptuous a long time ago, but I couldn't. Facing Loki, I couldn't make a full-strength shot. Facing Malekith, before I could make a full-strength shot, he was frightened by Odin and fled in a hurry. Finally, Odin sent me to hell. I thought, according to Hela, I will fight her to the death. But the fact proves that this inexplicable affinity in me makes her think that I am the reincarnation of someone else. Speaking of which, Yu looked at the white clouds gradually drifting around and stretched out his hand to touch the pure white clouds. But in the next second, the clouds turned into water mist. I will destroy this place and take this mind gem from your forehead, Ultron. Is there any last words to say? Looking at Ultron in front of him, Yu's annihilating power became stronger and stronger, as if the gray energy around him had condensed a bit, and then countless stones rose up around Yu in situ, and then turned into countless small stones. There is none left. Slowly landed on the ground, looking at the surrounding scenery, Ultron said with a hint of joy in his tone, "This place is really beautiful. If it is buried here, it may be a good choice. It's a pity that my plan failed in the end. The Earth will be destroyed by the servants of mankind." Having said that, Ultron raised his hand and directly took off the mind gem on his forehead, ignoring the small pit left by the broken steel on his head, just looked at Yu with a smile. "Since I was born, I'm lonely. I'm not human nor pure steel. I'm more like an alien with my own thoughts. This feeling is really ridiculous. Maybe my birth was a mistake, but at least when I die, you will come to see me off." After speaking, Ultron threw the mind gem at Yu directly. Watching Yu take over the mind gem, Ultron stretched out his hands, as if embracing the blue sky, closed his eyes, and the light of energy on his body gradually faded. "I have let JARVIS erase all the traces I have left. Come on, send me one last ride, maybe the Earth from now on. There will be no more lonely people like me. Also speak to JARVIS for me, sorry." As he said that, the light of energy on Ultron's body gradually disappeared. Seeing Ultron with his eyes closed as if he was embracing the world, Yu clenched his fists tightly, and a layer of gray annihilation power instantly enveloped his fists crazily. "Okay, I will." Gently nodded, Yu's eyes instantly became determined, and the fist wrapped in extremely violent annihilating power instantly slammed down fiercely on the ground. Boom! As Yu's fist hit the ground, the next moment, countless cracks exploded instantly, and then the cracks stretched rapidly over hundreds of miles of land and mountains. After a rumbling explosion sounded, hundreds of miles of file size, the land flying in the sky like a small island exploded in an instant, turning into countless pieces of dust. In the dust and gravel, Ultron, whose body has gradually collapsed, turned his head and grinned at Yu. "Thank you, I'm finally free." After speaking, the entire steel body made of vanadium alloy exploded instantly, and some surrounding stones scattered in the air were also turned into dust by Ultron's explosion. "Oh my gods!" Aerospace aircraft carrier. Seeing hundreds of meters above, the hundreds of miles of file-size foundation exploded instantly, and everyone exclaimed. Even Steve, who is usually very steady, couldn't help but say, "My God, this is amazing. Yeah, I can't even imagine what will happen if this kind of energy attack hits us." Tony Stark also nodded, then suddenly turned his head to look at Hulk and said, "Hey 3.0, big guy, so I said that Yi is the most powerful Avenger of our Avengers, you should have no objection." Snored. Hearing Tony Stark's words, Hulk clenched his fists and snorted, then turned his head and said intermittently, "Hulk, I hate you." The most powerful Avenger, shouldn't it be me?" After hearing Tony's words, Thor shrugged his shoulders and said, "I always feel that if I summon a powerful lightning, I can also smash this foundation, just like my sister said. If I truly awaken the power of Thor, then even without a hammer, I will be many times stronger than I am now. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say last time. The reason why my sister can pick up Mjolnir is because the user of the hammer before me is my sister. Don't you think you're taking it too far?" Looking at the representatives of the World Security Council in front of him, Yu said without hesitation. Just after finishing the settlement of Ultron, the Disaster Statistics and Reconstruction Bureau was still investigating the damage, and when it was rebuilding, an uninvited guest came directly to SHIELD. Avengers is a superhero group that exists alone. It does not belong to anyone, and we will not let anyone lead us. Sitting on the conference table of SHIELD, Yu looked at the members of the Security Council of the world, not giving him any face at all. "I know, I understand your thoughts, Mr. Yi." The member of the World Security Council heard Yi's words and immediately smiled and said, "Avengers does not represent SHIELD. Naturally, SHIELD cannot represent the World Security Council. The purpose of our World Security Council is to ensure the normal operation of the world. SHIELD let us monitor, fund, and solve paranormal events around the world." As he said that, the Congressman 11 turned on the computer directly and then mobilized several patterns. "Mr. Yi, this is the statistics made by our World Security Council during this period. When you Avengers are saving the world, you also caused a lot of havoc in this world. For example, the last battle in New York, such as this Battle of Aphrodite Canyon, it is undeniable that you saved the world. But I think that if you can accept unified dispatch, all actions will be in accordance with our formula plan then. When did you think about it?" Before the congressman finished speaking, Yu interrupted directly. "If everything is according to your ideas, then what is the difference between us and puppets tied to strings? We also accept your unified dispatch, you think it's too good. We are the ones who save the world, we are the ones who fight against the enemy, we are the ones who are injured in the battle, and we are the ones who face the threat of life. Yi Yu looked at the guy who wanted to put Avengers under the jurisdiction of the World Security Council with a sneer on his face, and then taunted. You are right, when we fight the enemy, we will damage some buildings and the like, or next time we will face world security issues. When facing the life and death crisis of the Earth, how about you go to fight the enemy? It's really a group of guys who don't know the so-called. Sometimes I wonder, are you people in the World Security Council full of paste? Oh yes, you don't know what paste is. Put it another way. Yi Yu spread his hands and said, could it be that your brains are filled with water? Can you use your normal human thinking to think about the problem? War always comes with destruction and death, and it is still in accordance with your designation. Do you know what kind of strength we have? Do you know what kind of strength the enemy has? I don't know anything. When the Earth is facing danger, I just dare to hide in the back, praying for us to win. And when we win, we put on a face that we have destroyed a lot of things and want to make our Avengers under your control. Are you all idiots? Hearing Yi Yu's merciless words, Tony Stark leaned over to look at Steve on the long conference table and asked in a low voice, what's wrong with Yi? Why do you think he's so angry today? Don't you understand? Yi is expressing his dissatisfaction. Steve shrugged his shoulders and then replied in a low voice. Don't forget, during the day, Wanda used up all her mental power in order to transfer those ordinary people, and Yi originally planned to go home to take care of Wanda after the battle was over. But now, Steve spread his hands and said, I didn't wait for you to go back, but I was called here, listening to some idiots talking about how many things we destroyed, how much property we lost, and so on, so we wanted to gain control of Avengers and so on. If you're an idiot, now that he hasn't turned the table, he's already doing me a favor. After all, this is SHIELD otherwise. Hearing Steve's words, Tony Stark nodded approvingly, then lowered his head to see that he was playing with his watch. Hearing Yi Yu's cynicism, the member of the World Security Council's face turned red and then pale, and wanted to speak to others, but looking at others, the member became even more angry. Tony Stark was fiddling with his expensive watch, as if the watch could be turned into a battle armor. Barton sat on a chair and looked at the ceiling, his eyes unblinking as if he was about to fall asleep. Natasha Romanoff was he fiddled with his hair and took out his mobile phone to see if his hair should be dyed another color. As for Thor, he pulled Dr. Banner with a loveless face, complaining in a low voice about how terrifying his sister Hela's strength is, how he and Loki suffered. Seeing this scene, the representatives of the World Security Council shook their fists, then turned their heads to look at Steve and asked, Director Steve, do you mean the same thing you know? What ye said is what I want to say. Hearing the inquiry from the congressman, Steve Rogers said without any hesitation, Avengers is not under the jurisdiction of anyone, whether it is SHIELD or the World Security Council or any other department. If you want to do this, then 313 Avengers it will be disbanded immediately. Next time there will be enemies and the like, whoever you like to fight against the enemy will go. This is the opinion of Steve Rogers, one of the superheroes, and also the opinion of all Avengers members. Definitely also represents the opinion of S.H.I.E.L.D. director Steve Rogers. When Steve Rogers finished speaking, Yi Yu stood up directly from the chair, then looked at the congressman and said very seriously, This is the final decision of our Avengers, no matter who it is. No one has the right to command and govern our Avengers. Definitely after today you can get angry and make some small moves behind us, but don't forget, what is NBC under my hands? If you make a little small move, our NBC will exaggerate the report tenfold go out, so that the whole world can see your ugly faces. Oh, if you want to do something about my NBC, then go ahead, just don't forget, SHIELD is on my side. As he spoke, Yi Yu straightened his body and said to Natasha Romanoff beside him, Nah, let's go home. Listening to these idiots here will affect our IQ. After speaking, Yi Yu directly opened the space teleportation channel. What? That silver mask named Yi Yu really said that. The World Security Council thought it had finally seized the opportunity and wanted to take advantage of this moment to control a superhero as powerful as Avengers in its hands. After hearing the report from his subordinates, the chairman of the World Security Council suddenly slapped the table angrily. B*******, how dare he do this? Doesn't he know who we are? Does he think that we have nothing to do with him? Isn't he afraid that we will list him as a wanted man? I advise you not to do this. Before the Speaker of the World Security Council finished speaking, Nick Fury's holographic projection suddenly appeared on the originally peaceful table. Damn it, Nick Fury, you actually hacked into the meeting room of our World Security Council again. What do you want? The speaker patted the table and asked Nick Fury angrily. Just now you said that you want to deal with Yi. I heard everything, but as an old friend who has been with you for more than 10 years, I advise you not to do this. Ignoring this angry guy, Nick Fury said mercilessly, I've always known that you have a strong desire to control, so naturally you won't give up on such a powerful organization like Avengers. But have you ever thought about what the consequences will be if you dare to take any action against Yi? Hearing what Nick Fury said, the speaker wanted to say something else, but Nick Fury didn't let him continue. If you're ready to offend the entire Avengers, offend SHIELD, and become the target of the world's population, then you can do whatever you want. When the world knows that the people they have always trusted heroes are just unwilling to accept your jurisdiction, and you have turned them into so-called criminals, then it will be very interesting in the end. Maybe there will be a small number of superhero safety theory people supporting you, but I think you should be able to predict the final result. Maybe you will be the first the crime of the world. The president of the World Security Council, locked up by SHIELD. Speaking of this, Nick Fury suddenly laughed. To be honest, I really want to see this scene after all. When I was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., every time you blocked my money, it was very happy. Maybe this time the two of us should switch. What do you think? A person who can become the chairman of the World Security Council is naturally not a stupid person. So after the anger period passed, he quickly calmed down. He knew that what Nick Fury said was true, and that being imprisoned on charges of endangering world security would be his best result. After all, even though SHIELD has endured the Hydra chaos, it is still huge. Nick Fury and Steve Rogers are both bright and dark, making SHIELD even stronger. What's more, the director of SHIELD, Steve Rogers, is also one of the superheroes of Avengers, so no matter what, it is impossible for the superheroes to complete the Registration Act and then obey the orders of the World Security Council. Thinking of this, the speaker suddenly laughed. Come on, Nick, why are you looking for me again? I think you should not just come here to persuade me Funding issues. Nick Fury didn't have any hesitation at all and said directly. After SHIELD is divided into one light and one dark, the funds are obviously not enough. So I am looking for you this time, and the original allocation funds have to be increased by 30%. That's impossible. Hearing Nick Fury's lion speak loudly, the chairman of the World Security Council suddenly said with blue veins on his forehead, do you know that you raised the funding by 30% with just one word, and these funds are enough for a small country for a year? 25% no less. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you one thing. Nick Fury seemed to remember something, then looked at the speaker of the World Security Council and said, the video where you were angry with your subordinates just now was accidentally recorded by me, and you know how powerful hackers are now, so in case it gets out, please believe that this matter is not related to me. 20% B ***D. Looking at Nick Fury with a rogue face, the president of the World Security Council almost gritted his teeth and said, if it exceeds this number, then I would rather spread this video. Yes, increase by 20% every year deal. Nick Fury accepted it as soon as he saw it, and then hung up the holographic projection directly. 10% is actually my bottom line. Nick Fury looked at Steve Rogers, who was smiling wryly in front of him, and then said, it's like dealing with people from the World Security Council. If you are conservative, you must be the one who suffers in the end. Any truth must be tripled. That's where you get to bargain. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Steve Rogers suddenly laughed. Well, actually, I'm still not that good at dealing with people from the World Security Council. I originally planned to ask Hill to negotiate with those people, but when I think of Hill's cold character, so. Come on, Steve, stop messing around with me. Looking at Steve Rogers in front of him, Nick Fury sat on a chair and said very seriously, tell me, what is it this time that made you look for me so anxiously? I want to warn the World Security Council and increase funding. It's just an excuse. Hearing Nick Fury's words, Steve Rogers nodded seriously. What do you think of Yi? Looking at Nick Fury in front of him, Steve hesitated for a moment before asking. Kind, honest, warm, with a strong affinity, always worthy of the trust of friends. A person who can make people give their backs, and a person who can live and die together. Hearing Steve's question, Nick Fury talked about Steve Rogers' evaluation of Yi without any hesitation. Until now, I still think so. Listening to Nick Fury reading his evaluation of Yi back then, Steve laughed, but there was a trace of concern in his eyes. But today's fight with Ultron during the day, I found something wrong with him. Looking at Nick Fury in front of him, Steve said very seriously, perhaps he himself didn't realize that he became a little irritable. This kind of violent character should not appear on him at all. He seems to be given by someone. Same effect. I'm worried that if it takes a long time, I'm afraid he will. From superhero to super criminal. Nick Fury frowned as Steve continued. No, 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 he won't become a super criminal, I'm sure of that. After Steve Rogers heard Nick Fury's words, he immediately vetoed it. He is kind, warm, and gives people a strong sense of dependence. Even if such a person wants to become a super criminal, I am afraid it is very unsuitable. Easy stuff. And I believe in him from the first time I saw him, until now and even in the future, no matter what he does. I believe that his starting point is always good, I firmly believe in this. So during this time, SHIELD will be handed over to you, Nick. I am going to take a long vacation. And Tony will accompany ye to walk around this world, maybe with our company, he will turn back into the sun again. Steve nodded and then said with a smile, don't forget Tony is the one with the softest and most sensitive heart among the Avengers, and he is the first one to find out that his emotions are not right. If someone like Yu is like a sun, bringing endless warmth to others, if he really becomes a cold and cruel person, Nick Fury can hardly imagine what Avengers will become. You're saying Tony Stark found the thing too? Hearing what Steve said, Nick Fury suddenly laughed. Definitely. But actually, Yu is the most important glue among Avengers. As long as he's around, Nick Fury will never have to worry about the Avengers splitting up or what. No Zhao, because he believes that Yu will be able to resolve all conflicts and irreconcilable matters. After thinking for a while, Steve Rogers looked at Nick Fury and said, he was my first friend after waking up from the ice cube, and he was also the one who melted my lonely heart that doesn't belong to this era. I will never let my best friend show up for anything. I'm afraid that at that time the entire Avengers will be torn apart in an instant. He is like a sun, warming the entire Avengers. After all, everyone has all kinds of loneliness and trauma. Only with him can the Avengers be united. If something happens to him then... Steve's gaze was very serious and determined, but there was still a trace of worry between his brows. It's just that I don't know what happened to let him, like a person whose sun warms others, be affected by his mind. Whether it's the battle with Ultron. Nick Fury, who has a deep understanding of human nature, knows it best. It seems that Avengers is led by Steve Rogers to give orders to fight. Hearing Steve's words, Nick Fury thought for a while before asking seriously. The title number of the last chapter was wrongly typed. It should be chapter 238. It was too hot. I was a little confused. Sorry, it's still his anger at the congressman sent by the World Security Council in the afternoon, which really doesn't fit his character. I'm most worried about the kind of danger that emanates from his body. I'm afraid that he will change into another look, so I never let anything happen to him. Then what are you going to do? SHIELD will be managed by you during this time. Blue sea, blue sky, picturesque beach. The sea breeze is blowing gently, the leaves of the palm trees are swaying gently with the wind, drinking a sip of sweet coconut water, enjoying the warm sunshine. All this should be so beautiful. But, looking at the two guys in front of him, Yu rolled his eyes constantly. I said, guys, what the hell are you doing? I looked at Tony, who was struggling to light the charcoal but made his face look ashamed, and then looked at Steve, who was wearing an apron, cutting meat constantly with a knife, and paying attention to nutritional balance all the time, adding vegetables to meat skewers. Yu was speechless for a moment. I agreed that this trip is for me. Wanda and what are you two doing here? Looking at the two people who have been busy, Yu asked speechlessly. Natasha Romanoff and Wanda were sitting on the sidelines laughing, each holding Yu's arm, waiting to start eating. We're all part of the Avengers. Why can you relax and take a vacation when the two of us can't? After wiping his ashen-faced head, Tony Stark looked at Steve for help. And Steve, who was also speechless, took the prop in Tony's hand, lighted the charcoal very easily, then nodded and looked at Yu and said, I think Tony is right. We are all on our own, so you are on vacation and choose to come to such a beautiful place 573 for vacation. So naturally we will come too. You can't have a holiday, but the two of us have to stick to our positions. It's too unfair. As they spoke, the two raised their hands and gave a high five at the same time, and then continued to get busy. No, you can go on vacation if you want. The world is so big, you can't go anywhere. Why do you have to follow us? Yu sighed helplessly. This is already the fourth place. Since half a month ago, these two guys have been following him, and he took Wanda and Natasha Romanoff for a holiday trip. These two guys just follow where? No, doesn't this show that our Avengers are very united? Tony Stark spread his hands and then said proudly, and you see, I paid for the trip, I found the place to stay, I was responsible for the transportation, food, etc., and you guys are responsible for it. The view, the holiday happy hour, how nice it is. Besides, Stark Industries has been too busy all this time. I finally have time. Naturally, I need to take a good rest. Tony's right. Steve, who put all the skewers on the iron grid and grilled them, nodded and said, SHIELD has a lot of things to do, but after dealing with Ultron, I will also give myself a vacation. Just like you once said, combine work and rest. And everyone came out to play together, how interesting it is. But this is too much. Looking at Nuoda's small island beach, there were no tourists except himself, Yi said with a wry smile. But it's not expensive at all. Hearing what Yi said, Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders and said, it's just a small island and it doesn't have much money, so it's really not expensive. Not to mention that we superheroes don't want ordinary people to come out to play. Excuse me, look how clean it is now, and after buying it, I can take Peppo out to play in the future. It's the best of both worlds. Well, Steve, I want it well done. Wanda, who was sitting on Yu's right, looked at Steve, who kept flipping the skewers, and said directly with a smile, definitely, I have no doubts about that. But I don't feel that I have changed anywhere. I am still me, I will always be me. No problem, Wanda, you just sit there and wait for me to barbecue, haha. Don't look at my old popsicle, which has been frozen for 70 years. But the craftsmanship of barbecue has not fallen. You must know that when I was in the Roaring Commando, but I often give them barbecue. Natasha Romanoff smiled, then looked at the two people who were busy with the barbecue and said softly, half a while ago, when you were dealing with Ultron, you were obviously very irritable, no matter if you destroyed Aphrodite in the end after the canyon. When he was still angry at the congressman sent by the World Security Council, he showed an unprecedented violent state. Hearing what Yu said, Natasha Romanoff smiled and took Yu's arm, and then said very seriously, I definitely believe what you said, my silly brother, what happened to you. Although that was what he said, Yu didn't notice that the moment Natasha Romanoff smiled, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Speaking of this, Natasha Romanoff stroked her hair and stood up. So, in the hearts of everyone in Avengers, anyone can have an accident, but you are the only one who can't. Maybe you don't even notice it yourself. Once you have an accident, I'm afraid everyone's going to go crazy. It's true, even if it's me. Looking at the two people who were constantly busy, Natasha Romanoff held Yu by's arm and said softly, actually, these two people are worried about you. So they care about you in this way again. Isn't it because of your character? Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Yu looked at her with some puzzlement. I didn't have anything wrong, why should you care about me? What happened? Is there something I don't know? Seeing Natasha Romanoff's serious eyes, Yu was silent for a while, recalled his recent character, then shook his head lightly and said, I can't think that I am so important, even I don't know it. How can you say that about yourself? After all, since our Avengers have not yet been established, you have been the bond connecting these people. Whether it is Steve who has just recovered or Tony with a sensitive heart, they have all become better under your own warmth. The entire Avengers will collapse in an instant. You underestimate your role in the Avengers. It can be said that the proposal of the Avengers may be proposed by Nick Fury, but the person who really brings the Avengers together is actually you. They thought that you must have been affected by something. After all, whether it is Steve or Tony, everyone regards people as warm as the sun. But the violence you suddenly displayed made everyone think that you should have been affected by something. Influence. Hearing that Steve himself was an old popsicle that had been frozen for 70 years, Tony Stark rolled his eyes speechlessly. And Natasha Romanoff on Yu's left laughed. Did Yi and Wanda go shopping together? In the evening, the sky darkened slightly, and the streets were brightly lit, creating a bustling scene. But the people in the room were not in the mood to appreciate the night view at all, and everyone had a sad expression on their faces. Well, the two of them went shopping, Tilda. Natasha Romanoff nodded lightly, then looked at Steve with a slightly sad face and said softly, to be honest, he himself didn't realize that after using the power of annihilation against Ultron, his original warm personality gradually became a little irritable. But even so, he's still him. Don't worry about that. To be honest, I'd rather see him like this. After all, it's always a disadvantage for such an easygoing personality, isn't it? Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said before Steve could say anything, Tony Stark said helplessly, I'm not worried about his character. In fact, there's nothing wrong with being sharp. I'm just afraid of him lost in mind by power, that's bad. I don't want to care about the others, but no matter what happens, I will not let him have an accident, absolutely not. He is one of the few close friends I don't make and the person I will never give up. So I have another method. Any solution? Hearing what Tony Stark said, Steve, who had been silent on the side, suddenly raised his head, looking at Tony with hope, hoping that he could really solve Yu's troubles. Seriously, guys, you all know that Yi has undergone some changes, most likely because of the use of the gray power of annihilation. The powerful power not only makes him more handy in dealing with the enemy, but also, yes, superpowers affect his mind. Having said that, Tony Stark spread his hands and said, "If that's the case, then why don't we let him use this power? We can even change his way of fighting like me. I can give him create a suit that suits him best. When there is a battle in the future, just let him use the battle armor directly. Unless it is a last resort, he will not use his originally ability anymore, will he?" It doesn't work. Hearing what Tony Stark said, Steve shook his head lightly. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. "Tony, we have known ye for such a long time. Do you think ye is the kind of person who uses armor? Then what should we do? Do we continue to let him use the power of destruction when we encounter enemies in the future?" Tony Stark said annoyedly. "You can't watch his character become more and more violent and finally become a person dominated by power. If he really becomes like this, then I don't dare to imagine that once his mind is lost and wants to destroy the earth, then what should I do? Anyway, I have absolutely no way to attack him. I don't care about you anyway, I will always be by his side. Home is where he is. If anyone dares to attack him then." Natasha Romanoff didn't say much, but Tony and Steve understood the coldness and determination in her eyes. "Why do you all think so far? Isn't it still undecided?" Steve spread his hands and then said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's not just you. I don't think any member of Avengers can do anything to ye. He is not only your best friend, why is he not my best friend? When I had nothing in the past, I still had Bucky. When I recovered from the ice and couldn't integrate into the world and was full of confusion, he was always by my side. So if anyone dared to shoot him, if so, I will lead SHIELD to fight directly, but..." Speaking of this, Steve took a deep breath, clenched his fists hard, and there was a flash of firmness in his eyes. "But now, the specific situation is just a random guess by a few of us. Maybe we should find some more professional, only people who come here will do it. Although I don't want to bother her, I think she gave me the contact information at that time, probably for this time. I'll see you." Hearing what Steve said, Tony and Natasha Romanoff asked curiously at the same time, "Who is she in your mouths?" Colorful lights flicker on the street, and various glowing signboards show how lively this place is. Watching the people coming and going on the street, Wanda giggled and held Yu's arm, talking to Yu constantly with a happy expression. But all this time, I was the one who cared about Tony and Steve, and now it was their turn to worry about me. For a while I was talking to Yu about what happened to me in the Awakening Chaos Force in the Holy Place. And for a while I was talking about some embarrassing things about myself when I was a child, and the whole person chirped, "It looks very happy." What do you think? But now your power of annihilation is very peaceful. There is no rampage at all, or it has any slight influence on you. This is the most important thing. Being held by Wanda's arm, Yu didn't show any impatient expression on his face. Instead, he smiled happily. Listening to Wanda's talk about some things in his childhood, Yu was also very happy. This feeling is actually good. Seeing Wanda with a smirk on his face, Yu couldn't help raising his hand and rubbed Wang's little head lovingly. Just turned around and found out a helicopter in the sky had a violent explosion. Up, ask for flowers. They're just worrying indiscriminately, so they can't just ask if they have anything to say. Saying that, Wanda smirked at Yu. Hearing what Wanda said, Yu recalled that although he said he was not worried, there was still a trace of worry in Natasha Romanoff's eyes, and he asked Sheeta with a smile. Just when Yu was about to say something with his arms around Wanda's shoulders, a booming sound came from behind him. Wanda looked at Yu with a giggle and said proudly on that pretty face, "Will you become irritable? Don't I know. You need to know about my chaos force and the power of annihilation on you. Strength complements each other. Once you have any changes, then I will know the first time. Is there something wrong with me and I still don't know?" After walking for a long time, after Wanda finished talking about her childhood, she raised her head, looked at Yu and asked with a smile, "Honey, Tony and Steve are actually very worried about your appearance, although they didn't show it. But just like Sister Natasha Romanoff said, they are worried that you will become irritable." Seeing the violent explosion in the sky, and then the helicopter smashed down, Yu instantly put on half of the silver mask, and then directly used the psychokinesis barrier to catch the helicopter that was about to fall to the ground. What's what happened? Hearing the screaming and fleeing ordinary people around him, Wanda immediately came to Yu's side, looked inside the helicopter. The two pilots had no breath of life and asked Yu, "I don't know, but..." While speaking, Yu raised his head, looked at the somewhat calm sky at the moment, suddenly narrowed his eyes and then waved his hand. The psychokinesis barrier instantly trapped two things the size of an ant file in the barrier. Walter. What is this thing? Seeing that he was suddenly surrounded by an invisible layer of transparent barrier, One of the ant-sized 13 and small guy suddenly cursed, and then pressed a button. The whole body instantly becomes larger, but just changed to half of the file size, but as if trapped in a cage, curled up and fell to the ground, desperately unable to break free from the psychokinesis barrier. Tusk tusk. Is this playing the claws on the back of the Spider-Man battle suit? Seeing this guy in black clothes with yellow stripes who suddenly grew bigger, Yu instantly understood. It must be the rebel who was fighting Ant-Man. Turning his head and looking at another guy wrapped in the psychokinesis barrier, who seemed to be invisible even if he didn't look seriously, Yu waved his hand, and the psychokinesis barrier instantly appeared in Yu's hands. Although the battle does not depend on the occasion, do you know how many people will die once the burning helicopter falls down and explodes? Hearing Yu's words, inside the psychokinesis barrier in Yu's hand, an Ant-Man the size of an ant raised his hands and waved vigorously. Hey buddy, it's unbelievable that you can actually find me. After all, no one would keep an eye on an ant fighting, don't you? But man, I know who you are, you're Silver Mask, the superhero in Avengers, right? Oh god, I didn't expect to see a superhero here. It's awesome, but Silver Mask, can you release me first? After all, the opponent is the villain. I can guarantee it with my personality, although personality is invisible. But I think even if you let me out, I won't be able to escape in your hands. After all, when we two were fighting in the air like ants, you found out so. Seriously, I really don't want to be like him. After all, half kneeling and curling up on the ground, I think that kind of feeling is very uncomfortable. Listening to the nagging Ant-Man inside the psychokinesis barrier, Yu casually threw the psychokinesis barrier on the ground, and then lifted the psychokinesis barrier wrapped around Ant-Man. Wow, it's still more comfortable to be bigger. Seeing that layer of transparency, he couldn't see it, but he could feel that the psychokinesis barrier that wrapped him in it was withdrawn, and Ant-Man instantly returned to the normal file size. After taking a look at the villain who was half kneeling on the ground, curled up on the side and surrounded by the psychokinesis barrier, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. And the whole person looked extremely aggrieved, he immediately said, "Oh God, thank God, fortunately, I am here after discovering that you are Silver Mask. You didn't become bigger rashly. Otherwise, I think I might become like him at this moment. But I have to say, your move is really cool, although I don't know how you did it. But I just observed it in the psychokinesis barrier, even the movement between molecules. Oh, sorry, forgot I introduced myself." Having said that, Ant-Man opened his helmet, then stretched out his hand to Yu and said, "Hello, Silver Mask, I'm Scott Lang, you can call me Scott, oh my nickname is Ant-Man." Looking at his clothes, Scott Lang said to Yu, "Yu, Avengers." Yu stretched out his hand and shook hands with Scott Lang. I know who you are." When Steck Lang heard Yu's self-introduction, he immediately said, "I think there is no one who doesn't know superheroes like Avengers now. To be honest, I like you superheroes very much. I originally wanted to buy a figure or something like that, but there is nowhere to sell it." Speaking of this, Scott Lang took out a mobile phone out of nowhere, then looked at Yu with an embarrassed smile and asked, "Actually, to be honest, my little peanut, cough cough, Casey my woman, I like to call her little peanut. If you want to join the Avengers and become the reserve team of Avengers, just call me. Avengers welcomes anyone with a heart of justice to join. To be honest, she is also a fan of you Avengers superheroes, and she loves you the most. He said that you look so handsome in fighting with a sword, so I have always wanted your autograph, so we can take a photo together. I think my daughter will be very happy when she sees the photo of you and me." To be precise, it should be regarded as Dr. Pym's enemy. No, it should be said to be the former student, the current enemy. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Scott Lang, Yu nodded lightly and said, "But before that, are you sure you don't want to deal with this guy first?" Seeing the excited Scott Lang, Yu thought for a while, then took out a name ticket and handed it to him. Before Scott Lang, who kept talking, could finish speaking, Yu pointed to the guy trapped by his psychokinesis barrier and asked softly, "Is he your enemy?" Yu said something, then looked at Ant-Man and said, "If that's the case, let's take a group photo first." "Oh yes, yes." Hearing Yu's words, Scott Lang nodded in a sudden realization. But after glancing at the guy on the ground, he turned to Yu and said to 3.3, "But you shouldn't be in a hurry anyway, he shouldn't be able to get rid of your swell." Hearing Yu's words, Scott Lang nodded immediately, then stood next to Yu nervously and clenched his fists excitedly after taking a photo of the two of them with his mobile phone. Speaking of this, Scott Lang touched his nose subconsciously and then said with some confidence, "Definitely. If you are a little busy or don't like it then, definitely, I just didn't expect you to be here, you know." Psychokinesis barrier. Marvelous. No problems. Looking at the Ant-Man in front of him, Yu said with a smile, Scott Lang introduced the person in front of Yi Yu, then shrugged his shoulders and said, I thought it should be a very simple thing, but I didn't expect this guy to have an Ant-Man device, which is a bit beyond my expectation, yes. Oh yes. Watching Gu Yu leave, Scott Lang kept waving his hands excitedly, and then carefully put away the business card Yi Yu handed him. Avengers nest so I can become a superhero too. The excited Ant-Man just said this, suddenly turned his head, looked at the guy who was struggling in the transparent barrier, and immediately shouted at Yi Yu's back. Hey sir, what should I do with this guy? I can't open the transparent enchantment either. As soon as the voice fell, I heard a crisp voice, turned my head and found that the transparent barrier that originally trapped the villain shattered and disappeared the next moment. Call. Trapped in the transparent barrier, struggling constantly, the guy who had exhausted his whole body gasped constantly. Under the mask, those eyes were staring at the backs of Yi Yu and Wanda. Damn it. Avengers, I'm going to. Click. Before this guy could finish speaking, a thunderbolt instantly fell from the air, directly knocking his whole body to the ground. And the battle suit that could change the file size was also crackling and bursting with lightning. Obviously, this battle suit has been destroyed by the power of thunder. Well, seeing this scene, Ant-Man jumped immediately and took several steps back in an instant. Hiss, tusk tusk, as expected of Avengers, but the summoning of lightning isn't that Thor asking for love. Shaking his head, Ant-Man stepped forward, picked up the guy who fell on the ground, and seeing that there was still a glimmer of life, he led him directly to the back. Inside the hotel, where did you go? Nothing happened, right? When I was watching TV just now, I found out. After seeing Wanda and Yi Yu coming back, Steve immediately stepped forward and asked. Before Steve finished speaking, Yi Yu smiled and waved his hands. Are you kidding, buddy? You don't think I can't even deal with that guy? Don't worry. It's okay. But I found a backup member for our Avengers. As for whether he can become one of the Avengers, it depends on him. Holding Wanda's shoulders, Yi Yu said with a smile, about the Avengers backup. Hearing what Yi Yu said, Steve thought for a while, then nodded and said, Actually, I also have a candidate. Coincidentally, Tony also has a candidate, but I think since they want to join our Avengers, they still need to receive training. Once a battle occurs, the tacit understanding of mutual cooperation in the battle is extremely important. After all, sometimes you know the truth that 1 + 1 is greater than 2, so receiving training is a must. Speaking of this, Steve looked at Wanda, who was holding Yi Yu's arm, and smiled sweetly, and then asked softly, Won't Wanda join our Avengers? I think Wanda's ability to join our Avengers is more than enough. On this point, I respect Wanda's decision. Hearing what Steve said, Yi Yu turned his head, looked at Wanda and asked with a smile, Do you want to join the Avengers? Not yet. Hearing what Yi Yu said, Wanda smiled happily and smirked. After thinking for a while, she said to Yi Yu, I am already 18 years old and 6 months old, so I have reached the age. As for the battle, as long as the Earth is not destroyed, I will not do it for the time being. I also want to have a baby belonging to the two of us and then form a warm family. For this day, I can wait a long time. It's been 6 years. Wanda looked at Yi Yu with a haze smile and then said softly, Fair enough. Hearing Wanda's words, Yi Yu nodded, then looked at Steve and said, Since Wanda doesn't want to join the Avengers for the time being, then for the time being, the candidate recommended by you, the candidate recommended by Tony, and the one I recommend who seemed to be very interested, he wants to join Avengers. But the old man behind him may not be willing to let him join. You are better at training, so let's take care of it for now. Also, Steve nodded, took a deep breath, and with a little hesitation, he still said bluntly, Dude, although you think my and Tony's concerns are a bit overdone, I still found a very professional person and wanted to make her help us identify it. I know it's not very good, but seriously, Yi, I really can't see you in trouble. Steve looked at Yi Yu with a trace of apology in his eyes, but more serious and worried. Believe me, she is really professional. Maybe she knew this day would come a long time ago, so she left it for me in advance contact information. Kang Mang, buddy, are you really serious? Hearing what Steve said, Yi Yu rolled his eyes speechlessly and said, but facing Steve's worried eyes, Yi Yu still said helplessly, Okay, Yuan, where is the she you mentioned? I am here. As Yi Yu's voice fell, the space transmission channel opened directly in the next second, and then the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One slowly walked out. Shouldn't we go in and talk? It's not a good way to talk in the corridor. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One looked at the three people, then said with a smile, Inside the room. 660, don't worry about it for now. Looking at Steve and Tony, who looked a little bit sad in front of them, and Natasha Romanoff, who was sitting on the side, seemingly not worried, but never leaving Yi Yu's eyes, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One said with a smile, Actually, about this matter things I already knew. Perhaps in another way, I have seen this day since the day when the space gem ability was absorbed by Yi. As he said that, Ancient One Magician waved his hand, and in the next second, a vast and boundless universe appeared in front of everyone. And in the universe, wooden infinite gems formed an extremely shining circular pattern and arranged in the universe. The originality of power is an eternal law. The originality of each infinite gems has a strange but very powerful energy. If a person absorbs 1/10 millionth of the energy of infinite gems, then this, in addition to strengthening human strength, you will also get a special ability from infinite gems originally. For example, the space power of the space gem and the power of the mind gem. But once all kinds of strange energies gather together, human beings cannot bear this kind of energy. Speaking of this, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One looked at Yi Yu and said with a smile, "Fortunately, Yi Yu's original annihilation power is enough for the counterattack energy formed after the energy of infinite gems is gathered." Speaking of this, Ancient One Magician raised his hand, and the next moment a bright green time gem appeared in Ancient One Magician's hand. In the past, I once told ye that I used the time gem and saw many futures. Some saved the world and some destroyed the universe with him, but this is all a fork in the future, the choice. Like now, Sorcerer Supreme held the time gem in his hand and looked at Yi Yu with a smile. I once said, Yi, you can only absorb the ability of 5 infinite gems at most, and now you have absorbed the space gem, mind gem, power gem, and reality gem. The power of infinite gems is gone, then the last infinite gems. Would you choose time gem or soul gem? I can tell you that these two choices will represent different endings. You have to think carefully now. Hearing what Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One said, before Yi Yu could speak, Captain America Steve immediately asked, Sorcerer Supreme, these two choices will represent two different endings. Is it the best? In other words, that ending will not hurt ye or, I can't say. Seeing Steve's anxious inquiry, the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One smiled and shook his head and said, Steve, every choice at different time and place represents a different result. If we say it in advance now, then there will be a huge impact. This kind of influence is not limited to Yi Shili's originality, but will have a very big impact on this universe. It is precisely because of this that everything depends on Yi's own choice. Looking at the smiling Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, Steve was silent for a moment, then nodded lightly. As for Tony Stark, he stood up with a smile, walked over to Yi Yu and patted Yi Yu gently. Yi Yu's shoulder said, Hey buddy, why are you thinking about these things? You don't want to make a choice right now. You have a lot of time to think about it slowly. No matter what you choose, I will be by your side and accompany you to the end. Looking at Tony Stark with a sincere face, and Steve who also nodded his head, Yi Yu nodded with a smile and said, Maybe, but to be honest, Ancient One Magician, if I absorb 6 infinite gems, what will happen? Why did everyone tell me not to absorb the energy of the 6 infinite gems? This is about to start from a very long time ago. The Ancient One Magician shook his head, then sighed slightly, a look of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Let's talk about it later, you have more important things to deal with now. As soon as the Ancient One Magician's voice fell, there were bursts of muffled thunder in the sky, and then the colorful Bifrost transmission channel flickered, and the next moment, Thor with the hammer directly landed on the street outside. The dark night sky was so dazzlingly illuminated by Bifrost's teleportation light that many people looked out from the inside of the room. Go, child, perhaps the key hub to change the gear of fate has been opened. Looking at Thor outside, the Ancient One Magician smiled and patted Yi Yu's shoulder. Perhaps now, Asgard needs you more than Earth. Perhaps this will be an important factor to change the future. Hearing the Ancient One Magician's words, Yi Yu nodded slightly as he looked at Thor, who was shouting his name loudly with his hands together. Turning her head to look at Natasha Romanoff after receiving Yi Yu's gaze, Natasha Romanoff said with a smile, Don't worry, it's almost time for vacation now, and I will take Wanda home tomorrow. Be careful. Wanda also came over at this time, Wu Zoyu's arm said softly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Yi Yu patted Wanda's hand and then walked directly down. As soon as I came downstairs, I saw Thor walking over with a hammer and said with a strange expression, Yi, I hope you can go to Asgard. Asgard needs your help very much. For more than 1500 years, I have killed many powerful enemies, but at the same time, I don't have any trustworthy friends. I thought for a long time, maybe Avengers, these superheroes. You can accompany me back to Asgard, let's fight this disaster together. What happened? Welcome to Asgard again. Loki walked up to Yi Yu and then said softly, Actually, it's my mother who invited you to come to Asgard this time. Our father, God King Odin, is about to fall into trouble, but father has been insisting, because once he dies, then Asgard will suffer from the curse immediately. Haldum, take us back. Having said that, Loki and Thor raised their heads at the same time, seeing a vision appearing above Asgard's magnificent palace. They looked at each other and immediately said to Yu, Ye Asgard, there is going to be a big event happened. Hearing Yu's inquiry, while the three of them were walking towards the palace, Loki said, Father's divine power is gradually fading, and it is very likely that it will not last for a long time. Hearing Thor's words, Yu nodded slightly. Mother and sister have been by my father's side all the time, wanting to see him off for the last time. She's with her father and mother. With that said, Thor spread his hands helplessly and said, I'll talk to you slowly when I get back to Asgard, but now my father. By that time, it's likely that Asgard will cease to exist in the 9 realms. So of the promise, and that's why Mother asked Thor to pick you up. Hearing what Loki said, Yu nodded slightly, then looked around and asked curiously, Where is Hela? But the reason why my father is still holding on is because he is worried about Asgard and worried that once he disappears, then Asgard. Raising his head, Thor shouted at the few stars. The next moment, the light of Bifrost fell directly from the sky, and the colorful light enveloped Yu and Thor. The next moment, except for some circular marks left on the ground besides, Yu and Thor have disappeared into the street. I don't know if you have heard of the prophecy of Ragnarok. This is a prophecy about us Asgard. Seeing Thor with a strange expression on his face, Yu asked with a straight face. Then let's go. Just back to Bifrost, Loki has already been waiting here. After seeing his brother and Yu being sent back by the transmission channel, he immediately went forward. The three quickly came to the Asgard palace, and the first thing that caught their eyes was the god King Odin, who was holding Queen Frigg's hand, looking at Hela below with a benevolent face. You are back. Seeing Thor and Loki hurried back with Yu in the hall, God King Odin smiled and then said to Yu, Son, I'm sorry for involving you in this matter. Originally, this should be I'm right about Asgard. But once I dissipate, then Asgard's last protective barrier will be gone. Although I'm old, the reputation of God King Odin can still deter some ambitious guys from the 9 realms. But now, you worry too much. Hearing the words of God King Odin, Yu shook his head lightly and said, I am close friends with Thor and Loki. Although I am not from Asgard, but for so many years, whenever the Earth is in danger, Thor always it is the first time to rush to the Earth and fight side by side with us. Asgard is in danger now, so naturally I should stand up. Hearing Yu's words, God King Odin nodded, while Thor on the side said with a sad look in his eyes, Father, Hush. Before Thor could finish speaking, Odin shook his head slightly, then stood up, held Queen Frigg's hand and walked down the steps. My daughter, over the years, I have done many things for Asgard, but no matter what decision I made, I have never regretted it. Only for you, I feel guilty. In the past, I thought you inherited my ambition, so you wanted to conquer the 9 realms and even rebel against Asgard, but I forgot that your love for Asgard has never been less than mine. Having said that, Odin raised his hand tremblingly, wanting to caress his daughter's face. Normally, Hela has always been very proud and has a grudge against Odin. Naturally, Hela would not allow Odin's actions, but feeling that the vitality of Odin's divine body is gradually disappearing, inexplicably, looking at the person in front of him who has been cruelly beaten by him for 1500 for many years. I have complained about the old man for more than 1500 years, and a sadness emerged from the bottom of my heart. Even if he wanted to kill him more than once with his own hands, after all, he is still his own father, a father who is dying and a father who is about to come to the end of his life. I forgive you, Biba. Father. Seeing that old hand raised tremblingly, Hela turned her head away. How could she, who has always been proud, allow others to see her eyes wet? Thank you, my daughter. Odin smiled reassuringly and put a hand on Hela's shoulder. The next moment, a golden light flashed instantly, and then this extremely powerful force directly entered Hela's body. Father. Seeing this scene, Hela immediately turned her head, opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Odin, who suddenly seemed to be decades old. My daughter, this is my last divine power, and it is the last thing I can do for you as a father. You are the goddess of death in Asgard, and you have a deep connection with Asgard. You stay in Asgard well, the longer the time, the stronger your original strength will be. But correspondingly, once Asgard is destroyed, you will die here too. Therefore, I cut off this connection. This may be the only way you, a father who has been guilty of you for more than 1500 years, can what I did for you. After all, if I live a few more months, it will be the same as dying now. Listening to Odin's words, I looked at my father, who had aged dozens of years in an instant, with a kind smile on his face, just like his kind and warm smile when I was born. This time, Hela's eyes turned completely red. Cry not, my daughter, you will be our king of Asgard, how can you cry? Raising his hand, he gently wiped away the tears on Hela's face. Odin smiled gratifiedly, then stretched out his hand and handed the eternal gun to Hela's hand. Holding his queen by the hand, Odin continued to walk down, and when he came to Thor's side, he looked at Thor kindly. "My son, for more than 1,500 years, I have always wanted to treat you as it is a pity that you have inherited my previous impulsiveness and recklessness, which made me very annoyed. But later you learned tolerance, humility, and what is responsibility and responsibility. In this regard, as your father, I am proud of you." "Father," Thor stretched out his hand, supported the arm of the God King, and wanted to say something with a sad face, but was stopped by the God King Odin again. "Please forgive your father for not being able to hand over the throne of Asgard to you. Perhaps compared to you, your older sister Hela is more suitable to be the new king of Asgard." "No, fathers." Hearing what Odin said, Thor immediately shook his head and said, "In terms of strength, Sister Hela is several times stronger than me. In terms of ability, Sister is far beyond me. And in terms of love for Asgard, Sister loves Asgard even more. So I also agree that my sister will become the new king of Asgard. Perhaps in the hands of my sister, Asgard's name will not fall in the 9 realms. I'm really glad you think so." Hearing Thor's words, God King Odin nodded with a smile, then took a deep breath and patted Thor's shoulder vigorously. "No matter what happens in the future, we must be well." After speaking, Odin turned his head and looked at Loki. "Father." Looking at Odin, who was so old and ugly for a moment, Loki pursed his lips, and there was also a trace of sadness in his eyes. "Loki, all along, as a father, I have always neglected him, so that you always think that I love Thor more, but in fact it is not the case." Looking at the graceful Loki with a trace of sadness in front of him, Odin laughed. "Loki, my son, I have never regarded you as an outsider. No matter what your identity was when you were young, no matter what you did, you always the third prince of Asgard. Forever the younger brother of Hela and Thor, and always the most beloved youngest son of Odin and Queen Frigg." "Father." Hearing what Odin said and seeing the kind smiles on the faces of Odin and Queen Frigg, Loki's lips gradually trembled, and even his voice choked up. At this moment, he finally heard the words he had dreamed of for 1,500 years, but this price is too heavy. After finishing the last words with his son, Odin turned his head and took a deep look at Yu. He didn't say anything, but the meaning in his eyes was very heavy. "Come on, Frigg, my queen, take me on my last journey." Turning his head, looking at Frigg, who was holding his hand all the time, Odin said with a smile, "Definitely." Hearing what Odin said, Queen Frigga smiled and nodded, looking at Odin with eyes full of love, just like when she chose to marry Odin back then. Looking at God King Odin, he took his mother's hand and walked out of the palace. Hela and the other 4 followed behind quietly. "I have a bad feeling." Beside Yu, Hela looked at the father whom he hated in the past, but now he was going to disappear, so he couldn't help but whispered to Yu beside him, "You means?" Seeing the back of Queen Frigga following Odin, Yu frowned. Hela nodded and then said sadly, "Although she is not my biological mother, she still treats me like her own daughter. She also worships and loves my father very much. Now that my father is going to disappear, do you think my mother will be alone? Do people survive in Asgard?" "This." Hearing Hela's words, Yu looked at Queen Frigga, who was walking slowly beside Odin without any trace of sadness on her body, then nodded lightly and said, "Maybe you are right, but do you want to stop it? When my father dies, I am afraid that my mother's heart will also disappear. If my mother is left alone in Asgard, I am afraid that this is the most cruel thing for her." Hela took a deep breath, then looked at Thor, who was silent, and Loki with tears in his eyes, and said softly, "My 2 younger brothers should have found out too, but they know there is no way to stop them, so that's how it is." When they left the Asgard palace, they saw countless Asgard warriors gathering in the square holding long daggers. After seeing Odin and Queen Frigg coming out of the palace, they all knelt on the ground on one knee. "O people of Asgard." Looking at the endless Asgard people and soldiers who were kneeling on one knee at this moment, Odin stretched out his hand and his voice was soft, but it penetrated the whole of Asgard. "My people of Asgard, your god king, your father, your king is about to enter the eternal heroic spirit river today. This is the eternal will and the final destination of each generation of Asgard kings. You don't have to worry about it. I am sad, because after me, the new god king will continue to lead you and protect you. Starting today, my daughter, the eldest princess of Asgard, the goddess of death Hela, is the ruler of Asgard and your new master." As Odin's voice fell, the eternal spear in Hela's hand flashed golden light instantly, and then a majestic force filled Hela's side, and the dark green cloak kept floating and rustling. Booms, booms, boom. As Hela hit the ground with the eternal spear, a thud-thud sound spread throughout Asgard and every place in the Nine Realms. It seems to be announcing that the Asgardian of the Nine Worlds, Odin, the King of Gods, will pass away today, and the King of Asgard will be born today. Warner Protos. An old man sitting on the throne looked at the gray sky, his eyes flashed all kinds of nostalgia and finally turned into a sigh. After fighting for thousands of years, you suppressed me for thousands of years, but today you left first. Don't worry, promise your promise, the Warner Protos will never abandon it, in the field of fire. Odin, are you finally dead? Haha, you never thought I was still alive. So what if you took away my divine power and turned me into what I am now? The curse must be fulfilled. From this moment on, it will be you. The countdown to the day of Asgard's destruction is on. Sordard. A flame giant with the same file size as a normal person turned his head to look at the tall and mountain-like flame giant behind him, and then said with great excitement, Sudert, Odin is about to fall into death, and Asgard's cursed Ragnarok is about to come. Go, find our allies and destroy Asgard together. Yes, Father God. Sudert, the flame giant as tall as a mountain, was very respectful when facing this small and outrageous flame giant. After hearing his order, he immediately knelt on the ground on one knee. Dark elf planet. Ask for flowers. Odin is going to die. Heh, it seems that Asgard will also cease to exist. Well, only one impulsive and reckless heir will be left, a guy who only likes to play tricks and tricks. Let's see how you guard Asgard. Speaking of this, Mailcase sneered and then stretched out his hands, dark particles constantly flowing around Mailcase. Bor has sealed us for thousands of years, plus the last time we failed in Asgard, we didn't get the tie particles, the sacred objects of our dark elves. This time, only 2 heirs are left. I see you, Asgard, how can you stop me? Melkith sneered with a gloomy face, then turned around and walked directly towards the huge amounts of battleship behind him. Earth. Teacher, what happened? Strange, whose hands were still trembling at the moment, looked at the one in front of him who was teaching himself the secret technique, but suddenly stopped halfway through the teaching. Instead, he looked at the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One who had been silent for a long time in the sky and asked curiously, The God King of Asgard is about to fall. Ancient One let out a long sigh with complicated eyes. As Guardian of the Nine Realms, today is about to unload the burden on him. God King of Asgard. Hearing that Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One said so, Strange, who is not yet the future Doctor Strange, asked curiously, You mean the father of Thor's? That's right. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One nodded and then said with some emotion, He is also an old friend of mine. According to my inference, he can still live for at least a few years, but now he chose to enter the heroic Spirit River ahead of time. Walked in front of me. You are really willing to give your all for Asgard. For the sake of protecting the Nine Realms and because you are one of my few old friends, I will help you. Let's go. As he said that, Sorcerer Supreme Gu waved his hand, and the next moment the mirror space condensed instantly and then flew directly into the air. Asgard, as if feeling something, God King Odin suddenly laughed, turned his head to look in the direction of the Tree of Life, and then said softly, Thanks, old friend, on the holy mountain. Actually, you don't have to do this. Looking at Queen Frigga beside him, Odin let out a long sigh. Sitting on a high mountain, looking at the endless Asgard territory below, Odin said softly, Never mind. Listening to Odin's words, Queen Frigga smiled and shook her head. You love Asgard and I love Asgard as well. You regard Asgard as your homeland, and so do I. But Asgard with you is my homeland. As the Queen of Asgard, as your wife, I think, I should go with you. After all, if you are gone, what's the point of me staying here alone? Woolen cloths. While helping Odin to straighten the white hair that was blown by the wind, Queen Frigg said softly with a smile, You are always so willful. Holding Frigga's hand with a smile, Odin let out a long sigh and then nodded 010. Then let's enter the Soul Castle together. While speaking, Odin's body gradually disappeared, and then turned into golden light particles, disappearing from everyone's eyes. As Odin's body dissipated, almost at the same time, Queen Frigg's body also gradually disappeared into nothingness. At the last moment of dissipating in the space between heaven and earth, Frigg turned around and glanced at the 3 children behind her, with a trace of nostalgia, a trace of reluctance. All live well, my children. Following the last sentence, Queen Frigg also disappeared between the heaven and the earth. Mother. Watching Queen Frigga gradually turn into golden particles and dissipate with the wind, even Thor, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, couldn't help crying and wanted to stop him, but was pulled away by Loki, who was also in tears. Living's Loki. Thor, with red eyes and tears, turned his head to look at Loki, who was holding his arm tightly, and was about to say something, but facing Loki's cheeks that were also full of tears, he couldn't say a word. Well, With a deep sigh, Hela looked down at the whole of Asgard, and then said to Yu beside her, I have thought more than once that I want to inherit Asgard and become the king of Asgard, but when this day really comes, I feel a little inexplicably sad. But it doesn't matter anymore. Turning her head, Hela looked at the two younger brothers who were crying, and then said in a low voice, I, goddess of death, Hela, your elder sister, eldest princess of Asgard, first in line heir, new king conferred by Odin. From now on, inheriting the throne of Asgard, do you two have any dissatisfaction? The two people who were very sad at first raised their hands to wipe the tears on their faces after hearing Hela's words, and then knelt on the ground on one knee. Expresses approval for Hela's succession to the throne of Asgard. Get up. After getting the two younger brothers to stand up, Hela took a deep breath, then holding the gun of eternity, said in a deep voice, Since the two of you have no objections, then I will issue the first order of my new king. Thor Loki, as the king of Asgard, I command you two to rule. Asgard warriors, get ready for the battle ahead. Hearing Sister Hela's words, the two people who were still a little sad because of the simultaneous death of their father and mother suddenly raised their heads and looked at their sister in confusion. They don't understand who in the 9 realms dares to invade Asgard. You guys, your brains haven't turned around yet. Looking at her two younger brothers who looked confused, Hela let out a long sigh, then pointed to Yu beside her and said, Father waited until he came to Asgard before he started to dissipate. Don't you all know why now? Because my father knows that once he enters the River of Heroes, Asgard will not have the protection of the God King, and some enemies who are ready to move will inevitably attack Asgard. At that time, Asgard will inevitably fall into the baptism of blood and fire. It is precisely because of this, Father asked you to invite ye from the earth. Having said that, Hela took a step forward and put his hands on the shoulders of Thor and Loki. Before there was a father, then Asgard was the eternal domain of God and no one dared to invade. But now it is different, the father has dissipated and Asgard can only it's up to us. If my guess is right, then I'm afraid it won't be long before Asgard will fall into the curse of Ragnarok. Whether we can survive it and whether Asgard will still exist, just watch it once. Hearing Hela's words, Thor and Loki looked at each other and put away their sad expressions. Whoever it is, I won't let them destroy Asgard. Thor held the hammer and said seriously, Sister, even though father is gone, Asgard still has our protection. Ragnarok, I will not let this damned curse happen. Me too. Loki on the side nodded, looked at his older sister Hela and then said softly, Although I am not born by my fathers. Boom. Before Loki could finish speaking the next second, Hela kicked him and sent him flying. Remember your identity, you will always be the Prince of Asgard. If you dare to mention your identity, don't blame me for throwing you into the rainbow turbulence. Looking at Loki, Hela, who was kicked out by him, he said in a cold voice, Okay, I was wrong. Loki stood up from the ground, raised his hand and said with a wry smile, I just want to say, as the Prince of Asgard, no matter what happens, I will stand with Asgard. Even if the strongest enemy attacks, I will also desperately protect Asgard. Even though he was kicked flying, Loki was not angry at all but rather happy. That's right, after all, if the elder sister gets angry because of this, then it means that she really regards herself as a younger brother, not her previous identity as the son of the ice giant. That's about the same. Looking at Loki, who raised his hand and smiled wryly, Hela nodded in satisfaction. Go and prepare for war. This time, let those guys in the 9 realms who are ready to move know that even if Asgard doesn't have the protection of the God King, our Asgard, and it's not something anyone can covet, the name of God's domain will be worn in the 9 realms forever. Oh yes. Hearing Hela's domineering words, Thor and Loki nodded and flew directly down from the holy mountain. Seeing the two people flying away with Loki, Hela let out a long sigh. Actually, you don't have any confidence in 3.3. Seeing the two people flying towards Nuoda Square, Yu on the side suddenly smiled at Hela. Otherwise, you should accept the people of Asgard to kneel and salute now, and accept their praise for the new king's rule. Turning her head, looking at Yu's bright eyes, Hela suddenly laughed. There was a hint of self-mockery on the face that was originally cold. Originally, I was still confident, but before my father died, he used his last divine power to cut off my connection with Asgard. Even if Asgard was destroyed, I would not die. After that, I understood that this time, the enemy we will face will probably be very powerful. So I'm afraid this time Asgard will really fall into the baptism of blood and fire. I hope that Asgard will not be destroyed by our hands. Hela stared at the entire Asgard below and sighed softly. Sure enough, the me now is not your opponent. Asgard on the martial arts arena. Thor, who was thrown away by a punch, got up from the ground, moved his body a bit, then looked at Yu and smiled wryly. In fact, your current strength is already very good, at least much stronger than you before. After returning to his seat, holding the wine glass in his hand, and drinking it in one gulp, Yu nodded in admiration. Asgard is indeed a fine wine that has been preserved for thousands of years. It's really good. It's definitely ours. Before father and mother enter eternal sleep, these precious wines don't belong to us. If you want a drink, you have to take them out secretly. Sitting across from Yu, Thor chuckled, then drank from his own glass in front of him. Call. After taking a long breath, Thor looked at the blue sky and then said softly, I know my current strength is much stronger than before. But in fact, if the father and the queen mother hadn't, if the father hadn't used his life to forcibly cut off the connection between Sister Hela and Asgard, then I wouldn't be so eager to hope that my ability will become stronger. You know, buddy, the big reason why my father did that is because he doesn't think we can protect Asgard, especially under that damned Ragnarok prophecy. Maybe Asgard will really be destroyed. Thor looked at Yu and then sighed helplessly. From birth to now, I have never been so eager to hope that my strength can be stronger. Sister Hela has too much connection with Asgard. If Asgard is destroyed, then sister must die too, so my father will do this. He doesn't want my sister, and I don't want Loki and me, to be buried with Asgard for the destruction of Asgard. However, my sister is now the new god king of Asgard. Loki and I grew up in Asgard since we were young, and we have been princes in Asgard for more than 1,500 years. You said the three of us will we leave Asgard when Asgard is about to be destroyed. We three brothers and sisters are destined to be with Asgard, even if we die together every day. Hearing the hint of pessimism in Thor's tone, Yu suddenly laughed. Dude, where did the Thor who was not afraid of anything in the past, who was very optimistic when he encountered any enemy, and believed that he would be able to deal with the enemy? Could it be that after God King Odin left, Eleven didn't have the confidence to fight the enemy? Definitely not. Hearing Yu's words, Thor shook his head immediately. How could it be? No matter who the enemy is, as long as his target is Asgard, then I will let them know what is Thor's wrath. Only. Having said that, Thor smiled wryly. It's just Yi, my brother, the father who didn't like us before he passed away, the prophecy of the ancient gods at dusk, and the unknown and mysterious and powerful enemy, all of which filled me with anxiety. If I know who the enemy is, if I know where the enemy is, then I will never back down. My pride and identity will not allow me to back down when Asgard is about to face the danger of destruction. But that unknown sense of powerlessness is the most tormenting. Spreading his hands, Thor said with a wry smile. Asgard was never a place. Seeing Thor's weak wry smile, Yu thought for a while and then said softly, the most important thing in Asgard will never be this foundation, but the people of Asgard. Where the people of Asgard are, there will be Asgard, there is no doubt about it. I think that the most important reason why God King Odin invited me here from Earth before entering the Soul Castle is to add a little bit of protection to Asgard. More importantly, once Asgard is really unable to face the enemy, then I will use strong means to take away the three of you and Asgard's King. This may be the reason why your father, Odin, invited me, an outsider, to come here. I think he doesn't want to see the three of you, siblings, all die in battle for Asgard. This can also explain why God King Odin sacrificed himself at the last moment with the last ounce of divine power life, to sever the link between Hela and Asgard. What do you say? Looking at Thor, Yu asked seriously. Maybe. Thor shrugged his shoulders, looked at the endless Asgard. His voice was very soft, but his tone was extremely heavy. Maybe this is the last intention of Father, the last entrustment to us three siblings. However, I think the three of us siblings still can't do it, and watch the destruction of Asgard with our own eyes. What are you two talking about? Just after Thor's voice fell, Loki walked over from not far away with a smile. Talking about the future of Asgard. Seeing Loki approaching, Thor said with a smile, then raised his eyebrows and asked, didn't you help your sister with some things in Asgard? Some mundane matters have been dealt with. As for some minor matters, some Asgard staff will take care of them. I came here to call you, my sister seems to have something to call you over. Hearing Loki's words, both Yu and Thor nodded. Did sister say what happened? Looking at Loki, Thor asked. I don't know, but it should be a relatively important matter. Maybe it has something to do with our Asgard dam prophecy of the evening of the gods, who knows? Spreading his hands, Loki said softly. Oh, if that's the case, then after we know who the enemy is, it will be easy. Hearing Loki's words, Thor stood up abruptly, and then ran directly in the direction of Xiancheng. It can be seen that my old brother, since his father and mother entered the Soul Castle, has been prophesied by the twilight of the gods, and he has been very depressed. Watching Thor's movements, Loki and Yu said with a smile while walking in the direction of Asgard. No way you understand Thor's state of mind. Hearing Loki's ridicule, Yu also laughed. After all, this is Asgard. Just now, Thor even told me that he wants to fight and die for Asgard. I can understand. Nodding his head, Loki said softly. After all, like him, even I, the so-called god of intrigue and trickery, always has a way to become a member of various groups. But in the face of the danger that Asgard will fall into, I am ready to fight to the death. Maybe I will really die this time, but to be honest, this time I'm not going to make any small moves. After sighing, Loki looked at Yu and said seriously, Asgard within Asgard, sister, is there any news about the enemy? Standing on the main hall, looking at the original father's throne, at this moment his sister Hela is sitting there holding the Spear of Eternity. Thor looks a little dazed. After all, for more than 1500 years, I have gotten used to my father sitting on that throne. Although his father is gone now, looking at his sister Hela sitting there, Thor seems to have seen his father in the dark. There is indeed some news. After watching Yu and Loki walk in, Hela said, The dusk of the gods, this is our oldest prophecy about our Asgard. I think we are all very clear about this. But among the 9 realms, there are only a few that can destroy us Asgard. In the past few days, I have been studying these people, and later, I set my target on a guy. Saying so, Hela stood up from the throne, then slowly walked off the throne, stood beside Yu, looked at her 2 younger brothers and said, Flame Giant Yordle, this one has 1,000 threads with us Asgard. There are thousands of connections, always hoping to destroy the existence of Asgard. Speaking of this, Hela turned her head and explained to Yu. Yordle, the legendary flame giant, is the ruler of Muspelheim. Once upon a time, he was killed by his father and took away his treasure, the eternal fire, but he still survived by luck. If he regains the eternal fire, then his strength will be restored. At that time, he who holds the Twilight Sword, which is the sword of destruction, may really have the ability to plunge Asgard into destruction. What are you waiting for? Hearing what his sister Hela said, Thor immediately said, Sister, let me take the warriors of Asgard and rush directly to Muspelheim before he. Not that simple. Hearing Thor's words, Hela shook her head and said, If he could be killed so easily, then father wouldn't just snatch the eternal fire from him back then. However, if we can take the crown off his head, then maybe we can seal him in Asgard. As long as it is not in Muspelheim, then all powerful factors are on our side. As only? Just what? Hearing Hela say yes, Thor immediately asked, Could it be, do we have other enemies in Asgard? I always feel that things are not that simple. Hela frowned when he heard Thor's words. During this time, I have been reading some extremely secret ancient books in Asgard, and I found that it is like a reincarnation. The prophecy of the twilight of the gods is not limited to our generation. It seems that from the moment Asgard was born, there seems to be a kind of willpower controlling it. Every once in a while, Asgard will stage the prophecy of Ragnarok. Although these records are very secret and there are many faults, I still found a name among these faults. What's the name? After hearing Hela's words, Loki and Thor asked curiously, Old God. After saying this word, Hela turned to look at Yu. Yi, do you know the existence of the ancient gods? Heard about it. Yu nodded. The ancient gods are not just a few individuals. Apart from the 5 oldest gods in this universe, there are many unknown and powerful existences. They seem to have infinite vitality. From the moment the universe was born, they appeared in this universe. As far as I know, there are 5 gods, the gods and so on. That's right, compared to them, we are not real gods. As Yu's voice fell, Hela nodded slightly and then looked at Suo. And Loki said, But it is not these ancient gods that Yeku is talking about that control the prophecy that Asgard enters the twilight of the gods. After all, they don't bother to control Asgard. According to some ancient books on the fault, the ancient gods related to our Asgard are not a few, but a group. Body, every time Asgard enters the prophecy of Ragnarok. They will all draw strength from it. Maybe this is why Asgard is always reincarnated by this curse. Then, sister, what do you mean? The flame giant Yordle is not the destroyer in our Ragnarok prophecy, this time in Asgard. Thor asked curiously when his sister Hela talked about what he saw on the fault in the ancient books. No, that's not what your sister meant. After hearing Thor's question, Yu on the side explained. Hela's meaning should be that if it's just a simple flame giant, then with us. With 4 here, Asgard is in no danger. I'm making an assumption, assuming that the original god King Odin didn't make this choice. And Hela is still sealed in hell. Then after a few years, once the God King falls into the eternal sleep and dissipates, Hela will naturally break the seal from Hel. At that time, Thor and Loki, you two will naturally fight Hela for Asgard, but to put it bluntly, even if Hela has just returned from the Earth, Prison breaks the seal, but the two of you are still no match for Hela. Hearing what Yu said, Thor and Loki were happy. What Yu said is the truth. Thor and Loki are naturally very clear, relying on the strength of these two people. They can't beat their own sister at all. That's it. Yu spread his hands. Once such a thing happens, you will definitely bring the people of Asgard to fight Hela, but it's just the two of you who thought. When Hela is the protagonist in the prophecy of Ragnarok, the flame giant Yelter is attacking Asgard with a twilight sword. At that time, Asgard will fall into real destruction. As Hela said, maybe she hated Odin extremely at the beginning, but even so, she would not really destroy Asgard. At most, that is, take back what belongs to her, the throne of Asgard. But this time it's different. Yu glanced at the three people and then said seriously, because of my appearance, I have made some changes. Now Hela has become the new god king of Asgard. And at this time, Hela will naturally not fight with you and will not destroy Asgard, but just relying on a flame giant Yordle. Without the addition of the eternal fire, it's not enough to destroy the whole of Asgard. If what Hela is worried about is true, and there is really a group of ancient gods involved behind the prophecy of Ragnarok, then after reducing the enemy of Hela, it should be. But besides Yeltal, Asgard will face other enemies. That's right, that's what it looks like. After hearing the assumption made by Yu, the three nodded at the same time. Hearing Hela's words, Yu nodded with a smile. If Thor and I go to Muspelheim together, then Yettert, the crown of flame giant, we. How many enemies will Gad face? But if you want to catch them all, you have to be more careful. Only when Germany is in the most danger will it show those damned fangs. Haldum will use the Bifrost to teleport both you and Thor back. Having said that, Hela turned her head to look at Yu. So please this time after Thor leaves with you, then the enemy will naturally attack, and at that time, maybe Thor alone is enough, but with such a powerful force, maybe some people hiding in the dark will not really appear. They will only be in our Asgards. After all, no one knows how many powerful enemies will come once Thor and I leave. Upon hearing Yu's words, Hela immediately laughed, and the confidence in her eyes was extremely strong. No matter what kind of enemies, let them come. However, Asgard cannot always be on guard against unknown enemies. This time I will completely fish them out. This is not allowed by me. No one knows what will become of Asgard once that time comes. You don't have to worry about that. We'll bring it back very easily. I'm okay. So Thor, I hope you can go to Muspelheim with Ye and bring me back Yettel's crown. As Ye said, this is what I'm worried about. At present, I can only guess that Ye Erdl is the flame giant, but I can't guess that other than him, we Aspen. I, the goddess of death, Hela, how could they kill me easily? At least it will be more than enough to support you until you come back. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It would be best if this didn't happen. Did you know, actually, I am a prince? Muspelheim Surdert, a planet controlled by the flame giant. In a cage hanging in midair, Thor's hands were tied. Looking at the skeleton in the corner of the cage in front of him, he said with a very relaxed expression, actually, this matter is a long story, and it has to start with me. Go to Earth for the first time and start talking. Well, the reason why I tell you this is not just to tell you how powerful I am, nor to tell you how brilliant Asgard is. I just want to say, well, I was arrested on purpose, so you don't have to treat me as a prisoner. Definitely, maybe you don't even have a soul now, but in fact, the reason why I tell you so much is that I'm so boring. I've been locked up here for 3 days. That guy Sudert doesn't know what he's doing, but he hasn't shown up until now. These days, I don't even have anyone to talk to. I can only talk to you, a little skeleton. Oh, let me tell you a secret. In fact, Ye, that is, my good brother, is also in Muspelheim, but he didn't show up. After all, once he shows up, it will definitely cause Sudert's attention. I realized that at that time, it would be difficult to kill him. After all, Sudert is the master of this planet, isn't he? Maybe it's because Thor's words are a bit nagging. Maybe it's because the cage that fell in midair was shaken, and the jaw of the skeleton that was sitting quietly in the corner fell off with a click. Wow, are you responding to what I said? Well, after 3 days, you finally replied. It seems a bit weird to know that I am always talking to myself. But although you can't talk and don't have any consciousness, but at least it's a very good object, isn't it? While Thor kept nagging, Sudert, who was holding a twilight sword and was well taller than Thor, walked over with heavy steps. Hey, wait a minute, I haven't said goodbye to Little Skull yet. Looking at the flame giant Sudert who opened the upper opening of the cage and directly lifted him out with his own chains, Thor said hastily. Zombies. Hearing Thor's words, Sudert gave you a strange look. Taking advantage of this time, Thor directly said to the little skull who was still in the cage, although you don't have any consciousness, we actually got along very happily these 3 days, didn't we? Goodbye, little skull. Are you people of Asgard all mentally ill? Hearing Thor say goodbye to the little skeleton in the cage with a serious expression, Sudert gave Thor a strange look, then took his chain and hung it on the tall stone pillar, allowing Thor to fly in the air, constantly go round in circles. Don't say that. No matter what, I vomited bitterness to him for 3 days, and I have to say goodbye, don't I? Maybe soon I will never see him again. What? It's nothing, don't worry about it. Looking at Sudert, Thor suddenly looked at Sudert and said, by the way, how did you survive? Seriously, I thought my father would have killed you long ago. Later, my sister and I say, I only found out that you are still alive. Your sister Hela, she broke the seal from hell. Hearing Thor suddenly mention Hela, the temperature of Sudert's magma-like body instantly rose several minutes. Are you afraid of my sister? That's right, my sister Hela, the goddess of death, has come out of hell and become our new god king of Asgard. Are you afraid after hearing this news? If you are afraid, then I suggest that you kill yourself, and then let me take back the big horn on your head. This will be good for everyone. Hearing Thor's slightly arrogant words, Sudert immediately roared. Shut up, I'm not afraid of the goddess of death, Hela. Speaking of this, Sudert's tone suddenly calmed down. I understand why that damned guy Odin died. It turned out that she came out, all this makes sense. As for wanting to kill me, Hess, I won't die until I have fulfilled the mission given to me by God the Father, destroying your homeland and turning Asgard into ruins. Oh, really? In fact, this matter is quite strange to say. After all, the prophecy of Ragnarok is a big dark cloud above our heads for the whole of Asgard. Especially me, my sister Hela, and my brother Loki. We all really want to avoid the prophecy of Ragnarok coming true. Looking at Sudert, Thor suddenly said, so anyway, I'm tied here by you now, so would you mind telling me, who is the father god you just mentioned? Maybe I will die in a while if you drop it. It is definitely more likely that you will die. Asgard is about to fall, your doomsday is about to come, and I, under the command of God the Father, will completely destroy your Asgard. Hearing Thor's words, Sudert raised his head immediately and said with a passionate expression, hey, wait a minute. The iron chain hanging Thor turned around at this moment, and Thor immediately interrupted Sudert, who was about to say something. I'll turn back right away. Constantly shifting his feet in the air and finally turned his body back, Thor immediately asked, for the sake of our chat, are you sure you don't want to tell me who the father god you are talking about? Why is he will give you this mission to destroy Asgard? After all, it's glory. Before Thor could finish speaking, Sudert interrupted directly. Father God entrusted me with the task of destroying Asgard and bringing Asgard into doom. That is the glory bestowed upon me. You know, Father God is the existence of the ancient gods in the legends. He created me and Muspelheim. He gave me everything, even when I was defeated by Odin. Even after beheading, he gave me a chance of life. Ancient God. What my sister mentioned in the ancient books on the fault actually exists. Hearing what Sudert said, Thor nodded immediately. Where is the ancient god? Anywhere the ancient god is, he is everywhere. Speaking of this, Sudert stood up, and his tone became passionate and impassioned again. When my crown and the eternal fire reunite, my power will be awakened again. At that time I will stand on the mountains. The sword in my hand will cut through Asgard. So as I understand it, you're going to put your crown on the eternal fire, and you'll be as big as the house. It's the mountain, it's me who will stand on the top of the mountain again. Okay. But then again, if you don't go into details about your so-called crown, I'd think it was your eyebrows and the horns on your head. It's the crown. Hearing Thor's words, Sudert immediately corrected him. Well, no matter what, it seems that I have to stop the prophecy of Ragnarok. After all, this damned prophecy is like a stone, and the whole of Asgard can't breathe. Don't worry, I will take that damned crown off your head and bring it back to Asgard as a trophy. So the prophecy you spoke of is not true at all. Haha, it's too late. Hearing Thor's words, Sudert walked over with a twilight sword. The twilight of the gods has already begun, and you alone cannot stop him. Speaking of which, Sudert raised his twilight sword, ready to slash towards Thor. Wait a moment. Seeing Sudert's actions, Thor suddenly spoke. Any last words you want to say, Odin's kid? Maybe it's not enough to rely on my strength alone, what if he is added? With that said, Thor raised his eyebrows at Sudert, motioning him to look behind him. Seeing Thor's movements, as if he sensed some danger, Sudert turned around immediately. but in the next second before he could react, he was punched flying by a flashing purple light out. If you don't come again, I will summon my hammer. Seeing that the chain that was hanging him upside down was broken by Yi Yu, Thor, who fell to the ground and stood up again, said with a smile to Yi Yu, "You didn't let me out, otherwise I would have taken the crown off that flame giant's head long ago. How about it, have you figured out the truth you want to know?" Looking at Thor, Yi Yu asked with a smile. "Definitely, otherwise wouldn't I have spent 3 days in the cage for nothing?" Hearing Yi Yu's question, Thor shrugged his shoulders, and after summoning Mjolnir with one hand, he said with a serious expression, "What my sister said may be the truth about what is about to happen. Just now this guy Su T-Ert really said the title of Father God, and then I blasted him and I got the word Ancient God from him. So I guess." Before Thor could finish speaking, Sudert, who stood up from the ground, suddenly roared angrily at the two of them. No one has ever dared to ignore him like this, never. Listening to the conversation between these two people, it is obvious that these two people came to Muspelheim on purpose, and that kid from the Odin family was arrested by him on purpose. Not only that, but these two guys are still making up their own words, which is even more excessive. These two guys chatted as if there was no one around them. Damn it, it's simply not paying attention to his great flame giant, master of Muspelheim, Great Sudert. You two are simply too arrogant, go to hell with all of you. With a roar, Sudert held up the Twilight Sword and rushed towards the two of them angrily. What are you shouting for? Didn't you see our two brothers talking? Seeing that Sudert made a sound that was actually louder than Hulk's roar, he rushed over with the Twilight Sword. Yi Yu casually raised his hand, and a huge fireball directly attacked Sudert. Boom! After the huge fireball hit Sudert's body, there was a violent explosion sound. But soon, Sudert stood there intact, as if he hadn't suffered any damage. Look at my memory, I almost forgot, you are a flame giant. Ordinary flames have no effect on you at all. Speaking of this, Yi Yu opened his hands, and in an instant, the sultry heat reached the suffocating Muspelheim sky, and 10 bursts of thunder began to explode. Crack! Like the end of the world, a series of huge thunders fell from the sky and directly struck Sudert's huge body. Boom. Crack! Accompanied by the terrifying roar of thunder, Sudert, who was still holding the Twilight Sword and rushed towards the two of them, fell to the ground with a bang. Well, that's it. Seeing Sudert's unresistible beating, Thor immediately grinned. If I had known this guy was so weak, I wouldn't have to wait for you, just beat this guy up. Don't underestimate this guy. Looking at the grinning Thor, Yi Yu suddenly shook his head at this moment. I'm afraid that the current him is not even 1% of his original strength. Maybe his strength is relatively weak now, but once the crown and the eternal fire meet as he said, then I'm afraid he will become extremely terrifying. Well, yeah. Hearing Yi Yu's words, Thor walked over curiously, raised his foot and lifted Sudert, seeing him lying on the ground motionless. He stretched out his hand, took Mjolnir and smashed his crown off. Then how to deal with this thing? Walking over with a crown more than half a meter wide, Thor looked at Yi Yu. Since he is part of that damned Ragnarok prophecy in Asgard, even the Destroyer, why don't we take his crown now smashed? Just in case he does reunite with the eternal fire then. I think so too. Hearing Thor's words, Yi Yu nodded in the same way. I'd agree with your ideas. To kill all dangers in the bud is the best way once and for all. As long as we destroy the crown, then Asgard will lose one enemy. Okay, let's do that. After getting Yi Yu's affirmation, Thor directly threw Surtur's crown on the ground, then picked up Mjolnir to summon lightning, and was ready to completely destroy this so-called crown. But just as he was about to make a move, Thor stopped suddenly and slowly put Mjolnir away. Thor's expression was a little weird. What's wrong? Looking at Thor, who had a weird face and even stopped moving, Yi Yu frowned and asked. It's Heldum. Just now Heldum used black magic to transmit his voice, saying don't let us destroy Sudurt's crown, and said, this is an order from Sister Hela. Yi, do you know why? What? Hela's order? Hearing Thor's words, Yi Yu raised his eyebrows, thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I don't know why Hela gave this order, but if it was really Hela's order, then there must be a reason for her. After all, she is the current god king of Asgard. Maybe she discovered something from the ancient books that we don't know. Maybe, who knows? Hearing Yi Yu say this, Thor shrugged his shoulders. So shall we go back now? If you really destroy Sudurt's crown, I'm afraid the biggest trouble will come next. But the enemy Sudurt has been dealt with, do we still need to stay here? Let's go back first. Bending down, he picked up Sudurt's crown, King Norse, from the ground, stretched out his hand and pulled off the iron chain that bound him, and then tied Sudurt's crown to his back. Thor looking at Yi Yu, he asked. Before Thor could finish speaking, Hela shook her head and said, According to what you just said, what happened in Muspelheim and the words that came out of his mouth, Sudert, standing behind it, must be the ancient god who has undoubtedly died. Anyway, Sudert's flame giant has been resolved. Originally, my sister meant that the two of us are in Asgard, so those who are eyeing Asgard will not dare to invade. Stretching out his hand and patting Thor, Yu walked directly into the Bifrost transmission channel. So we might as well use the rules set by the ancient gods to completely defeat them. At least, we now have a chance to win this damn prophecy. Although I'm not reconciled, it just shows that it's giving us Asgard a chance to survive. The ancient gods don't end and use chess pieces. This is our chance to fight back and even win this so-called prophecy. Throwing Sudert's half-meter-long crown on the ground, Thor grinned and looked at Hela and asked curiously, "Sister, why don't you let me just destroy this guy's crown on the spot?" Asgard 4/3. Speaking of this, Hela looked at Yu. Yi, maybe you are the key to us winning the prophecy of Ragnarok. But once you destroy this crown, it is equivalent to destroying this rule. Then maybe those so-called ancient gods will break free from the rule and end in person. At that time, Asgard will be in real danger. Sister, this is Sudert's crown. Thor's voice just fell, and soon Bifrost's teleportation came directly from Asgard. Just in case. The ancient gods want Asgard to repeat the prophecy of Ragnarok over and over again, and they also cultivated Sudert, so it means that they will not take action in person. This may be the rule of those ancient gods. Use chess pieces to destroy Asgard and gain some power. Looking at the colorful Bifrost transmission channel in front of him, Thor shrugged his shoulders and said, "It seems that there is no need." Hearing Hela's words, Yu was slightly surprised. He never thought that he would be the lifeline of Hela's prophecy that Asgard won Ragnarok. Actually, even if Asgard escaped the prophecy of Ragnarok this time, what about the next time? Hela sighed softly, then shook her head and said, "But no matter what, Ragnarok, which seems like a prophecy of reincarnation, will come to Asgard again and again sooner or later. Maybe we can win this time, but no one knows when the prophecy of Ragnarok reappears next time, will we still have a chance to win again? Not to mention our juniors. So, you want to end this prophecy once and for all." Yu nodded after understanding what Hela meant, but Yu didn't understand why he became the key person in Hela's mouth. "Because of your strength." Looking at Yu, Hela said seriously, "Yi, you not only possess the power of infinite gems, but more importantly, you have turned these powers into the power of annihilation. This is very important. The seat is comparable to the ability of the ancient chaos force. I think your annihilation power is the ability to completely cut off the connection between Asgard and those so-called ancient gods." Speaking of this, Hela stretched out her hand, and the next moment a book with a very simple cover, even full of defect, but facing people with a kind of desolation, appeared in Hela's hand. "This is the ancient book hidden by my father Odin. Although there are serious faults in this ancient book, some things are not even recorded. But I still deduce the key point of Asgard's fate from it." Hela pointed in another direction of Asgard. Looking in the direction of Hela's finger, although there is nothing outside the building, Yu knows that it is where the Asgard Tree of Life is. "You want me to?" "Yes, this may be an unprecedented disaster for Asgard, but we have no choice." Hela nodded earnestly, looked at Yu with a hint of pleading in her eyes. "Maybe my father also knew this, so he will cut off my destiny connection with Asgard. But he didn't say it clearly. I guess it's because my father was afraid that once he said it, the ancient gods would know about it. Then, under the new wheel of fate, Asgard would no longer have any chance of life. It is precisely because of this that after my father passed on the throne to me, he put this ancient book in the most prominent position in the treasure house. This can be regarded as a test for his daughter who once accompanied him to conquer the 9 realms. If I can penetrate this ancient book, then I can make a change, and Asgard has a chance to completely change the cycle of fate. If I can't, then Asgard will be destroyed. At least Thor, Loki, and I can still survive with some of Asgard's people, even if it's not in Asgard." Hearing Hela's words, Yu nodded slightly. "If your guess is correct, then maybe this time, it is really the best way to completely cut off the gear of Asgard's destiny. However, are you sure you want to do this? Once I make a move, then put it to death and come back to life." A flash of determination flashed in Hela's eyes. "Asgard has gone from nothing to now. We have lost too many things, but at the same time, we have also created a lot. So at worst, let's start over. We Asgard are absolutely not allowed to become the nourishment of those ancient gods." Hearing the decisiveness in Hela's words, Yu nodded lightly. "You are the god king of Asgard, so you just make up your mind." "Thank you, I leave everything to you." Hela looked at Yu, then bent down and gave a salute. After this battle is over, you can do it. No matter whether it succeeds or not, you will always be the most grateful person in Asgard. Seriously, as long as you don't blame me, destroy most of Asgard's vitality. Having said that, Yu did not avoid Hela's gift. This is what Yu deserves. Is that why you're looking for me? Within the 9 realms, on an extremely desolate planet, sitting on the exclusive throne, looking at the dark elf leader Malekith below, Thanos suddenly laughed. This is really not easy. You know, when you dark elves were in the universe back then, you belonged to the Overlord. Even you once led the dark elves to control the universe in your hands. But how many years have passed? You dark elves actually want to join forces with me, huh? Thanos smiled and shook his head with a worried expression on his face. So, what do you think? The leader of the dark elves, Malekith, was not angry or emotional because of Thanos' words. Instead, he looked at Thanos and said with a relaxed tone, I know what you have been doing these years, Thanos, as the last survivor of the Titans. You just want to get 6 infinite gems to complete. Is it your goal? Look at the things in your hand. You have obtained the power gem. Now in the so-called Asgard, there are 2 reality gem and space gem. So my goal is to destroy Asgard to get revenge, and your goal is infinite gems. In this case, why don't we join forces? You know, at this moment in Asgard, although the god King Odin is dead, the new god King Hela is not much weaker than Odin. And how powerful the Asgard soldiers are, I don't need to tell you clearly. Not to mention that kid from Odin's family, so-called Thor, and that earthling who is so powerful that even I can't deal with it. Having said that, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, looked up at Thanos. You don't really think that you can defeat Asgard with these men of yours and some remaining Chitauri? Shut up. Hearing Malekith's words, Thanos hadn't spoken yet. The nebula below and the remaining obsidian sky made several people glared at Malekith. No problems. With a wave of his hand, Thanos signaled Xingyun and others to stop talking, then turned his head to look at the dark elf leader Malekith. You are right. If it is me alone, or you, there is no way to deal with the giant Asgard. After all, they have existed in the so-called 9 realms of the universe for more than 10,000 years. Since this is the case, then take your dark elf warriors, and then we will attack Asgard together. But, having said that, Thanos looked at the dark elf leader Malekith. No matter what, the space gem, as well as that reality gem, belong to me. No problems. Hearing what Thanos said, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, nodded lightly. You want infinite gems, I want revenge, our goals are the same. After finishing speaking, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, turned around and left with his subordinates on the spaceship. After watching Malekith lead the people away, Nebula knelt down on one knee and said to Thanos, Father, leave this matter to me, believe me, I will be able to. No, this time I will do it myself. Before Nebula could finish speaking, Thanos looked at the gray sky, then narrowed his eyes and sighed, Asgard, it's not the ordinary planets we once slaughtered. If I don't personally act, then if you go, I'm afraid the whole army will be wiped out. In the past, when the god King Odin was still there, even I didn't dare to look at Asgard. Now, although Odin is dead, Hela, the goddess of death, came out of hell and became the new god king of Asgard. Master, the Dark Elves cannot be trusted. Hearing what Thanos said, Nebula stopped talking, but Ebony Maw at the side said softly, The Dark Elves' goal has always been to bring darkness back to the universe, and the reality gem is their Dark Elf sacred object. So, I definitely know what the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, is thinking, but they want to use me, so why don't I want to use the Dark Elves? Speaking of this, Thanos suddenly laughed. So reality gem and space gem, I'm determined, even if the Dark Elves turn back in the end, I'm not afraid. Boss, is that Titan star worthy of trust? Above the spaceship, Malekith's subordinates frowned and said to their leader, You must know that TIE particles are the sacred objects of our Dark Elves. If you just give them to him, then HMPH definitely won't hand it over to him. Before his subordinates finished speaking, Malekith folded his hands behind his back, looked at the star map on the battleship and said coldly, How can we give the sacred object of our Dark Elves to that brat from the Titans? He's just a pawn I can use. Wait until we destroy Asgard completely. At that time, not to mention our sacred TIE particles, even the space gem and the power gem on his gloves belong to our Dark Elves. HMPH, when I led my people across the universe, I didn't know where this Titan star brat was. Now he dares to put on an air of aloofness in front of me. Speaking of this, Malekith's eyes flashed a gleam of coldness. If he still has the value of using, I would have let him know who is the future of this universe. Listening to the leader's words, the subordinate nodded, then stepped back a few steps and stopped talking. Since the leader didn't want to hand over the TIE particles, the sacred object of the Dark Elves, to that arrogant Titan star, but just used him, then I don't need to persuade anymore. Earth, on the plane of the deep ocean. Right here. Quinjet fighter, wearing armor, Tony Stark said to Steve beside him. That powerful and strange wave is coming from under this deep sea. According to the test, the energy value coming from the deep sea is extremely huge, even higher than the energy of a bomb explosion is even stronger. Do you know what happened in the deep sea? Hearing Tony's words, Steve frowned and asked. I don't know, but according to the value sent back by the armor, I am afraid that this energy will sweep out from the bottom of the sea very soon. At that time, the impact it will cause may be difficult to estimate. Tony shook his head and his face was a little ugly. Hearing what Tony Stark said, Steve pursed his lips and looked at the deep sea below the Quinjet. After thinking about it, I turned my head and looked at. Tony said, why don't we go down and have a look? At least if we dive into the bottom of the sea, we can know exactly what happened. Currently, there is only one way. After all, even if we send out professional instruments, it is difficult to make specific discoveries. Hearing this, Tony nodded and agreed with Steve's statement. If only ye were still on Earth. Sighing lightly, Steve suddenly laughed. If he is still on Earth at this moment, then at least we can feel at ease with him here. Who knows why he hasn't returned from Asgard yet? Tony Stark also shrugged his shoulders. However, the values detected by the armor are getting stronger and stronger. We can't delay any longer. Good. Hearing what Tony said, Steve Rogers immediately turned around and started to put on the diving suit, while SHIELD started to prepare the small inspection submarine. Well, as the current director of SHIELD, Steve knows that he still has to hand over such strange things to his own SHIELD. Just got dressed and ready to jump off a Quinjet. But in the next second, the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One wearing a magician suit suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing the sudden appearance of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, the two of them were startled. But soon, as two close friends of Yu, who knew the existence of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, they put down their vigilance. Sorcerer Supreme, did you come here this time because of an anomaly coming from the deep sea? Looking at the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One in front of him, Steve Rogers asked with a smile. That's right. Listening to Steve's inquiry, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One nodded. As the Asgardians in the real dimension of the Earth, whether it is aliens or some powerful people from outside, the domain come to the Earth only. If there is any danger to the Earth, then I must drive them out. You mean the things under the deep sea are alien planets or guys from outside the domain? Hearing what Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One said, Tony Stark immediately asked curiously. To be precise, people from Asgard. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One corrected Tony's concept and then explained. Actually, this was a long time ago when the former king of Asgard, that is, Thor, and Loki's father Odin, the Asgardians who were sealed in the deep sea. Just like Hela before, but now God King Odin has passed away, so this guy who was sealed in the deep sea will gradually wake up. Asgard. God King Odin sealed the guy on Earth. Hearing the words of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, Tony Stark suddenly asked in puzzlement. Obviously he is from Asgard, so why should he be sealed on our Earth if he made a mistake? Could it be that he... Aren't you afraid that this guy will break free from the seal and bring disasters to the Earth? What's more, according to the energy value detected by the armor, God, this guy is definitely an extremely difficult guy. There is a great mystery in it. Listening to Tony's words, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One replied with a smile. In fact, this Asgard man who was sealed in the deep sea of the Earth was the elder brother of God King Odin. Orachi Coolins. This time, because Odin entered the eternal sleep ahead of time, the seal will gradually loosen, and Kerr will wake up slowly. As one of the few old friends of Odin, maybe this is the only thing I can do for him. And it can be regarded as seeing him off. Sorcerer Supreme, you mean Odin, the God King of Asgard, is dead, so this will cause some disasters in Asgard. And you went to Asgard this time just to... Let's help them. Steve on the side asked immediately after hearing what Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One said. Oh yes. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One didn't hide anything either and said directly, Asgard has a very famous prophecy called Ragnarok. Although there are only a few of this famous prophecy, only the most powerful will know. But no matter what, this is what Asgard will face, the catastrophe of destruction. That's why Asgard needs his help right now. Although a little curious, but since she said so, then Tony and Steve felt that it would be better to leave with the SHIELD people by themselves. Turmoil in the Nine Realms. After speaking, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One turned to look at Steve Rogers and Tony Stark. Go back, leave this place to me. At least you are still unable to face the existence of the big snake call. After a long time at the bottom of the deep sea, an angry and unwilling roar was gradually transmitted to the sky. Even so, the huge amounts of vortex did not stop, but continued to expand towards the surroundings. For Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, the Asgardian of the Earth's reality dimension, these two people still have great trust and respect. At this moment, a small whirlpool formed on the originally calm sea. Hearing the words of Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, Tony Stark and Steve Rogers looked at each other, and then nodded. Seeing the movement from the deep sea, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One said softly, and the next moment, the vortex on the sea surface spread wildly towards the surroundings, stopped for a moment, and then gradually began to... Enough. However, even if I can't go to Asgard to help my old friend, at least I can continue to seal the big snake cull here. Let's continue to sleep in the seabed this disaster. You don't need to intervene. Wait until the two people with SHIELD leave completely. Speaking of this, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One sighed softly. I hope Asgard can survive this disaster this time. Otherwise, the disaster caused in advance will inevitably cause. Then the vortex became bigger and bigger, and even gradually began to spread to a file size of 100 meters in radius. While speaking, a dark red light began to bloom on Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One's body, and then the whole person rushed towards the seabed in an instant. Shrunk down. 3 days later, Asgard Bifrost ends. I don't know why, but I always feel restless today. Looking at Heldum, who was standing there, observing whether there was turmoil in the 9 realms, Thor said softly, holding the hammer. At least for now, there is no any change in the 9 realms. Hearing Thor's words, Heldum shook his head and said, the reason why you are restless is because of our Asgard prophecy. Ragnarok makes you a little worried. On the other hand, today is indeed a bit too peaceful. After finishing speaking, Heldum turned around and looked at Thor. Do you know, 3 days ago there was a change in the 9 worlds, and it should be that a monster in the deep sea is about to appear. I always feel that the monsters sealed in the deep sea are inextricably linked with our Asgard. After the change, something is wrong with Asgard Bifrost. Fortunately, the powerful and respectable Sorcerer Supreme of Asgardian in Earth's reality dimension strengthened the seal, so that monster didn't come out otherwise. Having said that, Heldum turned around abruptly and looked towards the mountains and rivers of Asgard not far away. What's wrong? Seeing Heldum's eyes suddenly burst into a black light, Thor asked hastily, someone's not right, someone has broken into Asgard. After saying this, Heldum immediately ran to the Bifrost terminal and turned a handle violently. The next moment, there were bursts of piercing noises throughout Asgard, and then Heldum rushed towards the direction of the Bifrost mountains and rivers with his giant sword. On the street, countless people of Asgard are either tidying up things or busy with work at the moment. But at the moment when the ear-piercing sound sounded, everyone was stunned for a moment, then put down everything in their hands in an instant. And the women, children, and the elderly ran towards the direction of the refuge at home. Some stronger people immediately turned around and went back to the house. Soon, a bunch of people with different styles of weapons appeared on the street, inside Asgard. Is it finally here? Looking at the endless mountains and rivers, Hela casually threw the eternal spear that originally belonged to Odin to Loki. Go Loki, go and gather our Asgard warriors. This time it's about the life and death of Asgard. This battle may be the only battle in Asgard that can cut off the fate of the ancient gods. Don't be entangled in the godhead, and don't be entangled in the origin. My brother, go, play what you're best at, gather, lead the warriors of Asgard and win this battle. Looking at the spear of eternity thrown to him by his sister Hela, Loki took a deep breath, then knelt on the ground on one knee, looked at Hela, and his eyes no longer lost the playful light-jumping look in the past. Instead, he said very solemnly, as you wish, my sister, my god king. I, Loki, the third prince of Asgard, the son of Odin and the brother of Hela Thor, will definitely lead my Asgard warriors to fight to the end last minute. Until death. After speaking, Loki slapped Hela on the shoulder, then stood up, took the eternal spear, and flew towards the direction where the Asgard warriors gathered. The battle is finally about to begin. Watching Loki turn and leave, a smile appeared on Yu's face at the side. Start using the thing you prepared now or wait. Just wait. Hearing Yu's words, Hela thought for a while, then shook her head and said, I'm not sure if the group of ancient gods will come after the battle starts once we win. But regardless of whether they will come or not, we must be fully prepared. So win first and then talk. If we win, we can cut off the tree of life together. When the ancient gods come, we will join hands. Good. Hearing Hela's words, Yu nodded lightly. I'm fine, to be honest. I also really want to fight that guy Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves once. Last time, before the winner was decided, he ran away. This time, I can have a good exercise. Leave the other guy to me. Hearing what Yu said, Hela waved her hand, and the Black Night Sky sword instantly appeared in her hand. This time, Asgard will give everything it has. If it doesn't succeed, it will be destroyed, so Yi plays. Looking at Yu, Hela said with a very sincere look. Don't worry, it's not easy to find a guy who can have a good fight and I won't hold back. He smiled at Hela and then flew directly towards the mountains and rivers. At this moment, it is less than 100 meters away from Bifrost. Heldam, holding a huge sword, jumped into the air suddenly and then landed directly on an invisible battleship. With the huge sword in Heldam's hand constantly waving, the originally invisible battleship gradually emerged at this moment. In the sky, seeing the prototype of the black battleship revealed, Thor immediately glared. Damn dark elves! After cursing, Thor raised his hammer and pointed at the sky, and the next moment the originally clear sky began to cloud over. Boom. Crag click. Accompanied by the howling wind, one after another extremely powerful thunderbolts rushed towards Thor. There are more here. After revealing the prototype of the battleship under his feet, Heldam looked at Thor in the sky and then pointed to the direction not far away. Following the direction of Heldam's finger, Thor held up the hammer full of the power of thunder and directly blasted it. Crack! Boom! Accompanied by bursts of lightning and thunder, the extremely powerful thunder blasted to a place not far away in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by the thunder strike, the originally invisible warships were directly shot down, and many warships began to fall down the sky. And more warships began to emerge constantly and gradually began to drive towards Asgard at high speed. Damn it. Seeing many small battleships breaking away from the huge battleships, flying towards Asgard and starting to bombard, Thor glared and cursed loudly. Then he directly held the hammer and flew towards the small warships while calling the thunder to attack. Accompanied by small warships, airships and the like began to bombard Asgard on the ground. At this moment, the Asgard defense weapons rose up one by one instantly, and after capturing the small warships in the sky, they started to bombard them. Originally, Asgard should activate the defense mechanism, but it seems that Hela has already made preparations for a full-scale battle. All defense mechanisms and protection mechanisms have not been activated, but all weapon attack mechanisms have been activated. In an instant, the sound of explosions resounded over the entire sky of Asgard like daytime fireworks, and small exploding warships were like meteors, burning violently and constantly falling. But even so, more small warships suddenly flew over from all directions of Asgard, ready to bomb Asgard. Seeing this scene, Thor was shocked for a moment, once such a large number of small warships began to bombard Asgard. Then there will be countless Asgard people in danger and death. Thinking of this, Thor immediately picked up the hammer and prepared to summon lightning, and launched a thunder attack on these small warships and airships. But before Thor could make a move, in the blink of an eye, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, flew directly over the black battleship, as if he had seen Thor's thoughts. One punch directly sent Thor flying. Poor guy, today Asgard is doomed to fall into destruction. All your efforts will be in vain. Why not put down your weapons and watch the destruction of Asgard with your own eyes? It is also a moment for you to witness. A hole. A Thor who was punched and flew away without paying attention, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then looked fiercely at the white-haired dark elf leader Malekith. Asgard may be destroyed, but definitely not now, let alone in the hands of a guy like you. As he spoke, Thor held up the hammer to summon a more powerful thunder power, but he hadn't waited for the thunder to fall. Malekith rushed directly to Thor's side in an instant, clenched his fists with both hands and attacked Thor constantly. Do you think I'll let you stop? While attacking Thor, Malekith laughed wildly at the same time. When you, the God King of Asgard, sealed me, I made an oath that one day darkness will descend on this universe again. One day I will completely destroy you, Asgard, completely destroy your Asgard. No one can stop me, no one can stop the darkness from coming again. Oh, is it so? Just as the roar of Malekith fell the next moment, a very charming voice sounded in the ears of the two of them. You seem to want to destroy Asgard last time too, but I remember that you were the one who ran away in embarrassment in the end. Seeing Yu appearing out of nowhere, Thor suddenly became excited. Alif, can you hold him back for a minute? Looking at Malekith, who suddenly took a few steps back because of his appearance, Yu raised his head to look at the sky full of small warships and airships, and then asked Thor. Definitely no problems. Hearing Yu's words, Thor nodded immediately. Don't say it's a minute, even if it's longer, I can do it. 1 minute is enough. Before Thor could finish speaking, Yu opened his hands, and the next moment thunder and flames suddenly appeared on the left and right ministers. I'll destroy those things that are about to completely destroy Asgard first, and then I'll come over and have a good fight with you. After all, I haven't completely enjoyed the fight last time. Then let me my brother play with you for a while. Glancing at Melkith, Yu said softly. Asterisk hole, are you contemptuous of me? Looking at Yu's eyes that didn't care about him at all, anyway, as the leader of the Dark Elves. The king who once made countless planets in the universe feel fear, instantly became angry at this moment. But this time, before he could rush towards Yu, he was directly stopped by Thor, who was holding Mjolnir. This time, your opponent is me. At this moment, Mjolnir in his hand and Thor, whose armor is covered with the power of thunder, stopped in front of Melkith, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Just now, you beat me very happily. After speaking, Thor rushed directly towards Melkith. In midair, seeing Thor and Melkith fighting together for a moment, Yu then turned his gaze to the densely packed small battleships and airships. The power of flame and thunder in his hand became huge constantly, and the two streams of energy began to revolve around Yu in an instant. Asking for flowers. The orange-red color of the flames and the azure-blue color of the thunder power began to integrate, and in the blink of an eye, a circular vortex with extremely bright colors and huge energy exploded around Yu. Go! As Yu drank lightly, the next moment the violent energy began to spread around Yu in an instant. The originally densely packed small warships and airships seemed to feel threatened, and at this moment they began to prepare or ascend or descend one after another, trying to avoid this majestic and dangerous energy. But before these warships and airships could react, the extremely majestic energy emitted by Yu seemed to cover the entire sky in an instant. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Crack. Thor, your explosions came one after another, and at this moment the sky was as gorgeous as fireworks explosions. Almost in the blink of an eye, two streams of energy emitted by Yu swept across the entire sky of Asgard, and the ultimate visual effect brought by the explosion seemed to burn the entire world. Look the same. How is this possible? Seeing this extremely shocking scene, Melkith lost his mind for a moment. Boom. Taking advantage of the moment when Melkith lost his mind, Thor sent him flying with a hammer. What's impossible? My brother's strength is beyond what a damn guy like you can imagine. Asterisk hole. Wipe away the blood that flowed out from the remote corner after being hit by a hammer. Melkith looked at Thor angrily. Forget about that damned guy, I'll kill you, the so-called Prince of Asgard here. After the words fell, Melkith rushed towards Thor in an instant. And at this moment, no matter the attack speed or the power that erupted, Thor was caught off guard for a while. On .00. Boom. Bang bangs. Boom. At this moment, Thor looked extremely embarrassed under the attack of Melkith, who suddenly burst out with powerful force, and his whole body was constantly sent flying. But before landing, Mahler. Case's attack came again. All of a sudden, Thor was beaten constantly one after another. In the sky. After completely smashing the small warships and airships that were about to bomb Asgard, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Once his attack is slow, then I am afraid that in the next second, countless people of Asgard will die under such a fierce attack. After taking a breath of relief, Yu looked down. At this moment, Thor is constantly retreating under Melkith's frenzied attack, and his whole body has the upper hand. Although Thor was beaten very aggrieved at this moment, he even wanted to use Mjolnir to fight back. But before he could make any moves, he was abruptly interrupted by Marls. Seeing this scene, Yu shook his head lightly and then rushed directly to the battle between Thor and Melkith. Boom! Just about to punch Thor's head viciously, but the next second Melkith was directly sent flying by Yu. It's all right. Looking at Thor, Yu, who stood up from the ground in a bit of a state of embarrassment, he asked. Fine. After exercising his muscles and bones, Thor held Mjolnir, looked at Melkith, who was flying upside down, and said in a helpless tone, "Those so-called old men in this universe. Is the card strong? The strength is really extraordinary." Looking at Melkith standing up from the ground not far away, Thor said seriously to Yu. Hearing Thor's sudden question, Yu replied with a smile. But before that, let's settle this battle about whether Asgard will be destroyed or not. Hearing Thor's words, Yu turned his head and glanced at Melkith. Maybe this time I can really have a good fight. He's not back to his prime yet. Hearing what Yu said, Thor glanced at the hammer in his hand and then nodded. It makes sense, but let's wait until this time the big battle is over. Go, Loki has already begun to gather the warriors of Asgard. Perhaps you are more needed as a commander there. So if you want to become stronger, then you need to learn how to control the power of thunder. Instead of relying on a hammer, It depends on what Hela has to say, but I guess she and I give the same answer. Perhaps thinking of the portrait of Hela on the ceiling of Asgard, holding Mjolnir's portrait of Hela, Thor suddenly asked. I'll give you a suggestion. I don't know if His Excellency Odin, the God King, ever told you that Mjolnir loyalty is just a carrier fruit to help you better control the power of thunder and lightning. Hearing the helplessness in Thor's tone, Yu smiled and comforted. However, your strength has not yet reached the stage of complete victory, so don't be discouraged. After all, you are Thor of Asgard, not the hammer god of Asgard. Then I'll leave it to you, please. The hammer is also one of the weapons used by my sister. Maybe it's like you said, I should really control my ability better. But what kind of advice do you think my sister will give me? After all, at the beginning, this Thor. After all, ever since I mastered the power of annihilation, I haven't fought Liao Fan seriously. Rest assured. Asterisk hold. Seeing Yu, who destroyed all the warships in an instant, let Thor leave, and then stood in front of him unsuspectingly. As the leader of the Dark Elves, Melkith, at this moment, his heart is burning with rage. The next moment they rushed to Yu's side one by one, and the power of darkness in their hands continuously attacked Yu. Facing Melkith's crazy attack, Yu didn't care at all. He didn't even fight back, but kept dodging to avoid Melkith's attack. Damn it, how dare you despise me so much? I am the leader of the Dark Elves. Seeing Yu, who didn't seem to take himself into his heart at all, Melkith was furious at this moment, and suddenly stopped his movements. The next moment, a majestic and powerful energy filled his whole body in an instant. This is you looking for death. I will make you fall into endless darkness forever and ever. Facing Melkith, whose whole body was shrouded in dark energy, Yu finally became interested. It's not that Yu entrusted the big 320, the reason why he kept dodging Melkith's attack just now and didn't even fight back. The reason is to want and gather all the energy of Melkith. In fact, since I was able to control the power of annihilation, I have never had a real fight with the enemy. Although the current Melkith claims to be one of the veteran powerhouses in the universe, Yu still doesn't take it into his heart. So even when dodging Melkith's attack, Yu is still thinking about it and focusing on other battlefields in Asgard. Now, when Melkith erupts with unprecedented dark energy, Yu can finally take it a little seriously. Go to hell, you bloody b********. With a vigorous wave of his hand, a powerful dark energy rushed towards Yu directly. Its majestic power seems to cover all the light. Facing this powerful energy, Yu ignited a raging fire in his left hand, and thunder burst into the sky with his right hand. Immediately after the flame and thunder integrated, a burst of extremely powerful energy burst out, attacking the power of darkness. Boom! Accompanied by the collision of two majestic energies, there was a shocking explosion sound between the two of them. The powerful blast lifted up all the stone slabs in Asgard Square, and even some dark elves brought by Melkith were destroyed by this powerful energy. Thick smoke bursts and the mighty sound shakes the sky. When the thick smoke from the explosion cleared, Yu was still standing intact, while Melkith, who was furious, fell to the ground. On the surrounding battlefield, because of the violent explosion just now, all the people who were fighting subconsciously stopped their hands. Shen Guang gathered on Yu and Yul Keith. When the thick smoke dissipated,
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.